If you like this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 1151 Decei. Chapter 1151 Decei. In a hotel in the Backland Bridge area. Apart from his thoughts that still belonged to him, Klein could no longer control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitizing. In this state, he could only look ahead of him in fear and despair. He watched as Anuni, who was wearing a monocle with a smile on his face, changed into Amon's original form. He took a step forward counterclockwise and opened his mouth to speak in Mandarin in an articulate and mellow manner. The immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. Did he steal my thoughts just now, or my ability to speak Mandarin? It should be the former, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to grasp this ritual. Klein's pupils couldn't widen as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. As though sensing his emotions, the monocled man turned to look at him and smiled. He then took another step counterclockwise and whispered in Mandarin, "The Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings." Following that, this blasphemer carried on the ritual with great familiarity. With every step he took, and every chant of the incantation, Klein's heart sank even deeper into a dark swamp, as though he could no longer see any light. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, a boundless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein. He heard layers of pleas. There was no need to listen carefully, as he understood what it meant with his spiritual perception. After advancing to Scholar of Ur, he had obtained basic control over Sapphira Castle. No matter who it was, even if they had the correct ritual and corresponding incantation, they needed to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was instantly delighted as this idea clearly surfaced within him. However, just as he had this thought, he had forgotten it. Standing there, he looked like a statue carved from stone. His intention of rejecting Amon had been stolen by him. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. I understand. I have to head above the gray fog myself and control Sapphira Castle to give him permission to enter. There is no default option. This thought was like a straw which Klein grabbed it without any hesitation. It prevented himself from sinking into the water silently without anyone hear him cry. Although he still didn't know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that a slim possibility and his only hope could be hidden in this detail. At this moment, Amon stopped the attempt and cast his gaze at Klein. Clearly, he had failed to successfully enter Sapphira Castle. This angel of time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Amon had used the standard loan language, but every word seemed to be able to stir the powers of nature, creating one explosion after another in his mind. How is he so sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein felt his body turn cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once more. How am I certain? Amon sked and pulled the chair from before over and sat down. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Sit down, don't stand on ceremony." The moment he finished his sentence, Klein couldn't help but stride forward and sit on the round stool. Amon looked around the room and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He put it on his head and said with a smile, "Did you think that I wasn't aware that the ritual would be unsuccessful? It hasn't been long since Sapphira Castle produced an anomaly, so how could I forget? I just want to see your reaction. And you subconsciously felt despair and instinctively rejected me. That was very interesting. If you weren't the one who was called the fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right? As he repeated the 4 rhetorical questions, Aman looked rather pleased, as though he was an old hunter who had caught the fox's tail. I fell for his scam. Only then did Klein realize why Aman wasn't disappointed at all. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after some thought, he calmly said, "Kill me." I can speak now? Klein tried to control his body, but it was completely impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but this thought was immediately lost. The thin-faced blasphemer Aman pressed down on his right monocle and maintained his excited state from before. So that you can be reborn in Sapphira Castle? The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make. Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. When Aman saw this, he shook his head with a smile. There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no bad blood between us. Sitting on the round stool like a doll, Klein was stunned for a moment, but he didn't respond. Aman leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. The only conflict we have is regarding Sapphira Castle. But do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Aren't you worried that the original owner of Sapphira Castle will revive within you? This was something Klein was very concerned about, making him at a loss for words. Aman pinched the crystal monocle and didn't urge him to answer. He smiled and said, "If you give me Sapphira Castle, all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of Sapphira Castle comes back to life, or if the corresponding fate can be shouldered, the person who needs to worry is me, not you. Also, I'll be the one to take over the subsequent arrangements of my zealous brother, Dor, and Lil Zeradal's pursuits and the benediction of Evernight. And you will be freed from all this and just stay as a Sequence 3. Why would I want to kill you? What's the point of killing a Sequence 3? Even if I want to retrieve the characteristic, it's still expendable. My prey will only be Palez, Lil Zeradal, and Dor. The rest will purely depend on my mood. As for the organization that you established, I can also help you maintain it. It's very fascinating and interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, then I can make you my blessed. Are you not pretending that the fool is the angel of time Aman in the City of Silver? This can turn into a reality in the future. I will lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you'll still have a chance to advance to Sequence 2 and become an angel. This is practically taking over all my worries and hardships. There are only benefits left. Klein, who didn't have a huge desire in becoming a true god and controlling Sapphira Castle, heard his heart palpitate with excitement. If he hadn't known that Aman was the #1 master in deceit, he would have agreed to it on the spot. But in the end, he still said without any expression, "Kill me." Is that the only thing you know how to say? Aman said without any signs of anger. He looked at Klein with piqued amusement. To him, this was a very interesting matter. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They only served to make success even more fulfilling and delightful. I'm just a heartless broken record. By lampooning, Klein eased his depression and despair. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver thinks that you are the fool?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the god that Aman believed in, afraid that he would provoke him. Of course, if Aman was the type of person who would lose his intelligence after being provoked, he definitely would have tried doing so. This was because he now suspected that, after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he would be reborn above the grey fog after his death. Unfortunately, Aman wasn't a king of angels from the storm pathway, but a god of trickery that gave even the true deities a headache in the 4th epoch. Aman laughed and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanged man have intervened, then I'm happy to quietly watch from the sidelines." The City of Silver is still accommodating Aman's avatar. Who's the fellow who was parasitized? Yes, previously, the members of the Giant King's Court's exploration team weren't parasitized. This is something that can be confirmed. As his mind tensed up, Klein felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Aman meant that there were a bunch of Amans lurking around. It wouldn't just be a small handful. Without much thought, Klein tried hard to come up with an attempt to create an opportunity. You didn't rob me of my destiny directly because you can't handle it right now? Aman nodded frankly and said, yes, that's why I want to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected my offer, I can only bring you to see my real body, to a sufficiently safe place. Then, your destiny will be taken away. When that happens, your ending will not be as good as I just said earlier. As he spoke, the black-haired, black-eyed man with a broad forehead and thin face slowly got up and walked towards the door. With that, Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Aman seemed to recall a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned to look back at him. What's the fourth line of your scholar of your honorific name? In mysticism, every existence's corresponding honorific name wasn't that strict. As long as one used the correct format and certain descriptions to narrow the scope to prevent any ambiguity, they could point towards the corresponding hidden existence. This was also why quite a number of heretics who knew anything about mysticism could randomly make up honorific names while still receiving feedback. Of course, if it wasn't for the honorific name given by the hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy receiving feedback. Whether they established a connection or not depended on whether the existence was interested in the supplicant. Previously, Aman had used his understanding of the Scholar of Ur and Garman Sparrow, and the powers of the Marauder Pathways Sequence 7 cryptologist, to restore the full honorific name that could point accurately to Garman Sparrow. However, he didn't attempt to pray and use the automatic response to establish a connection to lock onto Klein's location, because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the fourth sentence, dooming him to fail. The fourth line of Klein's honorific name flashed across his mind, but he had no intention of telling Aman. At that moment, Aman opened his mouth and read out his thoughts. Protector of Backland magic and drama performers. This so-called angel of time and blasphemer fell silent for a few seconds after saying it out loud. Then, he smiled, very happily. After laughing, Aman adjusted his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, to be honest, this is all very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed? Klein opened his mouth and gave a familiar answer. Kill me. Chapter 1152 Error. Chapter 1152 Error. Upon hearing Klein's reply, Aman smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, how did you think of such an honorific name? It needs to have a certain connection with myself, but also be able to avoid others from using the prayer's automatic response to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it any further. Furthermore, he hoped to use such a conversation to grasp an opportunity. At the same time, his mind raced as he began thinking about how to save himself. I've been deeply parasitized. If I have any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Aman, it will be easily sensed and detected by him. Today is Saturday, and it's almost Monday again. If the fool suddenly stops the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members will definitely be terrified, nervous, and confused. Here, those who have the means to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger to ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she will be able to discover the existence of Aman. Then, she can use the yesterday once again charm to recover to her peak condition. With the complete strength of an angel, she has a sizable chance of rescuing me from Aman's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persist and live for 2 days. Yes, since Aman can't steal my fate right now, why did he try to trade peacefully? Even if I agreed to it, he wouldn't dare to let me go above the gray fog to grant him permission. That would mean that I'm free from his control and able to Sapphira Castle to effectively purify and make a counterattack against the parasite. Is the agreement itself a switch, and there's no need to follow up on it? Aman deliberately didn't mention this. As expected, it was a scam. Having grasped a sliver of hope, Klein decided to stall for time as long as possible for the next 2 days. The focus of Aman was still on the honorific name that no human and angel could think of. As he walked out of the room, He scratched his chin and said, "Have you provided any protection to Baklan's magic and drama performers?" "I've protected a trickmaster before." Having made plans, Klein was much more cooperative than before. He answered simply, "I'm a magician myself. I've performed many times in Bakland." The monocled Aman nodded. "Barely counts." He then walked out of the hotel room and went down the stairs to the street. Like a servant, he followed behind without any abnormalities. Looking to his left and right, Aman pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. "How regretful." "What's there to regret?" Klein asked in puzzlement. "I've already been caught by you. What else do you have to regret?" Aman pressed down on his silk top hat and maintained his smile. "You can make a guess. If you can guess correctly, I can give you a better ending." Klein didn't believe in his promise at all. In order to not be tricked into revealing more secrets, he shook his head and said, "I can't guess it." "How boring," Aman said simply. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly tapped on his monocle. From the pedestrians, the trees by the side of the street, the sparrows on the rooftops, the rats in the muddy corners, and all kinds of living creatures in the air, illusory worm-like figures flew out, returning to Aman like stars. This son of a god's status instantly rose to the level of an angel. As for Klein, he raised his left hand, and the human-skinned glove suddenly turned transparent. This was the activation process of traveling. At that moment, the only thing on him which was real was creeping hunger. The rest were made by using the powers of a faceless, as well as the glove using flesh and blood as the material. Seeing that traveling was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out, "Why didn't you teleport in the room?" He had expected Aman to leave Bakland with him. After all, this was a place where even a king of angels had to be wary of. However, he couldn't understand why he would open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel in such ordinary fashion. The eye behind the monocle swept across Klein as the corner of Aman's mouth slowly curled up. "I've already answered you. What a pity that you didn't seek help from Palez." This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but there was no emotion in his black eyes. It made Klein shudder. "He's certain that I have some connection with Palez Zoroast. Is it because of what happened the last time?" "No, stop it." Klein attempted to cogitate, trying his best to control himself from thinking too much, so as to prevent his thoughts from being stolen by Aman. Aman glanced at the panicking passers-by on the street in an impassive manner before looking up at the gray sky and saying, "I can only wait for the next opportunity. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place." As they spoke, both of them turned transparent at the same time and vanished from the hotel's entrance. None of the people who came over felt anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and overlapping layers of different saturated colors, Klein and Aman appeared above the sea. Beneath their feet was a huge fissure. The blue seawater had been cut off as they plummeted deep into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall without ever filling it. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of Gods. With a thought, Klein asked, "You're taking me to the forsaken land of the gods?" The magnificent waterfall was reflected in Aman's monocle. He nodded slightly and casually replied, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contract." The forsaken land of the gods was clearly separated from the spirit world. Only by relying on Sapphira Castle could a connection be made. "Aman knows what I'm planning to do." The flame of hope that was ignited in him was extinguished by the cold reality. He couldn't find another way to save himself for the time being. At this moment, the levitating Aman muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Bakland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to head there directly. We wouldn't have to go through all this trouble." Klein guiltily changed the topic. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods?" No, Aman shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "But I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere. I heard that there were some nasty changes in the abyss." With a thought, Klein probed. Aman turned his head and glanced at him without concealing his curiosity. you're actually aware. Yes, I once thought of exploring the abyss. Klein didn't speak further, afraid that the King of Angels of the Marauder Pathway would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. At this moment, Aman suddenly laughed. You want to explore the abyss? What's so funny about that? Klein was very interested in what had happened to the abyss to begin with, thus, he took the opportunity to cooperate with Aman in an attempt to know more. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a new idea. Using the conversation he had with Aman, he could grasp more historical secrets to speed up his digestion of the scholar of your potion. That way, he could try using it to deepen his control of Sapphira Castle and escape from his current predicament. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In regards to his question, Aman chuckled and said, "Your visiting of the abyss is like offering yourself as a beautifully packaged gift to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe? Klein was first alarmed before he made a guess. Aman nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, the devil monarch, Farbati. Now, Without finishing his sentence, Aman leaped and jumped into the huge, illusory rift with the strong winds. With that, Klein lost the support of the wind and fell straight down. After an unknown period of time, the water that resembled a fountain surged upwards rapidly, throwing him and Aman to the other side of the severed face. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of Gods, Klein was hit by bright sunlight. He suddenly heard a series of intense and crazy ravings. It was like a thin needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain, filling every thought with immense pain. As for the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form, they gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a degenerate consciousness that didn't belong to him. The true creator's ravings. With regards to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but it was difficult for him to hold on for too long. There was no way for him to go too far in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. At this moment, he saw that the monocle on Aman's right eye absorbed all the light around them. It became unusually bright and white. Then, a thick darkness ruled the sky. Aman directly stole the day of the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the darkness, this Angel of Time's avatar brought Klein to an island and made him sleep against a stone pillar. Soon, Klein arrived in the hazy dream world. He saw the projection of the Giant King's court, which was filled with an epic feeling, opposite the black cloister and the cliff. Aman, wearing the black silk top hat and crystal monocle, appeared beside him. With a relaxed smile, he pointed at the projection of the Giant King's court that was frozen in the sunset. That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. After some thought, Klein raised his doubts. Don't you need to enter a dream at a specific location to open the entrance? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope again. He thought that it would be great if Aman wasted a week or two of his time in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. That's right. Aman didn't deny what Klein had said. He casually said, if you wish to open the entrance, you have to travel on a ship to the core of this ruin's waters. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you're currently unable to withstand. As for me, I don't have to. Is it because you're the son of the creator? Klein guessed in deliberation. No, Aman had one hand in his pocket as he turned to walk to the Black Cloister's entrance. In chaotic places like this, order is in shambles, and the laws governing them have mutated. There are too many things that can be exploited. As this Angel of Time walked, he turned to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, Error. It was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origins to represent it. Bug. When translated, it's a Trojan horse of fate, the slug of time, the loopholes and rules, the manifestation of all errors. Chapter 1153, The Sunset Tunnel. Chapter 1153, The Sunset Tunnel. Font big, middle, small. Previous index, next add bookmarks. Error. Bug. Is that the essence of the Marauder Pathway? As he came to a realization, Klein also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient sun god, the City of Silver creator, Aman's father, really did come from Earth. The word that Aman said was standard English. Fellow Earthling, your 2 children have really caused me so much pain. If only they were all like Bernadette. As he lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, you want to use this dream world's loophole? Klein controlled himself and didn't use the term bug to describe it, lest it would arouse suspicion in Amon due to his overly ordinary fluency when speaking the word. He would then reveal a trump card for no reason. Faced with a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and deeply parasitize him, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every single one of them. Who knew when they might end up being effective? At that moment, Amon had already walked out of the black cloister. He had one hand in his pocket, and without doing anything, the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming the arrival of a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but in actual fact, it's a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show the might of a blasphemer at all as he casually answered Klein's question. This dream world doesn't have any errors, or rather, loopholes. It's just that, due to the clashing of remnant divine powers, some places appear more chaotic. And I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the huge door that was prepared for the giant was completely opened, Amon pinched his monocle and walked into the hall, venturing deep inside. During this process, he smiled and gave a more in-depth explanation. You should know very well that this cloister is composed of dreams. Yes, it comes from the dreams of different living beings in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. After some thought, Klein added, it might also be left behind by some dreams from the past. At that moment, the man and angel walked on a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass from high above, bringing with it a feeling of burning holiness. Amon touched the human skull engraving on the railings and smiled as he took in the surroundings. Generally speaking, the area you enter this dream world is where you end up when waking up, regardless if you're in the dreams of other living beings in other seas. Unable to nod, Klein could only express his opinion with words. That's right. And after I create a loophole, I can wake up in the corresponding location by entering other dreams. Clearly, this cloister is much smaller than the sea ruins outside. The structure is even narrower. Perhaps, we can reach our destination in a few minutes. There was a hint of joy in Amon's tone. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes was a joyous matter. Amon is actually able to use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. We won't even be wasting an hour or two, much less 1 or 2 weeks. As expected of a king of angels, the blasphemer of the fourth epoch. The glimmer of hope that was generated in Klein vanished instantly. He wasn't sure if Amon had deliberately not mentioned it in advance, so as to enjoy watching the bubbles of his target's hope being popped time and time again. Or if he didn't care about such trivial matters. All he could do was to curb his heavy depression and say, you want to control the core dream of this illusory world? He remembered Queen Mystic Bernadette mentioning that she didn't dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest depths of the cloister. It's not me, it's us, Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something. He raised his hand to adjust his monocle and asked with interest, why did you put a monocle on your marionette? I didn't even need to prepare one myself. Feeling awkward for a second, Klein thought for a second and decided to answer truthfully, not long ago. In order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion, I deliberately wore this monocle in front of the Red Angel evil spirit. Amon, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Klein and smiled. Very interesting. This Angel of Time said thoughtfully, to think that Medici hasn't completely died. Next time, if I encounter him, I'll disguise myself to look like you, and then I'll wear a monocle in front of him again. Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici. As a whole king of angels, can you not be so senseless? Is this the so-called god of mischief? When Klein heard that, he felt wistful, not knowing what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, did you wear this monocle on your left eye? How did you know? Klein was shocked, imagining that Amon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. How did I know? Amon said with a smile. There are 2 possibilities. Firstly, it's because you're of a beyonder of a low level, so you're definitely not a match for that fellow Medici. You were afraid that if your disguise was too realistic, then you would incur a fatal subconscious attack and deduced that you would be better of doing so. Secondly, if you had the intention of imitating me and ended up doing an accurate imitation, then I might be able to use the ripples generated by fate to detect the incident. Since I didn't notice it, it must mean that the monocle was worn on the wrong spot. Make a guess. Which possibility is it? I will choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or not. This way, I will be even more careful and cautious in the future when it comes to matters like this. Of course, there must be a future first. Since Amon didn't show any signs of viciousness or oppression, Klein had unknowingly let down his guard and felt that Amon was an easygoing king of angels. But now, he suddenly snapped to attention as he came to a realization that this was a trait of a master swindler. The second possibility. Klein gave his answer. Amon didn't say if he was right. He reached the bottom of the stairs and came to the lowest level of the cloister. He stopped in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. I've been here before. Once this door is fully opened, the power inside will shatter the dream world in its entirety, Klein said as he attempted to extract more historical secrets from Amon. Amon reached out for the handle, his thin face impassive as he said, "This is my father's final dream." The corresponding location is where he perished. The ruins of the Battle of Gods was where Ro's redemption attacked the ancient sun god, the source of the cataclysm? When Klein heard that, he tensed up as his thoughts raced. With regards to this answer, after understanding the formation of Ro's redemption, he had a corresponding theory regarding the various abnormalities in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. He wasn't too shocked now, and the scholar of your potion had even been digested to a certain degree. Immediately following that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had gotten to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by a distant stretch of both space and time. The ancient sun god and Emperor Roselle were the protagonists of an era, but in the end, they ended up miserable. The ending was tragic. Roselle still has the means of being revived. I wonder if this former creator had any similar setups. Dark Angel Sassurer? The true creator? Amidst his thoughts, Amon opened the black wooden door covered in strange patterns. There was a sea inside, and the blinding sunlight shot straight at it. There seemed to be a rich gold color hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the thick gold represented previously, but now, he had a preliminary idea. It was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of the Evernight and fell into a dream. He dreamed of his body being torn apart, staining the sea with blood. Clang! As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginable aura emanated out, causing the entire cloister to violently shake, as though it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy this world. Amidst the dust and collapsed stone bricks, the two of them entered the golden sea through the wooden door. Following that, he felt his spirit body melt as his psyche evaporated. In seconds, he would become fertilizer for the dream. At this moment, bright and pure white light shone out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the dream world. He returned the day he had stolen to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing the place to turn from night to day. At the same time, his and Klein's figures turned somewhat transparent. Then, they appeared in midair above a sea that was dyed golden. The temperature here was higher than what Klein imagined, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods was separated into safety zones due to various clashes of divine power. As long as one didn't blindly explore the area, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem. In the next second, Amon's monocle drew in all the light from his surroundings, making himself appear extremely bright. Day was stolen and night had fallen once again. After the two landed on an island in a safe zone, they once again entered the dream world. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door covered with strange patterns. Amon adjusted his monocle, which he wore on his right eye, and pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between the entrance and the cloister. Both of them took a step forward at the same time, leaving the cloister and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally thought that Amon would follow procedure and chant the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled as they parted to the left and right, revealing an invisible dark rift at the bottom. The projection of the giant king's court on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the rays of light from the sunset over, letting them surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, in between the two mountains, an orange-red light road appeared in the clouds. "Let's go." Amon gave a low laugh as he leaped down the cliff. With the fluttering of his clothes, he landed on the passage formed by dusk. Unable to resist, Klein could only follow and jump down the cliff. Chapter 1154 ILL Give You a Chance. Chapter 1154 ILL Give You a Chance. The path that was formed by dusk didn't seem to contain anything, but after Amon and Klein landed one after another, they didn't continue falling, as though they were walking on the ground. This time, Amon didn't steal the distance. Instead, he brought Klein along as they approached the majestic projection of the giant king's court. From time to time, he would observe and admire the beautiful scenery. Walking above the sea of clouds, they walked along a sunset bridge with the legendary palace in the distance. It was supposed to be a joyful and refreshing matter, but Klein felt as though he was walking into the abyss, doing so one step at a time. The more he struggled, the deeper he fell. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many things that he relied on would be useless. Before long, Amon and Klein arrived at the projection of the giant king's court and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a spire. The main door was far more than 10 meters tall, with it being mainly a grayish-blue color. It was covered with symbols, labels, and patterns. It was where the giant king lived, the place where Dark Angel Sasser slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door, roughly determining that the door in the dream didn't need a key to open. Otherwise, the true creator's believers wouldn't have been able to pass through. After all, the actual key back then was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, we'll be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods once the door is opened. However, we'll definitely attract the attention of others by doing so. Amon chortled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. "We won't open the door, but instead directly head over." As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. A dark blue color appeared in the corner of the grayish-blue door. It was an illusory door without any sense of being corporeal. The door-opening power of an apprentice is a very low-level ability, but it's perfect when used here. Amon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. Taking 2 steps, he passed through the illusory door. There are no useless beyonder powers, only useless beyonders. If I directly push the door open, I'll draw the attention of others. But from who? The true creator? His holy residence, his divine kingdom, should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can lure him over and let him clash with Amon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Without any ability to control himself, Klein followed behind Amon without leaving much of a gap, stepping into the blurry dark blue door. The moment he stepped through, he felt the world spin around him. Even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. After the abnormality disappeared and his condition was restored, he realized that he was on a beach that was soaked in the glow of the sunset. The sand and stones here were all black in color. Deep blue waves surged over from afar as they crashed into the coast, one wave after another, but they didn't produce any sounds like they should have. They were quiet, like a grand illusion. This sea is an illusion. Coming in would probably result in one appearing here, but it's not necessarily the case for leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if one wants to leave, they can only open the residence of the Giant King, where Dark Angel Sasser is in deep sleep. With a sudden realization, Klein turned his head and looked in another direction. It was a mountain bathed in dusk. On it were countless palaces, towers, and many majestic city walls. This was the legendary Giant King's court. Even if the City of Silver could find a path that leads to the beach, it would be meaningless. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Amon had changed his image. He wore a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color. He changed from being a gentleman from the present era to an ancient mage that originated from the 4th or even the 3rd epoch. With a thought, Klein continued looking at the giant king's court, which wasn't too far away. He casually said, "Dark Angel Sasser is sleeping in the palace of the giant king." Amon stood to his side as he looked in the same direction and said without any change in expression, "I know. I've entered the giant king's court and even visited the graves of Warmer's parents." As expected, one of Klein's guesses was finally confirmed. He deliberated and said, "What answers you searching for one? You can make a guess." Amon continued looking at the giant king's court and laughed. "If I had any idea, I wouldn't need to ask you." After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "Some secrets of the 1st epoch?" "You can say that," Amon replied without much concern. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, "Aren't you curious about Dark Angel Sasser's condition?" "I am." Amon didn't change the direction of his gaze as he said with a smile, "But compared to me, there are still many people who are more interested in that, my zealous brother, the Hanged Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and White. I want to see who's the first one who isn't able to hold back. Haha, if I can steal everything of importance inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting." This thought. The reason for stirring up such a huge matter was purely to cause trouble, to gain some excitement? Klein frowned slightly and realized that Amon's values were different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature, completely different from humans. Why can I frown on my own? Just as he came to a realization, he sensed that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blasphemer Amon. There was a semi-translucent worm of time with 12 rings in Amon's hand. He smiled as he looked into Klein's eyes and said with some anticipation, "Since we've already arrived at the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before I reach my true destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use every method that you can think of to escape, and I will try my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't disappoint me." For a moment, Klein couldn't believe what Amon had just said. He suspected that Amon was bluffing him. But when he thought of Amon's behavior all this while, he felt that it was something that was in line with his character. "All right." As his thoughts raced, he took a deep breath and solemnly replied under the orange glow of the sunset. Backlund, Parliament House. Due to King George II's sudden self-destruction, none of the nobles and members of Parliament were allowed to return to their respective homes. Instead, they were gathered here to receive heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Dressed in a pure black dress, Audrey stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor and quietly looked down. As the matter had happened too suddenly and lacked any prior warning, she still found it surreal despite receiving some indication from the world Gehrman Sparrow. She seemed to have transcended reality and was watching a performance. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of Parliament were gathered in cliques as they occupied different small rooms. From time to time, one would walk out of the small room, bringing with them the stench of smoke and their gentlemanly attire as they rushed to another discussion circle. The ladies and madams sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to return to their senses as their eyes were dazed and their bodies trembling. The parliamentary staff and the military's middle and low-ranking officers were running about everywhere, transmitting information from different places. A soldier dressed in a red shirt and white pants walked in from the outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately called for his assistant. He pointed at the small room where Earl Hall and the rest were in. Without asking anything, the adjutant took the documents and ran towards his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint whispers echoed in the air. It was as if it was a huge oil painting drawn on the canvas of the real world. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim lights, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely heavy atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and looked at it for a while. Her mood was still at a nadir, and she only managed to maintain her calm by relying on placate. Why would Mr. World deal with the king? The death of the king will definitely bring deep hatred. It doesn't matter what sequence the king is, because he has never shown it. This doesn't affect the overall strength of the kingdom, but this incident is enough to explain one thing: the three churches, royal family, and military have fractured apart. The internal strife is quite serious. The situation with Lone will be very dangerous. Its enemies will definitely not let this opportunity go. As her thoughts raced, she saw a man in a black coat rush into Parliament House. He suppressed his voice and started talking to the officer in charge of the lobby. As an experienced spectator who could observe the subtle expressions and body language, reading lips was undoubtedly Audrey's strength. As she watched, she interpreted the corresponding content. Intis has used the excuse of conflict in the borders of the Homosis mountain range to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip lightly as that familiar feeling of not belonging there arose again. It was as if she had seen a novel's description play out in the real world. The grayness of the sky seemed to grow thicker. No one spoke in the house where the Morettis lived. Benson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression as he looked at the people rushing down the streets. It was unknown what he was thinking. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table. She lowered her head and looked at the crude machinery she made. It was as if she had become a statue. Sigh, the situation has become even more chaotic. Benson exhaled as he touched his hairline. He turned his head back and forced a smile. Regardless, Backlund is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head. Instead, she said with an ethereal voice, "Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved out of Tingen, and you got a job as a civil servant. I entered university and started on the correct path. In the end, war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to get used to this environment. We were praying that the war would end early. In the end, the king was blown to pieces." Having said that, Melissa slowly lifted her head and looked at her brother with a confused expression. "Benson, is it that difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than what we had before?" Chapter 1155, Walking in the Dark. Chapter 1155, Walking in the Dark. Backlund, East Borough. Firs, who had just returned from the land of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick layers of clothing. She looked at the burning charcoal stove in front of her as if she had fallen into a terrible environment again. She couldn't help but shiver a few times. George III is already dead. The things that happened before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move out of this place and head to North Borough or Hillston Borough. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite her and similarly stared at the warm furnace. She replied with a slightly confused expression, "Let's wait another week or two. To be honest, I still can't believe that George III was killed so easily. I didn't have time to do anything." This bounty hunter, who had become a judge, sounded disappointed, confused, and puzzled. It felt as though she had lost her motivation in life. Firs temporarily forgot about the damage caused by the cold as she consoled her, "I don't think that this was done by Gairman Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Shermaine. They were the only ones investigating the secret motives of George III. Your actions have contributed to his death to a certain degree. It's as if you had exacted your revenge in an indirect manner." There shouldn't be any more surveillance or suppressive measures placed against your family. You can try to start a new life. If you have the chance, you might be able to use proper channels to make an appeal for your father. Upon hearing the last few sentences, Zio raised her head. "Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic now. I'm worried that they'll be affected by the war." "Firs, do you think it's safer to be in Backlund, or in an ordinary city that isn't near the borders?" Firs thought for a few seconds and shook her head calmly. "I don't know." She added, "I plan to ask Mr. World. He must have a better grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember?" He warned us beforehand that something would happen around George III, and to avoid approaching him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her travels would be so that she could make preparations early. Yes. Zion nodded instinctively. Furs flipped through the newspapers she supported with her knees, and she drank the coffee she had left. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room inside. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world Gehrman Sparrow. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court. Without being parasitized at a deeper level, Klein followed Amon to the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Amon had given him a chance to escape, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Amon had the strength and level of at least a sequence 2. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, an entity he couldn't fight head-on. Besides, a marauder was known as an error, a loophole, a bug. Its powers were very strange, making it impossible to guard against. Klein believed that whatever normal means he could come up with to save himself would be ineffective. I can only stay patient and wait for an opportunity that can be used. During this process, I have to keep making attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I still have to take note of a problem. I can't believe anything Amon says. He has already retrieved the worm of time and removed my parasitized state. At least, in terms of my condition, he isn't lying, but this might not be the whole truth. I can't rule out the possibility that he has left a worm of time lurking in my body. He might take control of my body at a critical moment. As these thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, he chatted with Amon, asking about Dark Angel Sasser. However, he saw that nearby, in the distance, the dusk was fading away as darkness blanketed the area. Lightning bolts that snarled from time to time lit up half the sky. They had arrived at the boundary of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a sudden terrifying monster attack. With a thought, Klein pretended not to know anything as he continued proceeding forward. He went from the orange dusk and into the deep darkness. At this moment, Amon, in his black classic robe and pointed hat, accompanied with a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern covered in thin animal hide. Inside the lantern, a candle made of some unknown oil emitted a faint yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. "Carry it." Amon threw the lantern at Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that moment, Klein imagined that Amon had summoned a projection from the historical void. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead." "Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp." It was stolen. Klein's eyelids twitched. He didn't ask further as he carried the lantern into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier as it quickly spread out, creating a warm zone in the dark night. At this moment, the lightning in the sky kept flashing. The gap between them was rather long, and there was almost no thunder. It occasionally boomed. According to the general knowledge he had learned from Little Sun, this was nighttime in the forsaken land of the gods. It was the most dangerous period. As he proceeded forward, he first used the faceless powers which had undergone a qualitative change. Together with creeping hunger, he adjusted his eye structure to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to survey his surroundings. He felt that, in the darkness, there were many eyes staring at him, with creatures of indescribable shapes hidden. However, every time the lightning lit up and shone brightly, there was nothing. He wasn't worried at all about the serious backlash from using creeping hunger while not feeding it. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. One was that creeping hunger attempted to devour him, but had its thoughts stolen away by Amon. The second was that creeping hunger successfully devoured him, the wearer, allowing him to be resurrected, thus, escaping from his current predicament. The latter was something he was looking forward to, while the former didn't offer any losses, other than leaving creeping hunger somewhat perplexed. After proceeding forward for a while, he saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that was built using an abandoned building. Beyond those boulders and walls that were formed by stone pillars, the bonfire quietly burned and illuminated most of the areas inside, making them completely different from the outside world. The members of the City of Silver's exploration team were either patrolling or watching the area under the light's illumination to prevent any accidents. One of them was a Dawn Paladin who was nearly 2.3 meters tall. He was standing at the top of a stronghold and looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow flame coming from afar in the darkness. This Dawn Paladin's pupils dilated as his heart raced. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that this land had been forsaken by God. No one else would use fire in the darkness to create light. Even monsters who were good at controlling flames would be hidden in a dark environment before they attacked. As for the other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered to date had already been destroyed and turned to ruins. There were no survivors. The only outsider they had seen to date was the strange little boy, Jack. And at that moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness, one that was constantly moving. What does this mean? The Dawn Paladin who was standing in the stronghold couldn't think of anything at that moment. He could only feel his body trembling slightly. The dim yellow light slowly approached from afar. It passed by the campsite and headed beyond Afternoon Town. Vaguely, the Dawn Knight saw two silhouettes that belonged to humans. They walked deep into the darkness, and their silhouettes were strangely illuminated by the light. Holding what looked like a lantern, they slowly left the camp and disappeared into the endless darkness. At some point in time, the Dawn Paladin was already holding his breath until the faint yellow light was completely gone. There are other humans? No, they can't be humans. The Dawn Paladin's eyes narrowed as he carefully turned around to inform the elder of the 6-member council presiding over this camp. At this moment, he discovered that one of the lanterns hanging on a stone pillar was missing. This Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he walked away from Afternoon Town, Klein endured the stares of numerous pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He secretly made use of the powers of a Scholar of Yore, as well as his connection with Sapphira Castle, to sense the grayish-white fog that was interwoven through history. He had succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't isolated from Sapphira Castle. The holy residence of the true creator, or even the divine kingdom, is located in this piece of land. If I were to trigger Sapphira Castle and create an anomaly, would it cause him to cast his gaze over and clash with Amon? He is a true god. I don't have extravagant hopes in escaping in the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to commit suicide when he is dealing with Amon. With a thought, Klein wanted to make Sapphira Castle quake slightly. In the next second, this thought disappeared. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly as he walked beside him. The Hanged Man has no interest in Sapphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not be constant. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes that his impulsive thought could truly succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see what his response was. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed, nor did he hide his curiosity in asking a question. The Hanged Man is referring to the sequence 0 of the Shepherd Pathway? Amon nodded slightly and said, "That's right. This symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive light, that is sacrifice and responsibility." Klein thought for a moment before probing. "I thought this was a nickname you came up with." Just like Medici. Based on what he knew, the true creator was born because of Ro's redemption. It was very likely related to the death of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amon had towards this evil god, and whether it was the same as his brother. Amon nudged his monocle and chuckled. "I've always respected the gods." To have a blasphemer say this sounds really contradictory. Helpless, Klein put a stop to the topic. Chapter 1156 Thinking. Chapter 1156 Thinking. Most of the areas in the forsaken land of the gods didn't have paths that one would consider normal, but it wasn't that difficult to walk through them. This was because large swaths of the land were barren. Everything was mostly black in color. On the moors, there were occasional sightings of plants that stubbornly grew. They were of a variety of strange shapes and distorted sizes. Klein had no way to tell what they originally were. Around them, in the areas that the lantern couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It seemed to move silently, as though it wanted to devour everything that they could blanket. As a scholar of yore, Klein just needed one glance from the corner of his eye to see the spirit-body threads extending out from the darkness around him. They were illusory, dense, and countless. This meant that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent. They stared at Amon, who was dressed as an ancient mage, as well as Klein, who looked like a present-day gentleman. Under the dim yellow light, they walked through the wilderness. With his eyes fixed ahead, Klein casually held the animal hide lantern in his hand, not worried about when it would be extinguished. Just as the two of them were about to leave this barren wilderness and enter a hilly region, a deformed monster of mangled flesh with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness behind them. It had become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit body threads was silent to begin with, and it wasn't more than 500 meters away. In the next second, the monster collapsed silently, losing its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing something. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns. A worm of spirit. This was stolen from the marionette, along with the spirit body threads. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Amon easily crushed the transparent maggot with his fingers. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from deep within his soul. His head felt like it was about to split open. Thankfully, he had gotten used to this feeling from him repeated creating yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets. He only grimaced without losing his composure. Amon maintained his smile and threw down his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more daring." Having recovered from the pain, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling exhausted. Every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. As he was being chased by Zaradil, the spirituality that he borrowed from his past self had been mostly expended. There was still the continuous traveling after that. By using Angel's Embrace to remove traces, he was already nearing his limit. After he returned to a safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check on his surroundings before entering a deep sleep and replenish his energy. Alas, he ended up suffering an ambush from Amon, which resulted in him being parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the forsaken land of the gods. If he wasn't in a perilous situation, he might have fainted or showed signs of losing control. "I need to rest now," Klein put down his right hand and said frankly. He believed that Amon would satisfy his request, because the more he failed at escaping despite trying his best, the more he could satisfy this god of mischief's desire for entertainment. "All right." The monocled Amon's face turned slightly as he said while facing the hillside, "There's a resting place there. We'll arrive soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to camp out in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that gives you a sense of security. Let's go there." Klein originally wanted to directly control the flame of the lantern to complete a flaming jump, but his drained spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward. Along the way, with a mind of asking more questions, he said to Amon, "Why don't you steal the distance to immediately arrive at our destination?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his monocled right eye. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about 10 bolts of lightning flashes, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of a hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few buildings that looked like half-steeples. More than 10 giant stone pillars protruded out from the ground, reaching only the height of Klein's knees. A few strands of wild grass grew out from the crevices, their blade-like tips were dark red like blood. "There used to be people living here?" Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Nudging the monocle with his right index finger's second joint, Amon smiled and said, "This place used to be a very large city. When the cataclysm happened, the land cracked open and devoured the entire city, leaving behind only these structures to prove that it once existed. The destruction of civilization. This thought suddenly popped up in Klein's mind. He sped up his pace and arrived at the destination where there was strange wild grass. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively looked around and observed the place. The grayish-white stone walls that had cracked open had murals that had been washed away by thousands of years. They were already indiscernible, and he could tell that the people in the city believed that entering heaven after death was an honor. After regulating his breathing, Klein threw away the animal hide lantern in his hand. Leaning against a thick stone pillar, he barely managed to imagine layers of spherical lights. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment. Let the danger come, strike harder. Before he fell asleep, Klein shouted in his heart. The black-robed Amon glanced at him before casually sitting down beside him and snapping his fingers. The candle that was about to burn out in the lantern stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to spread. Despite only having fuel to last a few more minutes, it seemed to be able to last another few hours or even days. It was like an error that violated the laws of nature. After for an unknown period of time of feeling groggy, Klein finally recovered his energy and was woken up by Miss Magician's prayers. He was temporarily unable to respond to this. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still dreaming. Without being parasitized at a deeper level, I don't think Amon can monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my thoughts are harmful to him. With a thought, he secretly summoned the grayish-white fog. He had borrowed a state from his past self through the historical void, a state that wasn't directly meant for escaping. That was when Vin Rambus invaded his island of consciousness. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. Using this state, and the fact that he was able to maintain his lucidity in dreams and the mind world regardless of any intrusions, he split a portion of his self-awareness and stayed in the spiritual sky, calmly looking down at the island. He began to examine if there were any abnormalities in his mind and thoughts that were being parasitized. After a series of strict comparisons, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if there was still a worm of time in his body, it was still considered being parasitized at a superficial level. It was impossible to monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein finally released his repressed thoughts and analyzed the current situation. He considered the subsequent methods for self-preservation. Amon is a god of mischief and also a god of deceit. It's impossible that he is playing this game purely for his entertainment. If he really wants to do that, he can definitely wait until he meets with his true body and steals my fate. He can attempt it after obtaining Sapphira Castle. That way, even if something unexpected happens, his main goal will also be achieved and he wouldn't suffer any losses. What is his goal behind this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to discover true freedom. Also, after he recited the luck enhancement ritual incantation in Mandarin, he actually didn't show any concern towards this special language, nor did he ask any questions. This totally doesn't match the sense of curiosity that he portrays. Did he deliberately use the word bug to probe me, so as to see what connections I'll make? But he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if all my ideas are disjointed from one another, I wouldn't be able to discover that they'd been stolen. Klein recalled the situation back then, and he used the logical connections between his thoughts to confirm that he hadn't had his thoughts stolen. This made him confirm one thing. That was, that being parasitized at a deeper level, Amon could directly monitor his thoughts without stealing it. Amon made it seem that he had to notice malintent before he took action. It was a bluff. I knew it, this deeper level of parasitization seems to be different from what Pallas described. Based on this deduction, the thoughts that I've been thinking of along the way have been heard by Amon, including Earth, fellow Earthling, and child education. How terrifying. Thankfully, when I was plotting to destroy the advancement ritual of George III, I had imagined the perilous situation of being parasitized by Amon. Half of my thoughts were my instinctive reactions, while the other half was intentionally let loose. This way, not only do I reveal my secrets, but I can also use this to gain Amon's trust, concealing the most important and core matters. For now, he definitely knows that I plan to obtain more historical secrets from him so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, he doesn't know that I'm not far from being able to fully digest it. I'm just a few steps short or just one opportunity away. Did Amon deliberately remove the parasite and play such a game with me because he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with some secrets? He plans on using my attempt to save myself to complete certain matters that might be inconvenient or impossible for him? If that's the case, there will definitely be something happening next. Yes, I have to show that I didn't notice this and still plan on escaping like a normal person. Once I've returned to my optimal state, I'll make my first attempt. After a while, Klein opened his eyes. The pointed hat-wearing Amon sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you decided? When are you going to take action? He acted as if he was Klein's partner and not the target from which Klein was trying to escape from. Chapter 1157 Poise. Chapter 1157 Poise. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before I fill my stomach, my brain refuses to work. He was speaking the truth, and also a lie. This was because, before becoming a complete mythical creature, a saint would still be hungry and thirsty. But to a Sequence 3 demigod, not eating or drinking for half a month wasn't a problem. As for a whole mythical creature, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What he wanted to express was that, before he officially made attempts at escaping, he needed to be in optimal condition. The habit of a magician, Amon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a solution yourself. Looking at the lantern on the ground, Klein thought for a few seconds before reaching out his right hand into the air. A not-so-tall coffee table immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from the residence belonging to Dwayne Dantes. Under the dim yellow light, Klein reached out once again to summon a beautifully packaged box from the historical void. Inside the box was a set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, and cup. The reason why he chose this item was because he couldn't form a set of cutlery by individually summoning them. He could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time. After setting up the cutlery in a leisure manner, Klein politely turned his head to the side and nodded at the pointed hat-wearing Amon. Following that, he summoned a medium well-done steak covered in black pepper sauce. It landed on the porcelain plate, emitting some steam. With him slicing the steak with the knife, he revealed the remaining edge of the pink protein. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the texture was succulent. It wasn't fake at all, as it really calmed the anxiety of his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not feel hungry, but I will also receive real provisions. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein smiled and introduced it to Amon like a hospitable host, and not a pitiful beyonder who had been kidnapped. Amon pressed against the crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. Your ability to adapt is really quick. Are you really not considering being my blessed? After cutting another chunk of beef, Klein forked it up and replied as though he was chatting with a friend. Kill me. At that moment, the relative frequent lightning and endless darkness ruled the land. Wherever the light from the surroundings couldn't shine on, eyes were staring at the area with zero emotion. The twisted, dark red grass gently swayed in the occasional breeze. In the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light painted the artistic coffee table and the exquisite cutlery with warm colors. The aroma of the steak wafted in the air, not showing any contrast with the outside world that was continuously connected to it. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness, Klein enjoyed a sumptuous meal in a refined and poised manner in the desolate land that was soaked in extreme terror. After finishing his steak, he summoned a small glass of iced wine from Mager Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried cod, tender lamb stew with peas, baked potato skins, and all sorts of grape wines were summoned one after another before entering Klein's stomach. During this process, the steak that was the first to be eaten had already been maintained for a long period of time. It had vanished into thin air, but Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food and he was oblivious to it. Of course, the coffee table and food were replenished. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted to the end of his meal. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out his hand, pulling out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. He then used the spoon to scoop the ice cream into his mouth, feeling it melt with its delicious sweetness. After the ball was finished, he still wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball of ice cream from the historical void. As such, he ate 5 different flavors of ice cream in a consecutive fashion. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Amon, who was sitting on his side, suddenly laughed. "Your fate has had an abnormal change. You're lucky enough. Is this your preparation?" Klein's right hand immediately froze in midair. His pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the darkness around them, where the lanterns couldn't shine, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionette. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, a figure wearing a black coat and no hat was replaced with a disgusting vampire covered in pus. The artistic coffee table and exquisite cutlery shattered like glass that had been smashed to the ground. Countless cracks appeared and shattered. They quickly returned to the historical void, just in case it affected Klein's subsequent summoning attempts. In the next second, the 100 marionettes, along with the Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out to grab at the void. He attempted to avoid Amon's interference with quantity. At that moment, they were all scholars of yore. This was the ability of bizarro sorcerers, the source of the qualitative change of a seer. Of course, the chances of success of each marionette summoning was independent, so there was no influence each had with the other. At that moment, the projection that Klein was summoning was the projection of Rionette Tinker, who had recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, she was the easiest angel projection he could summon from the historical void. Amon was still sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Kleins summon at the same time. With his right hands reaching out in an orderly manner before being retracted, none of his 100 marionettes succeeded. He didn't drag Rionette Tinker out of the void. At that moment, Amon raised his right hand and also grabbed ahead of him. His arm sank slightly, and he casually pulled it back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a huge cloth doll that was as huge as a castle appeared. It was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, bound by vines. Ancient Bane Rionette Tinker. Amon had stolen the historical image that was summoned by Klein. Rionette Tinker's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionettes. Without a sound, the marionettes, that were either disguised with Klein's appearance or in the state of a monster, emitted a faint glow, turning into honed mountain goats, white rabbits, and other different animals. Transformation curse. Klein's actual body had long disappeared. Then, he walked out of the flames that rose up from the animal hide lantern. He looked at the various animals that might be considered his and suddenly sat down and chuckled. Taking a stroll after a meal effectively improves one's health. He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as if nothing had happened. Amon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively. I've read quite a number of books written by humans. There are indeed such opinions among them. With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at the projection of Rionette Tinker. This is your messenger? This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. What a pity. Amon sized up Rionette Tinker's projection and shook his head with a TSK. As he felt the food in his stomach disappear, Klein asked, "What's the matter?" "I should bring you to Backland to wait for a few more days. That way, I can wait for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, she will become my messenger." Amon nudged his monocle on his right eye and said with a smile, snatching an angel messenger. "That will be very challenging and fun, isn't it? Life needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation." "I share the same thoughts," Klein replied sincerely. "What a pity." The hatted Amon shook his head again. "Evemite is someone I need to be careful about. If we stayed there any longer, even I wouldn't have any idea what would happen." As he spoke, this angel of time dispelled the historical void projection of Rionette Tinker, allowing her to vanish in front of Klein. "You seem to be very wary of the goddess?" Klein pretended to be a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, he didn't need to don a disguise. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the lantern inside the half-collapsed building and looked at the dim yellow light. "I'm unable to steal things that I'm curious about from a concealed state. I can't decipher what other arrangements she might have and what the key thing to take note of are." To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, there was sufficient reason to be apprehensive. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Amon was answering his question, Klein suddenly recited the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. "You are the Evemite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity." Just as he said that, his thoughts were lost. If he hadn't had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Amon turned to look at him and said with a smile, "Are you trying to sound me out, believing that I'll also repeat your words after stealing your thoughts and words?" At Sequence 4 Parasite, one is able to control the stolen items and make them appear at a suitable time. "Is that so?" Klein nodded gently. "Thank you." As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized his experience and lessons of his escape attempt. Because the existence of the contract and their subordinative relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest amongst all the angels I know. Summoning the ice cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with he who represents fate, and allow me to be blessed with luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of my luck. I originally planned on summoning ice cream as a cover to secretly summon the Snake of Fate. In the future, the summoning had to be done with a certain degree of interference. Otherwise, Amon would be able to directly steal the historical void image I summon. It would only be giving him a helper after going through so much effort. Just as his thoughts raced, Amon pointed at the bunch of animals that had been cursed by the transformation curse, and he said with a slightly evil smile, "Aren't you worried that there won't be any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? There it is, as long as we don't dispel the curse, they're real animals." Klein was stunned as he suddenly looked at the goats and the white rabbits. With him willing them, the animals looked at him simultaneously. In a sense, they were all himself. After all, they were combinations of worms of spirit and monsters before being hit by the curse. Chapter 1158, Coming to Terms. Chapter 1158, Coming to Terms. After silently staring at the rabbits and mountain goats for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index finger and middle finger as if he was pressing an invisible piano key. A third of the marionette collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped, as though he had been struck 33 times by a giant sword. The familiar and extreme pain he felt swept through his spirit body, causing light-colored meat tendrils to sprout on his body. Every sprout seemed to be forming a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit. After taking nearly 15 minutes to recover, Klein made his second attempt at letting the other third of his marionettes die. The same pain, the same time to rest, and the same actions were repeated again. Finally, he completely finished off this batch of cursed marionettes. He couldn't handle it all at once because the damage caused by the death of 100 worms of spirit was enough to make him lose control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly solve the problem by retrieving the characteristics. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of yore who had just advanced recently. It wasn't the performance of a scholar of yore who was almost done digesting the potion. In fact, the loss of 100 worms of spirit would only worsen the pain, without him showing any signs of losing control or affecting the battle. He was only acting just now, allowing his performance to match his role. At his level, losing half the number of worms of spirit that he had at the same time would lead to losing control. Once he completely digested the Scholar of Your potion, he would be able to recover from having nearly 500 worms of spirit die at once. Even if he lost all the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, he wouldn't lose his status and level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the Seer pathway. After completing this, the recovered Klein walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. He went to the darkness outside and brought back a few white rabbits and a goat. He then realized that the darkness and the forsaken land of the gods wasn't as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were weak. No, to be precise, the danger lurking in the depths of the darkness, apart from making people evaporate into thin air, nothing else can compare to the fellow beside me named Amon. Klein glanced at the thin man who was sitting near the lantern, smiling as he watched him busy himself. He summoned something like boiled water from the historical void, and he squatted down, seriously removing the fur and flesh from the white rabbits and goat. After a series of tasks, Klein set up a bonfire. He set up a barbecue rack that came from history, and he placed a white rabbit on it. He brushed it with a full set of condiments he made himself, like basil, fennel, and salt, as he constantly turned the meat over. At this moment, the delicacies from the historical void he had eaten before had long disappeared due to him no longer maintaining their existence. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. A tempting fragrance was gradually emanated as Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You're really eating them?" Without waiting for his reply, the god of mischief continued, "They're essentially the flesh of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to undo the curse at the level of an angel. If there's no way to resist or correct it at the same level, there's no way of dispelling it. Since a thing looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, how can I not maintain the best state if I want to escape from your grasp? For this sliver of hope, I can only challenge my psychological limits. This is what it means to endure humiliation and suffering," Klein added inwardly. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This was many times stronger than a sequence 3 disciple of Silence's curse. There's almost no limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, an ordinary animal can use all of my beyonder powers through the worm of spirit, but a deformed marionette due to a curse isn't possible. This is a curse at the angel level. Apart from putting up resistance from someone at the same level, one can use the correct method to remove it. No curse is irreversible. There are always loopholes. Haha, will kissing this rabbit turn it into Gehrman Sparrow? Klein made a self-deprecating comment as he analyzed to compose himself. After hearing his reply, the monocled Amon nodded with a smile. "Very good. This is indeed a good revelation to have." Klein didn't respond as he resumed his barbecue. Not long after, with the help of flame controlling, he finished roasting a rabbit and a goat's leg. Taking advantage of the opportunity before the condiments disappeared, he matched some sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void with the food, filling his mouth with fragrance. It nourished his body and mind, allowing him to effectively relieve the pressure, despair, and indecisiveness from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, he would occasionally recall the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to himself. However, he was able to bring his feelings under control very well. After filling his stomach and replenishing his energy, he turned the remaining ingredients next to the fire into dry rations, as though he was saving up for his subsequent plans. Seeing him slowly but orderly making all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and asked with a slight smile, "In actuality, you're trying to stall for time before we reach the actual destination, right?" Klein's hands paused for a moment before he continued with his actions. He smiled and said, "Yes, I'm waiting for help." "Guess who?" Amon didn't answer directly as he said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to it." Klein continued his work until he prepared rations for 3 or 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again as he kept making attempts. It was unknown what item he was trying to summon, but it seemed like he was using his actions to dare Amon into stealing it. After watching for a few seconds, Amon smiled and shook his head. He slowly stood up and walked out the half-collapsed tower building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What was I trying to do just now?" While trying to recall, Klein stood up as well. He brought along his packed rations, picked up the animal hide lantern, and walked to the back of Amon's side. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a valley. The water was sloshing in the river, but when the dim yellow light shone at it, or when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed. The sounds he had heard earlier had also disappeared. A river that has been transferred into a concealed state? After some deliberation, he raised a question to Amon. That's right. It will only appear in darkness void of light, Amon replied with a slight nod, unfazed with the question. Can I drink it? Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, sure. This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted for 1,600 years in the darkness. As long as you can bring the water away from the riverbed, they can appear in places with light. Your next move is to suggest that I bring the lantern to wait by the side while you hydrate yourself in the darkness? And then, take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state? Klein smiled awkwardly. How could I use such a simple method? Hearing that, Amon laughed and stroked his monocle. Sometimes, the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try. With regards to the words of this peerless swindler, Klein couldn't believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. He was afraid that the other party was using reverse psychology with the truth. He could only put the matter of the water aside and ask, in the forsaken land of the gods, how many human gathering points, like the city of silver, have yet to be destroyed? Amon looked ahead and said without changing his expression, the ones I know don't exceed 10. In this aspect, the city of silver is lucky. At least, they can see and have the ability to touch the light. This means that the city of silver is very close to the giant king's court, the door leading out of the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk death to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how steadfast they are in the darkness, no matter how many exploration teams they send out, it will all be futile. There's no way to find the exit? Indeed, from this angle, the city of silver is unfortunate, and also lucky. This is purely dependent on the reference point. Klein held the lantern as he proceeded along the bank and began coming up with his second attempt at escaping. Amon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with ideas that seemed reliable but had unknown actual results. He appeared to be suffering from schizophrenia, trying his best to destroy his true body's hopes in obtaining Sapphira Castle. On the other side of the giant king's court, in the city of silver. After receiving the chief's summoning call, Derek Berg brought the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire and entered a spacious room. There was a mysterious and complicated altar set up here. Different items were placed in different spots, a total of 6 items, each of them emanating a dangerous aura. With a glance, Derek saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made from a skull, and the remains of a deformed person. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that time. Otherwise, you will suffer a sudden death. Cullen Iliad wore a linen shirt and a brown coat as he exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, Your Excellency, is this because of that twilight mask? His right hand pointed at the mask made from a skull. Yes. Cullen nodded slightly and said, I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. These were all hunted by myself, or with me, as the main force. Derek was immediately enlightened. You still lack the blessings of a deity? Cullen instantly fell silent. After nearly 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, Yes. After some hesitation and struggles, he finally chose the fool. At least those mushrooms had given the city of silver hope. Derek suppressed his joy and thought back to the interactions at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement, why didn't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give you their blessings? He remembered that subsidiary gods or angels could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't the case that only a sequence 0 true deity could provide blessings. After all, a silver knight was only a sequence 3. Cullen fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, They won't give blessings. Chapter 1159 Validation. Chapter 1159 Validation. They won't give blessings. Derek was a little confused by this answer, not fully comprehending it. Back in the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for making a huge contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver was no longer that of Sequence 4, and his tone didn't reveal the need to seek blessings from external sources. Hence, Derek had always believed that the chief would be able to use the 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight's advancement ritual. Now, it was inevitable that he was surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts couldn't provide blessings, and he only realized this problem when he returned to the City of Silver. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I will try my best to help you seek blessings from a deity." Demon Hunter Cullen exhaled silently and pointed at the door. "There's no one in the room opposite." Derek turned around and passed through the corridor, entering the half-open room. Then, he took a seat and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Inside Sapphira Castle, and hidden within the gray fog, the crimson star representing the sun rapidly expanded and contracted. It kept repeating the process, producing rings of please. And not far beside it, the crimson star representing the magician remained in the same state because of the fool's lack of a response. The circular rings, ripples, and tremors that the two created intertwined and became more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein carried a leather lantern and walked into the valley. He suddenly felt that the illusory pleas in his ears became even more chaotic and louder. However, he realized that he had heard it clearer than before. Not only could he tell that the plea came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely make out certain content. The woman seemed to mention the world and backland. The man used Jotun, and the keyword seemed to be a ritual. Ritual, Jotun. That's little son. That chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings? Mr. Fool also needs some blessings right now. The woman might be Miss Magician, but I can't rule out Miss Justice either. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched in embarrassment. He turned his head to look at Amon in the pointed hat and monocle, and he said, "Can I pop over to Sapphira Castle to answer a prayer?" "What do you think?" Amon was taken aback as he asked in amusement. "Since you want to play such a game, why won't you let it be more exciting?" In fact, Klein didn't have any hope regarding his request. This was because, as long as he could return to Sapphira Castle, he could use the power there to make the first step in escaping from his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Amon to just set him free. The reason he mentioned this was because he wanted to use this to start the subsequent topic. Amon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckle and chuckled. "As the god of mischief, I've been alive since the third epoch." "I believe you know what that means." "Yes, what do you want to ask?" "This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts." Klein sighed and asked, "Why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then? You even patiently stayed in the dungeon for decades." Amon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner, "I had a premonition that the City of Silver would obtain extremely important information." "Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all of that just to wait for me and the Tarot Club?" From the looks of it, this Marauder Pathways King of Angels can see the disturbances in fate caused by Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein had never expected the answer, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to how to continue the topic. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, "You're really patient." He was a king of angels who liked to play pranks, yet, he actually stayed inside a dark dungeon without any sources of entertainment for decades. This has nothing to do with patience. "It didn't take too much of my time," Amon casually replied. "I'm still used to using a human's standards when talking about a deity." To Amon, who was born as a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. He might even be more than 3,000 years old. Klein regulated what he knew and asked again, "The City of Silver is one of the few places that persist on believing in your father. Aren't you going overboard with what you did to the expedition team?" This question didn't seem to be necessary, but Klein believed that it would aid him in understanding Amon's thoughts and style, doing so in order to see if there was anything that could be used. Amon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocled right eye. He said with an indifferent smile, "If it wasn't for their faith in my father, the city of Silver would have already been reduced to ruins. According to my observations, they're hiding quite a significant secret. As for what it is, because of the gaze directed by you and the hanged man, I haven't had the chance to pry into it. A true-born mythical creature. The deaths of just a few humans might be equivalent to trampling a few ants to death. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The city of Silver actually has a secret that even Amon thinks is a big secret. What could it be?" Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. "Was Dark Angel Sasra really created from your father's rib?" This was something that Klein had wanted to ask the entire time, but he hadn't found the opportunity to ask. The smile on Amon's face faded as he looked at the darkness in front of him. Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics and corresponding negative personalities. He used his rib as the material to create Dark Angel Sasra. If that wasn't the case, how could a proud and arrogant person like Medici obey the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? Without Sasra's rebellion, implication, and influence, even if ever Night, Earth, God of Combat, and the other kings of angels join forces, it's impossible for my father to perish. Indeed. Dark Angel Sasra is the most key factor in this matter. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to bewitch him at the very beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself? Klein's initial speculation of the battle of gods had been confirmed. He felt his scholar of your potion digest a little more. He deliberately hesitated and made a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sasra is also the key to his resurrection? Amon suddenly laughed. You asked so many questions in order to further digest the scholar of your potion, right? Klein pretended to break out in cold sweat, and he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you looking for in the forsaken land of the gods? What are you pursuing? The Marauder Pathway Sequence 1B under characteristic that you're missing isn't here, nor is Sapphira Castle. Are you trying to revive your father? Amon maintained his smile and looked straight ahead. Yes, and no. My zealous brother is already very close to reviving my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to revive the ancient sun god? I thought that he was purely doing it for the sake of becoming a Sequence Zero. Without hiding anything, Klein called out the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating his younger brother up. Of course, beating someone up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to mention his name. He won't interfere with my matters, nor will I interfere with his. I don't address him as Adam, because I think that a nickname like Zealous is very suitable for him. I have to say that Medici is very talented in giving nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he wouldn't be able to hear it if I don't wish for him to hear it. At this moment, the monocled Amon smiled as he exposed Klein's idea. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel any further, because it was obvious that Amon wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the valley and saw a silent city. More than half of the buildings in this city had collapsed. The remaining ones had a sharp roof, as though they were towers that led to heaven. On the surface, dark red vines and plants grew, forming fruits whose edibility was unknown. After entering the city, he discovered that there were stone coffins placed in front of each house. Inside were skeletons or recently rotted corpses. A common point between them was them being greatly deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a slit in the middle of their eyebrows, some lacked skin, directly revealing their flesh, some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted its target of faith to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. The monocled Amon casually sized up his surroundings and said, after the cataclysm, they were left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. However, there were no edible, relatively normal plants around them, so they could only eat those corrupted monsters. Over generations, their bodies began to produce defects and psychological problems. Eventually, they were completely wiped out. The cataclysm brought about by the goddess's assassination of the City of Silver's creator really was a calamity for civilization. Before that, there were elven, giant, phoenix civilizations, and so on. After that, all that's left are traces of them. When Klein thought of the city that had been swallowed into the ground, he sighed. In the history books, in mysticism, it was very apt to call that history the cataclysm. He paused for a moment before asking, "Why are we entering this city instead of going around it?" Amon smiled and said, "In the second epoch, apart from wielding the death pathway, the Phoenix ancestor also occupied part of the apprentice pathway. Some of the decorations here can become a loophole that I can make use of to shorten our journey to our final destination." Klein's expression immediately darkened. Chapter 1160 Improving. Chapter 1160 Improving. City of Silver, at the top of the spire. After waiting for a long time, Derek still didn't receive a response from Mr. Fool. This made him panic a little. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to his prayers? Yes, he informed us 2 days ago that the gathering next week would be cancelled. This should be a sign. Having recalled what happened previously, Derek barely managed to calm his anxiety and nervousness. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because the City of Silver's textbooks recorded similar situations. The creator who normally responded to his believers suddenly stopped responding and forsook this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the room where the chief was. He said to Colin Iliad, "We have to wait a few more days." Wait? Demon Hunter Colin repeated the keyword as he frowned slightly. From his point of view, this was an unusual matter, seemingly symbolizing a bad development. Derek resisted his instinctive reaction of scratching the back of his head, and he nodded with some difficulty. Yes. The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds before nodding slowly. All right, head back first. Backland East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. Why hasn't Mr. World replied? Perhaps he's preoccupied with something, Zio explained the reason she had long considered. Perhaps it's because it's not convenient for Mr. Fool to pass on your prayers. He has temporarily paused the gathering. Furs nodded thoughtfully and said, "Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be temporarily paused next week. It was only decided in the middle of the week." Is this related to George III? Recalling Mr. World's investigations all this time, Zio acknowledged and said, "Very likely. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the dead silent city." Dressed in a classic black mage's robe, Amon led Klein into a relatively complete cathedral. Segmented stone pillars lay tilted, and dark red weeds grew out from their cracks, wrapping around the avian sculptures. With the animal hide lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of this city weren't truly dead. There were still a few survivors left. He had no idea what method they had used to transform into monsters of the deep darkness. They were hiding from the faint yellow light, surrounding a cathedral in a place that couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack the 2 ordinary-looking humans, Klein and Amon. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that these monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit body threads had a certain abnormality. Some were grayish-white, some were distorted, and some were sticky. They were completely different from the monsters elsewhere. They greatly resembled the corpses inside the coffins. I don't know what kind of despair and mental breakdowns will make the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest sense of despair was that they couldn't see hope on a daily basis while the situation around them worsened. With a sigh, he made use of this opportunity to adjust his mentality. He was experiencing various instances of hope surfacing, only to be met with despair time and time again. The monocled Amon walked to the edge of the light and walked all the way into the deepest part of the cathedral. Klein followed behind and saw a door covered in pale white light. This city is actually split into two parts, light and darkness. They're using certain abilities of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. They have to use a specific door to enter, Amon said as he pointed ahead. A secret sorcerer's powers? With some realization, Klein nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on. Amon then said, "Behind this door is the dark side of this city. I can use it to connect to a similar region far away. We can directly arrive there and shorten our journey." As expected of the incarnation of loopholes, Klein watched as Amon stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from pale white light. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread outwards, becoming more and more intense. At that moment, a deformed monster hiding in the depths of the darkness while spying on the cathedral suddenly trembled, becoming Klein's marionette. 20 or 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed the process of obtaining initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, he waited until now before he completely converted it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. They took advantage of the opportunity when Amon changed the door, and they grabbed something. In his hand was something in the shape of a full moon, and was embedded with scarlet gemstones, the scarlet lunar corona. In his marionette's hand was an ancient, brass-colored master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and made a bang sound. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and the master key to the door of light. These two items combined could make one hear Mr. Doors pleas for help. This also meant that Mr. Doors' powers could enter the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all doors. He was one of the existences who was most unwilling to see Amon become an error or control Sapphira Castle. Klein didn't expect that the sealed Mr. Door could really hurt Amon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create a good enough opportunity for himself. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause any abnormal changes to the door, magnifying or distorting the loopholes created by Amon, thus, affecting the King of Angels of the Marauder pathway and teleporting him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After his previous attempts, Klein realized his greatest disadvantage. It wasn't that he was one sequence short and had a qualitative gap in power level. Instead, he had lost the initiative and couldn't make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or foiled by Amon. For a veteran magician, unprepared performances were often synonymous with failure. If he could make preparations in advance, he could quietly summon Mr. Azek's, Rionette Tinker's, and Snake of Fate will Septon's historical projections. Against a sequence 2, even if there was no way to deal with him, it would definitely create a very good opportunity to escape. At that moment, the scarlet lunar corona and ancient-looking master key whistled through the air and arrived at the door of light. The white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a whirlpool. It was as though the bottom of the vortex was invisible, like a gigantic eye. Just as Amon was about to turn around, he made a slight pause as if he had heard an old friend's shout. However, this pause disappeared instantly, as though it had never appeared. With Amon's gaze directed at Klein, the latter instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included the control of spirit body threads, the summoning of historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame controlling, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, losing these 6 Beyonder powers for a marionette didn't affect Klein's subsequent operations. The indiscernible pause from before had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionette in time. He had already arrived deep in the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and turned into his marionettes. For targets such as these that weren't even sequence 5, it took only 2 or 3 seconds for Klein to transform them into marionettes. And by the time he summoned the scarlet lunar corona, he had already begun doing similar actions. As he enjoyed the darkness without any scruples, he attempted to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide. At the same time, he reached out with his marionettes to grab at the fog interwoven with history. This time, he split the marionette into 3 groups, summoning Rionette Tinker, Mr. Azek, and Snake of Fate will Septon, respectively. He didn't want to follow his past mistakes, where he had managed to succeed with great difficulty only to have them taken away by Aman. With such arrangements, he might be left with one or two. Of course, the premise was that Aman was unable to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This was something that Klein needed to confirm. Klein retracted his hand, but he didn't grab anything. All the marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate failed. Among the scholars of your groups who summoned the Death Consul and Rionette Tinker, 2 of them had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt could end up turning into a real escape attempt. At this moment, the crystal monocle that Aman wore emitted a terrifying light. The entire city, including the surrounding rivers, hills, and wilderness, were all filled with pure, scorching sunlight. Day had once again descended upon this land after bidding farewell to it for thousands of years. Aman had stolen the day from the ruins of the Battle of Gods. In the face of such a day, not only did Klein feel like his body was about to melt, but he also heard familiar and crazy ravings in his ears. They were like steel needles that pierced through every worm of spirit. This caused his mind to be filled with immense pain. His marionette's summoning attempts had failed while on the brink of success. The day in the battlefield of the gods contained the true creator's ravings. The deformed monsters that were hiding deep in the darkness, which were the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their senses. They stared blankly at the day and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they wildly charged towards the source of that day, melting one by one into dust. Far away in the City of Silver's afternoon town campsite, the guards at the stronghold also noticed that there was a light coming from the northeast. It was different from lightning, just like the scene of the sun rising from the legends. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered and the sky returned to its dark state. As soon as he recovered from the ravings, Klein saw the pointed-hatted Aman standing in front of him. This angel of time nudged his monocle and smiled. Well done. Chapter 1161 Countdown. Chapter 1161 Countdown. Well done. Faced with Aman's praise, Klein forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you." To be honest, he preferred to hear curses rather than praise, as that meant that he was close to succeeding. Of course, Klein suspected that even if he managed to escape, Aman wouldn't be flustered and exasperated. Based on the character displayed by this god of mischief, it was very likely that he found it interesting and exciting while also inevitably feeling a little depressed and disappointed to the point of being eager for the next round. It's a huge improvement to be able to think of using door to disrupt me. Aman smiled indifferently. But don't you think that I'd be in a relatively more vigilant state while door opening? And that it's actually not that easy to be affected by an accident? After some thought, Klein answered seriously, "That's what I thought in the beginning, but later on, I felt that you should be able to grasp my state of mind, believing that I wouldn't dare to act when you opened the door. When that happens, making an attempt might work wonders. Doing it when others believe that you wouldn't do it was also a strategy." In his previous life, Klein had come into contact with games that had such a higher level of thinking that made his head spin. What if I thought of this level as well? Aman said with a smile as he used his knuckle to nudge the bottom of his monocle. At the same time, the remaining marionettes, which were still alive, took out crystal monocles out of thin air and wore them on their right eye. All of them cast their gazes at Klein. This left Klein's scalp tingling. He discovered that the connection between the marionettes and himself had instantly been severed. Although you've improved, failure still demands some level of punishment. With a smile, Aman turned around and walked towards the cathedral. As he took a step forward, the marionettes revealed smiles one after another as they collapsed to the ground stiffly. This caused Klein's soul to be torn apart again and again as the blood vessels on his forehead visibly bulged. As he endured the pain, he stood rooted to the ground and calmed down after a long while. During this process, although he had always been in the depths of the darkness, he didn't suffer any attacks from the terrifying monsters, nor did he turn into a concealed state. When did Aman steal the concealment powers in this city? If I had tried to commit suicide, I definitely would have had the thought stolen from me. My preparations still aren't enough. I don't have enough confidence when dealing with Aman, having not considered the things he might have stolen into consideration. I really didn't expect him to release the day that he stole from the ruins of the battlefield of gods. Regarding what else he stole in the past, or whatever he has on him, I have no idea. I can't make targeted preparations. That monocle is some sort of vessel used to store stolen items? Or is it part of Amon to begin with? So every time he parasitizes someone, a monocle will be taken out. Klein rubbed his temples and walked into the cathedral. Looking at Amon before the door of light, he asked, seemingly casual, "Why do you have so many monocles? Where do you usually place them?" Amon stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled indifferently. "Why don't you ask me why every avatar of mine has eyes? And where do I usually place them?" "I understand." Klein nodded in enlightenment. Amon cast his gaze back to the door of light that had yet to calm down from the rippling. He casually said, "I have the nagging feeling that this operation of yours is a major preparation piece, and not an attempt. What cheap trick did you pull off during that process?" After some deliberation, Klein replied with a smile, "Guess." "I do have some guesses. Do you think I've guessed it correctly?" Amon asked with interest as he pinched the edge of his monocle. "Perhaps, or perhaps not." Klein didn't give a clear answer as he cooperatively walked to Amon's side. He saw him reach out again and press down on the pale white door of light. Above the door of light, ripples appeared once again as they became more intense and exaggerated. After about 10 seconds, the ripples spread the surroundings, causing the door of light to expand twice in size. Amon glanced at Klein, gesturing for him to take a step forward. Klein instinctively turned his head and looked around the cathedral. Beyonder characteristics left behind by the mutated monsters were shimmering outside the area that the lantern had lit up. They weren't all Beyonders when they were alive. After those ordinary people turned into monsters, a large part of the power came from the darkness and degeneration. The powers didn't belong to them, so no characteristics were purged. I almost forgot. After taking a look together with Klein, Amon suddenly shook his head and smiled. Just as he finished his sentence, a bunch of Beyonder characteristics floated up and entered his body. They merged with him, leaving only a small portion behind. Most of the people who chose to transform into monsters are of the apprentice pathway, Beyonders, and their family members who can enter the city's dark side, Amon said casually as he retracted his gaze. Even if it's a similar pathway's Beyonder characteristic, it would be problematic if it's directly eaten, right? Shouldn't it only be possible to jump to a higher level of a neighboring pathway? It also allows the accommodation of lower sequences? Seeing this, Klein was a little stunned as he asked curiously, "Won't this accumulate madness?" This wasn't just a matter of accumulating madness. Klein suspected that if he did it himself, there was a high chance that he would go crazy. "Others will," Amon said with a smile, "but not me." A true bug. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, the distance between him and the door of light disappeared. Subconsciously, he forgot about the remaining death pathway's Beyonder characteristics, and he entered the mutated door of light with Amon. Endless darkness and squirming lines of light were mixed together, giving rise to the feeling of a sudden descent. About 10 seconds later, he discovered that he and Amon had appeared on a square. The dim yellow light of the animal hide lantern seemed to be stopped by an invisible force, causing it to only illuminate half the square. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With the help of the lightning, Klein saw several incomplete statues erected around the square. They either had their hands tied to their backs, had their bodies entangled with the thorny roses, or looked like mummies. They gave off the feeling of being restrained. This city first believed in the mutant king. Like a qualified tour guide, Amon introduced the situation of each scenic site to Klein. They're very interesting. They're usually restrained and quiet, just like ascetics. However, once they encounter prey, or in special moments in time, they will release a bloodthirsty desire to kill. You can imagine that on the night of the full moon, this is a city where werewolves roam. From the looks of it, the mutants originally had the concept of temperance. Later on, it was led astray by the mother tree of desire. Using the new round of lightning, Klein took a few more looks and asked thoughtfully, "The mutant king's image is close to that of a mummy?" "No. Although he is an ugly and twisted man, he likes to entangle himself with thorny roses." Aman scoffed. Klein took the opportunity to ask, "What kind of idols will your believers worship?" "In mysticism, your symbol is a clock and a worm of time?" Aman scratched his chin and said, "In theory, my believers are all me. I don't need to trouble myself with building an idol. My believers are all me. Thankfully, I have a blessed like Danitz now." Klein suddenly realized that he was quite similar to Aman in certain aspects. "Of course, when I say my believer is myself, it's a funny story. When Aman says that my believers are all me, it becomes a horror novel. The difference in style is quite huge." Klein finally mocked himself. As Aman walked forward, he continued, "However, in my father's era, quite a number of people believed in me. Some of them set off with the name Angel of Time, using the emblem of the clock to construct my idol. Some of them used the title of God of Mischief and used a crow covered in mysterious patterns as my image, while others combined the two together." Having said that, the monocled Aman suddenly turned his head and glanced at Klein before curling his lips. "We're less than 3 days away from our final destination. That is to say, I only have 3 days left." Klein nearly drew in a cold breath of air. The pressure increased rapidly, making him feel as though his nerves were being crushed. He had yet to determine the true purpose behind this game Aman made, nor did he discover any traces of what he was being driven to do. This meant that he was unable to grasp the key, and he was unable to find a real opportunity to escape. The performance of Aman's avatar made him understand that he might not even be able to last 10 seconds before him. As his thoughts raced, Klein fell silent. Following that, he walked out of the square covered in ruins. There were few pedestrians on the streets as they came and went in a hurry. In Pritz Harbor, where many houses were covered in bomb marks, the chestnut-haired Queen Mystic placed a newspaper on the table. The first page of the Tussock Times was about the king's assassination. It also claimed that the assassin came from Fasak or Intis. "This isn't stopping the disaster, nor is it worsening the disaster," Bernadette muttered to herself with a serious expression. She pondered for a moment, picked up the cloth on the table, and wrapped it up. Then, she released her fingers and allowed it to relax. This time, the coffee cups, pens, newspapers, and other items in the tablecloth disappeared. What appeared were ritual items like silver-made candles. Following that, Bernadette held a ritual and summoned Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. As a partner, she felt that she needed to ask about the other party's situation and see if there was anything else she needed to help with. The moment the ritual ended, 4 blonde, red-eyed heads walked out of the burgeoning candle flame. Dressed in a dark and complicated long dress, Rionette Tinker's neck was empty. Bernadette's eyelids twitched indecemably before she picked up the letter and gold coin that she had prepared earlier and handed it to the messenger. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bit on the letter and gold coin while the other head sized up Queen Mystic for a few seconds. She shifted her gaze back and walked into the void. However, just as Bernadette was about to put away the tablecloth, Miss Messenger suddenly appeared again. One of the two heads with blonde hair and red eyes spoke one after another. "He has disappeared." Chapter 1162 Prophecy. Chapter 1162 Prophecy. Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing. Bernadette had a vague sense of foreboding when the abnormally terrifying messenger returned. She had roughly figured out what had happened. Therefore, after hearing the other party's response, her expression sank slightly. There was no obvious reaction. Queen Mystic's blue eyes, which resembled a condensing sea, instantly turned darker. They temporarily lost focus, as though she was looking at a torrent of fate through Rionette Tinker. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes, as if a blinding light had appeared in front of her. Blood-red liquid trickled from the corner of her eyes, accentuating her pale face. With her eyes tightly shut, Bernadette said in a slightly ethereal voice, "Gehrman Sparrow is in grave danger. Darkness is devouring the light, leaving behind only a sliver of hope." This was a prophecy. The sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway was clairvoyant. The four heads held by Rionette Tynker spoke one after another. What does darkness symbolize? Bernadette maintained her composure and said, desolation, aberration, apocalypse, negativity, error. Rionette Tynker, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, didn't let the head in her hand speak any further. Throwing down the letter and gold coin, she turned and walked into the void, disappearing into the room. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds without moving. Finally, she opened her eyes again. Her blue eyes were hazy and lifeless, as though she needed more time to restore her eyesight. Bernadette thought for a moment and reached out her right hand. The tablecloth was stowed away before being spread open once again. The ritual items were replaced with a fountain pen, paper, and ink bottle. The fountain pen suddenly leaped up, as if it was held by an invisible sprite. It quickly wrote down the matter of Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance onto the paper. In the captain's cabin of the future. Despite looking at the fried mushrooms on her plate and taking in the fragrance of the fat, Katlia didn't pick up her cutlery for a long time. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to look at the spot where the brass sextant was placed, and she realized that a letter had appeared there at some point in time. Katlia immediately revealed a smile as she reached out to pick up the letter and eagerly began reading it. Gradually, she frowned. Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing, Katlia repeated the key point of the letter in a low voice. She acutely felt that this matter was somewhat serious. She easily understood the meaning behind Queen Mystic's letter. Without any hesitation, she bowed her head, clasped her hands, and recited an honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the gray fog, the crimson star representing the hermit came alive. It began expanding and contracting, spreading out ripples of prayers. They intertwined with the ripples created by the two crimson stars that corresponded to the magician and the sun. They surged towards the ancient and majestic palace, like tidal waves. Someone is praying to Mr. Fool again. The echoes are getting even stronger, and the sound is becoming more clear. I can hear it clearly, and the image is also clearer. This prayer seems to be from Ma'am Hermit. Only she likes to wear ancient warlock robes. Queen Mystic discovered that something has happened to Gehrman Sparrow? Although I was worried that I would die this time and needed a certain amount of time to revive, I had already hinted to the members of the Tarot Club that I might cancel the gathering next week, but that was just a hint. It wasn't a formal notice, nor was it clear enough. When Monday comes, they'll definitely panic, pray, and try to make contact, only to discover that Mr. Fool has also disappeared. No, he has run off with the world. Klein used a deprecating comment to ease his feelings. He glanced at Amon, who was walking beside him. Without a word, he lifted the lantern in his hand and said, "It should have been extinguished long ago." Wearing a pointed hat and black mage robe, Amon nodded slightly and said, "I left it in a magical state. It can maintain its light for a week without needing any fuel." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Is this the deceiving of natural laws?" Amon turned his head and used his monocled right eye to look at Klein for a second before smiling. Smart. The Error Pathways Sequence 3 is a more profound version of Swindler, known as Mentor of Deceit. It's about the same as my guess. However, it isn't only the error pathway that can do such a thing. The Black Emperor can use distortion and exploit powers to achieve that. In his mind, Klein began comparing the differences between the Marauder and the Lawyer pathway. At this moment, Amon stroked his chin and asked with interest, "There are less than 3 days left. If you don't think of a way to escape, it will be too late. Do you plan on making a new attempt tomorrow? Make a guess." Klein forced a smile as he answered in the same rhetoric manner that Amon was best at using. To be honest, he didn't believe that the effects would be better given more attempts. On the one hand, frequent attempts were indeed able to test the limits of Amon's powers. By expending the items that he had previously stolen, Klein could establish a good foundation for the final battle. But on the other hand, he would also expose his trump cards. After all, he was in a passive state and had no chance to prepare. To force Amon to showcase more of the means available to him, it required him to use the few trump cards he had. If his countermeasures were all figured out by Aman after his repeated attempts, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. An attempt to escape was a double-edged sword. If one wasn't careful, one would cut oneself. It was precisely because of this that Klein didn't blindly take action, and carefully made plans in his heart. As he spoke, he walked out of the city that originally worshipped the mutant king and later believed in the ancient sun god. There were only white bones and several stone structures that had been weathered by the elements here that showcased its former prosperity. Outside the city, there was an endless wilderness that couldn't be seen in the lightning. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard sat on a sofa. He placed his feet on the coffee table and leisurely flipped through the day's newspaper. Yesterday, George III's death had brought them copious amounts of work. He had spent the entire night on duty, and he received 5 hours of rest today. After sleeping for 2 hours, Leonard woke up in high spirits, attempting to understand the current situation from the normal media. In fact, as the captain of a Red Gloves team, he knew more than the reporters about certain aspects. For example, in the outskirts of Backlund, where the Tudor ruin was located, it had collapsed into a rather large lake. It had nearly affected Dwayne Dantes' Mager Manor. Another was the death of George III, who had self-destructed at the square, but wasn't the actual person. The search for his corpse was to no avail, as though he had vanished into thin air that night. Of course, Leonard was extremely certain that George III was already dead. The eldest prince was about to inherit the title of Balam Emperor and Lone King. Back then, something had happened at Sapphira Castle. This matter definitely has something to do with Mr. Fool. Klein had long warned us about George III. The reactions of the 3 churches were very strange. Even the Church of the Lord of Storms, which is most prone to acting rash, wasn't too angry. As Leonard flipped through the newspaper, his thoughts wandered casually. At this moment, his mind was filled with the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast. "Gehrman Sparrow's messenger is here." Leonard suddenly looked up and saw the angel-level messenger wearing a dark and complicated long dress appear in front of him. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads held by Rionette Tinker spoke one after another. "Gehrman Sparrow has encountered extreme danger. He has gone missing." Klein has encountered danger and disappeared? Leonard immediately retracted his legs and stood up. Without waiting for the reminder provided by Pallas Zoroast, his spiritual perception stirred as he blurted out, "Is it related to the death of George III?" Yes, he destroyed the apotheosis ritual of George III. The 8 red eyes on Rionette Tinker's foreheads looked at Leonard. Apotheosis ritual? Although Leonard was anxious, he was still shocked by the phrase. For someone to hold an apotheosis ritual, one had to be a sequence 1 angel at the very least. Yet, Klein was able to directly participate in something at that level. Mr. Fool's plan? Leonard's green eyes glimmered slightly. Relying on his relatively rich experience, he pointedly asked, "What happened to Klein the last time you saw him?" The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads of Rionette Tinker shook and said, "Possibly, under Zeratl's pursuit." As Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, this ancient Bane was able to sense that her employer had also left the Tudor ruins after escaping. And as for those who understood the means of a scholar of yore, they were undoubtedly high-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. Therefore, Zeratl would definitely be able to obstruct and pursue him. Zeratl? The leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 Angel, Zeratl? As Leonard was worried about Klein, he felt fear and concern for the life of his former colleague. At that moment, a deep voice sounded in his mind. "Ask her what other clues she has." Leonard immediately did as he was asked. Rionette Tinker seemed to know that Leonard wasn't simple. She repeated Queen Mystic's prophecy word by word. After listening to what was said, Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a while before sighing. "Error. I think I know about your former colleague's current situation." Leonard subconsciously wanted to ask, but because there were outsiders around, he held back his urge. Pallas paused and continued, "The anomaly with Sapphira Castle attracted Zeratl. How could Aman not notice it? This should be related to the struggle for Sapphira Castle. Sapphira Castle. Leonard slowly took a deep breath and said to Rionette Tinker, he might have fallen into the hands of Amon. After Miss Messenger's four heads nodded and turned to leave, Leonard immediately sat down and clasped his hands. Closing his eyes, he prayed. The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era, Chapter 1163 approaching. Chapter 1163 approaching. Above the grey fog, the crimson star representing the star also burgeoned and contracted. The rippling light gradually overlapped with the other ripples created by the other three crimson stars, turning into a tidal wave that surged through the entire mysterious space, causing the space to vibrate slightly. After describing the matter related to Klein, Leonard ended his prayers and waited for Mr. Fool to respond. However, he still didn't receive any feedback after nearly 15 minutes. Mr. Fool has always been very responsive. Leonard couldn't help but mutter. After a few seconds of silence, Pallas Zoroast reminded with a slightly aged voice, recall what the Fool said recently. Leonard thought carefully and slowly said, in the middle of the week, he reminded us not to head into the woods in the northwestern outskirts of Backland. Yes, he seemed to hint that the gathering might not be held as planned. Read latest chapters at elistnovel.com. As expected. Pallas Zoroast let out a long sigh and said, the Fool had predicted Amon's appearance to a certain extent. They might be fighting in different domains now. One of them wishes to hold on to Sapphira Castle, while the other wishes to become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Your former colleague has unfortunately been embroiled in this matter. Mr. Fool had expected this? Is this a trap he laid for Amon? Leonard's green eyes lit up as he blurted out. Pallas spent a significant amount of time thinking as he spoke much slower. Perhaps that's the case. Perhaps it's because Amon exploited the trap and took the initiative. Don't underestimate a blasphemer, a powerful king of angels. According to what Leonard knew, Mr. Fool was either the owner of the Sapphira Castle who was slowly recovering, corresponding to some unknown deity in history, or he was the embodiment of Spherot. Currently, he was unable to control his authority and strength very well, something that could be fixed with a further qualitative change. And regardless of the possibilities, Mr. Fool was still unable to reach the level of a true deity. He was likely on the same level as the King of Angels. Under such circumstances, it was rather normal that Mr. Fool and the terrifying blasphemer would undergo an intense battle. After all, that person was one of them, one of the strongest hidden existences beneath the deities. He was even more powerful than the hidden sage that was usually categorized as an evil god. Even deities were somewhat apprehensive towards him. Leonard couldn't help but tense up. He asked in a low voice worriedly, "Old man, do you have any way to provide any help? Isn't Amon your greatest enemy? Such help might be limited, but it should be able to pull Klein out of the maelstrom." Upon hearing that, Pallas Zoroast laughed and said with an obvious self-deprecating tone, "Aren't you expecting too much from me? Indeed, if Amon obtains Sapphira Castle, I'll definitely die at his hands. I might not be able to survive this winter. And if Sapphira Castle is left with the Fool, I might have a chance of surviving in the future. But would an old man like me, who has just recovered to Sequence 2, have the ability to interfere with a battle at this level? Even if I were to use the yesterday once more charms, what can I do in the short time span of 2 to 3 seconds? Yes. At the critical moment, I might be able to help the Fool warp the situation, but I don't even know where they are fighting. How can I seize the opportunity?" Leonard fell silent after hearing Old Man's long answer. He immediately bowed his head and raised his hands to press them against the sides of his head. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me that I can only watch helplessly." Pallas sighed and said, "Be patient. All we can do now is be patient." The Fool and Evemite, and some other deities and kings of angels seem to have some tacit understanding with each other. They might even be cooperating with one another. They will not allow Amon to take away Sapphira Castle. Wait patiently. Perhaps it won't take long for a window of opportunity to appear. Leonard straightened his body and leaned back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. "I understand." The Blue Avenger, which had been ordered by the Church of the Lord of Storms to attack the port and Phaeacian merchant ships near the waters of Sonia Island, was hiding somewhere outside the safe sea route. Alger Wilson stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, using his extremely distant vision to stare at the long coastline. To this newly advanced ocean songster's point of view, many captains who received similar missions were the cream of the crop of the mid-sequence beyonders. Their joint operation would definitely be able to effectively harm the traffic flow of Phaeacian waters. This also meant that an attack from Phaeac would be reasonably fierce, with a high chance of a Sequence 4 demigod leading the attack. Of course, one couldn't eliminate the possibility of a Sequence 3 war bishop or silver knight appearing. This was a dangerous development for Alger. He didn't wish to put himself in such danger. At the same time, his crew, colleagues, and partners would monitor each other, preventing anyone from deserting. If Alger were to skive and walk on the edge of danger, it wouldn't take long for him to consider killing most of the crew members and become a true pirate, or lose the Blue Avenger and return to Pasu Island for an internal probe. After this operation ends, the captains who could still survive wouldn't exceed a third. Alger calmly analyzed the situation and quickly came up with a plan to avoid danger. That was to participate in the operation, but not take center stage. Alger planned on using a surprise attack on the port while his brethren frenetically attacked the Phaeacian merchant and supply ships. This would bring the people on board his ship onto Sonia Island, allowing them to lay an ambush in a primeval forest. Occasionally, he would cause some minor disturbances to the port which were easily managed. This way, the Phaeac demigods would definitely cast their gazes at the sea, and not towards him. At the same time, in the eyes of the crew, he would be a role model who was willing to take great risks to enter the enemy's borders. After thinking through all the details, Alger immediately gathered the crew and repeated his plans. Finally, he emphasized, this will be very dangerous. Trust me, it's very, very dangerous. We won't be able to advance and retreat like we can at sea. We might be surrounded by enemies at any time, but such an attack will definitely exceed the expectations of the Phaeacians, and it will give us the outcome we want. Are you willing to remain on the ship as cowards, or do you want to follow me into battle as a hero to show your devotion to the Lord? The crew members felt their blood boiling as they rashly said, F***ck the Phaeacians. Very good. Alger felt relieved as he struck his right fist on his left breast. May the storm be with us. May the storm be with us, the sailors saluted and shouted. After making the necessary arrangements, Alger believed that he needed to borrow the unshadowed crucifix as soon as possible so as to purge the excess ocean songster's beyonder characteristic. Although he had exaggerated the danger of landing on the island, there was still a certain level of danger involved. Therefore, he wanted to quickly recover to his optimal condition. And he had long understood Mr. Fool's earlier hint. He felt that tonight or tomorrow morning, Mr. Fool would officially inform them that the gathering was to be cancelled. Of course, there were some ideas in the deepest depths of Alger's heart. He suspected that every time Mr. Fool cancelled the Tarot Club, something had happened to him. He wanted to use this prayer to test if this mighty existence was still normal. No, I can't. Thou shalt not test God. This isn't a test. Mr. Fool didn't hint that I can't pray to him recently. Besides, borrowing the unshadowed crucifix is something I really need to do within the next few days. Alger paced back and forth, unable to make a decision. At this moment, he heard the sound of waves crashing. Through the additional type of vision provided by the ghost ship, he saw the water part as a huge fish-type creature appeared. The strange-looking giant fish opened its mouth and spat out a small metal ball that landed on the deck. Alger nodded and expressed his gratitude with his singing. This was a sea creature that the Church of the Lord of Storms had tamed. In this operation, it and its companions were the messengers between the various ships and the islands. Upon receiving his gratitude, the giant fish-like creature trembled. With a flick of its tail, it headed deep into the sea and swam into the distance. Alger looked at it silently for 2 seconds before summoning a gust of wind to bring the metal ball into the captain's cabin. He twisted open the metal ball and took out the piece of paper inside. Alger's eyes froze from a mere glance at it. George III has been assassinated. Alger repeated the content with a heavy expression before recalling the World Gairman Sparrow's reminder and Mr. Fool's hints. This time, he no longer hesitated. He locked the room and softly muttered the honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. These prayers are almost becoming a choral symphony. Mr. Hanged Man wants to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Little Son? Leonard. Yes. These voices are stacked over one another, undulating in pitch and volume. It's making the surroundings tremble. Klein rubbed his temples, having a feeling that he had been struck by lightning from every direction. At this moment, he followed him on deeper into the desolate moors and saw the grayish-yellow fog that blanketed the area. There were a few ravines, and in the deep, dark depths, there were plenty of things roaming. Compared to the quiet, lurking monsters from before, the ones here were rather special. The pointy-hatted Amon raised his hand to nudge his monocle and pointed ahead with a smile. Another half a day and we should be reaching our final destination. Half a day. It hasn't been a day yet. Didn't you say 3 days? Klein's pupils seemingly dilated. Amon smiled and said, I said not more than 3 days. 1 day is not more than 3 days, too. Upon saying that, the King of Angels paused and asked with piqued interest, did I hamper your arrangements? Are you feeling more despair? Klein didn't answer as he suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed into the void beside him. Chapter 1164, Cheating. Chapter 1164, Cheating. Although Klein had been a Beyonder for less than 2 years, his experience could be described as rich and exciting, even among Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints. The things he possessed or encountered before that could be summoned from the historical void, and the ones that were capable of quickly killing him didn't number many. Here, he chose the flaring sun charm that he had used in Tinjin City. He had already recited the incantation, injected his spirituality into it, and was about to activate the charms. Indeed, to a demigod of the seer pathway that meant bizarreness and change, it wasn't very effective against him. He mainly depended on the damage it did to his body, but Klein didn't dodge or defend himself. Instead, he released his body and mind to embrace the light of hope. Even at the level of a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, the defense of a seer pathway's Beyonder remained low. His offensive ability was also equally insufficient compared to his peers. This resulted in a sad fact. When Klein wanted to commit suicide, he didn't have any powers that could quickly kill himself. After all, it was impossible for him to control his spirit body threads and transform himself into his marionette. This would result in logical contradictions. Towards the end of the process, he would lack the ability to continue making himself a marionette. And when he was searching for ways to kill himself through external means, he realized that, as long as he didn't use methods like marionette interchange, paper figurine substitutes, and historical void hiding, there were too many options that he could consider. The seer was such a powerful pathway that veered towards the extremes. Seeing that Klein was about to take out a flaring sun charm from the fog of history, along with having a strong desire to commit suicide, Amon only smiled. Without even raising his hand, he stole the entire idea, causing the crystal monocle to glow slightly. Klein immediately forgot what he was trying to do. But his actions didn't stop. His shocked reaction when he heard that they were only half a day away from the final destination was mostly faked. This was because he had always been wary of the god of deceit. He didn't trust anything that he said. There were too many interpretations of not more than 3 days, so Klein had long prepared for the worst. After hearing what Amon said, he immediately arranged the things he needed to do into a sequence. After having the idea of summoning the flaring sun charm to commit suicide, it was to summon that existence, summon that existence. Summon this, that, and those existences. He made it cyclic, hoping that no matter how many thoughts Amon stole from him, he would still follow his original plan and perform the corresponding actions. Regarding this matter, back when he dealt with 0-08, he had been thinking about it above the gray fog. He had used the experience of treating the real him as a marionette and only following a predetermined set of actions. This helped him greatly. At that moment, although he didn't know what he was trying to do, to the point of not realizing that he had forgotten something, he knew very well what he would do next. The past wasn't important, but the present and future were key. Klein reached out his palm again and grabbed the void in front of him. His entire arm sank. However, when he retracted his right hand, nothing came out. At the same time, Amon raised his palm and gently swiped forward. He had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. A figure quickly appeared beside Amon. It was an elder dressed in a hooded black robe. His eyes were deep black, like a dark water surface, and the white beard around his mouth was long and dense. Zeratul, the leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zeratul. The existence that Klein had attempted to summon was actually Zeratul, and he had succeeded in one try. This was because he had made preparations in advance. Back in the city that the Phoenix Believers had built, when Klein had split his marionettes into 3 groups, he was actually attempting to summon Zeratul from the historical void. Without a doubt, it was impossible to succeed at that time. However, as a scholar of yore, it would be a massive failure if one failed to notice that someone else was trying to summon their historical projection. As for Zeratul, he was definitely a senior, excellent, and experienced scholar of yore. After such a failed summoning, Klein had established a connection with Zeratul. This was the tacit understanding between scholars of yore. As for a miracle invoker, an attendant of mysteries, he was able to respond to his historical projection. It was just like how a scholar of yore had a 100% chance of success when borrowing strength from his past. In addition, a scholar of yore had no contractual connection with the historical void projection. They relied on the other party's lack of intelligence, or them having good relationships with them, to control it. And in this world, the few high-level existences most unwilling to see Amon obtain Sapphira Castle was Mr. Dor, followed by Palez, and then Zeratul. In other words, the two of them were short-term allies when it came to resisting Amon. Due to these factors, Klein believed that he could summon Zeratul in one go. And the facts proved that he was right. And it was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried at all that Amon would steal away his historical projection that he had summoned. He even hoped that the Angel of Time would do so. As for the reason why he first came up with the idea of committing suicide before summoning Zeratul, it was to let Amon steal his thoughts. And for Amon, he would be happy to try since he was a king of angels in search of excitement. With too many choices for him to choose from, it was unlikely he would repeat another thought usurpation. It might be the theft of a historical void projection. This was one of the few trump cards that Klein had. In the next second, Zeratul's gaze turned from a glazed one to a spirited and real one. Clearly, this attendant of mysteries, a senior scholar of yore, had entered the historical void and allowed his projection from the same era to receive his consciousness. And having his own consciousness meant that Zeratul's projection didn't hesitate at all to firmly cast his gaze at Amon. The eyes of Amon, the ones wearing and not wearing the monocle, narrowed at the same time. He saw the lightning around him increase in frequency as the vast wilderness with many ravines instantly turned empty and dark. They were speckled with twinkling stars. He had apparently been pulled beneath the cosmos by Zeratul. This was a miracle. As for the projection opposite of Amon, it had already transformed into a gigantic, mysterious whirlpool formed by squirming mysterious. They extended out in all directions with transparent tentacles. Just looking at them would make humans lose their minds and turn crazy. At that moment, Klein abandoned the other thoughts in the queue. He took the opportunity to control a monster deep in the darkness and transform it into his marionette. Immediately following that, he switched places with his marionette. After coming to the depths of the darkness, Klein reached out his hand once again to grab at the air in front of him a few times in succession. His marionette did the same action as well. Finally, he dragged a new figure out of the void. It was a figure dressed in a simple linen robe, with a tree bark as a belt. Standing there, barefooted with long, black hair, Ariana's facial features were ordinary and her eyes dark and cold. The Evernight Cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, the servant of concealment, the grounded angel, Ariana. As soon as Ariana appeared, her dark eyes turned normal. She didn't look like a projection at all. Her true body seemed to have entered a concealed state, allowing the summoned historical void projection to also possess intelligence. This was also one of the reasons why Klein had chosen to summon her, and had given up on summoning Mr. Azek and Miss Messenger, who gave him a higher success rate. This way, even if an accident happened during his suicide, preventing his success, there was still a chance to fight Amon in the subsequent battle. After a historical void's projection possessed their own consciousness, it made it much easier for Klein to maintain them. This resulted in an extension in time for the maintenance of the projection. Following that, he used the connection between the Scholar of Ur and their summoned historical void projection, quickly communicating to Servant of Concealment, Ariana, his intent to kill him. Ariana suddenly bent her body, and her right hand reached behind her back. She pulled out a bone sword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and swung her sword forward. The entire darkness literally stirred as it wildly spread towards where the spot Klein was standing. An unlucky monster happened to be situated between the two of them as it melted away when drowned by the tide of darkness. This wasn't the authority of concealment. This was a combination of repose and horror. It symbolized danger in the darkness, a symbol of silent destruction and vanquishment. The Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway had to reach Sequence 3 Horror Bishop to grasp such powers. Subconsciously, Klein's survival instinct made him attempt to escape. But at that moment, he felt that the surrounding darkness was an enemy. If he was infected by that force, he would become a part of the tide. There was no avoiding it. There's no need to use all your strength. You can easily kill me with just a portion of your strength. Klein restrained his primal instincts, and he stood on the spot, waiting for the destruction to sweep through him. At that moment, a distant, illusory bell sounded. It was as if it had traveled through a long stretch of history, causing everything around it to slow down, including the surging darkness. In midair, swaths of darkness were pierced, revealing a gigantic wall clock carved out of stone. It was ancient and mottled, and its surface was separated into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black colors. Each segment had different symbols, and the needle had a total of 3 hands, short, medium, long. It seemed to be formed from the 12 rings of a worm of time. As the second hand ticked, the bell rang again. Gong! As the sound echoed, the surging darkness like a tide slowed down even more. Then, the ancient clock's projection dissipated, turning back into Amon with his pointed hat and monocle. Behind him, the projection of Zeradol was also in a sluggish state. Right on the heels of that, Amon levitated in midair, extending his right hand, and he pressed down at the darkness. The darkness quickly returned to normal, drowning Klein without causing him any damage. It was unknown if there was a bug or if a Beyonder effect had been stolen. At the same time, Amon's body instantly became abnormally huge. It was nearly 20 meters tall, but none of his clothes suffered any damage. He looked down at Klein and raised his hand to adjust his monocle. He ignored the attacks from the Zeradol projection behind him as he curled his lips and said with deep interest, "Interesting." Chapter 1165, The Grand Lineup. Chapter 1165, The Grand Lineup. As Amon spoke, the transparent tentacles covered with mysterious patterns extended out from the gigantic vortex behind his back, and they wrapped around his many different spirit body threads. In the blink of an eye, the illusory black threads were lifted up without any resistance. And with that, one strange monster after another was hoisted up in the air, like ham waiting to be dry-aged. The spirit body threads beside Amon were all stolen by him at some point in time. While Zeradol launched his attack, his other slippery tentacle kept extending into the void, attempting to pull something back. In just a few seconds, a figure quickly appeared. He had long chestnut-colored, curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips, and a very beautifully manicured mustache. He wore a dark red coat with rusted golden threads. It was none other than the former Emperor of Intis, Rosel Gustav. The moment this knowledge emperor stepped into the real world, he looked down at the gigantified Amon, and complicated and illusory symbols instantly formed in his eyes. He wasn't worried that Amon would steal his attack at all, because he had prepared an extremely large amount of useless miscellaneous knowledge. Be it the forceful injection or Amon's theft of it, he could achieve the goal of blowing up the other party's mind. Just as Emperor Rosel's projection was fully formed, another figure appeared from Zeradol's transparent tentacles. The figure had a young face, but his long hair was already half-white, pulled back and flailing in the air. In the darkness, half of it was hidden, and the other was prominent. This was an angel that Klein didn't know. He looked like a man with eyes that were dark and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were considered pretty good, but there was a bunch of thick, short black hair on his cheeks. He emitted the feeling that he was both old and youthful, both rational and crazy. Read more at Ellis Novel. He immediately transformed into a cluster of squirming worms that extended out transparent, smooth tentacles akin to Zeradol's projection. Clearly, this was also an angel from the seer pathway. At that moment, Klein didn't even dare to look straight at the situation occurring in midair. However, when his spiritual perception triggered, he had already sensed something familiar. The second angel that was summoned by Zeradol was the son of an ancient god, the original ancestor of the Antigonus family. This was the historical projection him before he became the half-fool. Clearly, Zeradol had made sufficient preparations in this period of time. As Antigonus displayed his complete mythical creature form, the surrounding environment changed once again. The darkness became even darker, as though it had a life of its own as it surged towards the massive manifestation of the classic black-robed, pointy-hatted, and monocled Amon. In the area enveloped by darkness, all the monsters instantly turned into marionettes. Antigonus seemed to have moved a portion of the ancient divine kingdom from his memories into the real world, so as to separate Amon from Klein. This was also a miracle. When the miracle happened, Zeradol's transparent tentacles pulled out a third projection from the fog of history. This was a knight in full black armor. He was a demigod from the fourth epic Solomon Empire, and had not left an illustrious name in history. However, he had another identity. He was a member of the Red of War army, and the leader of this army was King of Angels, Medici. In this division, every member could connect with Red Angel Medici's mind and become one. Read more at Ellis Novel. In other words, if Medici could converge their powers, then they too could also transmit their own powers to the collective pool. The powers of a scholar of your powers couldn't summon anything associated with the uniqueness. Even if they were to raise their sequence and receive a qualitative change, it remained the same. However, there was no doubt that seers would seek ways to push the envelope by attempting to bypass the restrictions and obtain help from the uniqueness to a certain extent. Klein had summoned the goddess's descent vessel to accomplish this point, while Zeradol summoned a powerhouse of the Red of War army. At this moment, that projection was equivalent to a portion of Medici. The knight in black armor stepped onto the battlefield. He scanned the battlefield in a sluggish manner before laughing out loud. "Yo, Lil Raven, have those feathers I burnt recovered?" Due to the fact that his historical projection had summoned another 3 angel-level historical projections, Klein suspected that he couldn't maintain it for 10 seconds. If it wasn't for this change, then he would most likely have felt that he had found a way to indefinitely increase his combat strength. That was to summon 2 angels and 1 projection of himself every time. Then, he could use his projection to summon 2 angels and himself again. If this continued, he would have an infinite number of projections available. At that moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana's body faded and entered a concealed state. Following that, she suddenly appeared behind the gigantified Amon, slashing out with the bone sword that was covered in strange patterns. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Amon was being attacked by the 5 angel projections attack, Klein kept converting monsters into his marionettes, getting them to aim at him. He opened his mouth and let out a bang. Air cannons whistled towards him. At the same time, Klein stretched out his hand and easily took out a flaring sun charm that had already been activated and was just short of releasing its effects. He didn't believe that he would be able to survive such repeated attacks. Amidst the booms, Klein suddenly heard a tick-tock noise. The entire world seemed to stop for a moment before it returned to normal. Following that, he saw a huge hole in the dark sky. A ray of pure hot sunlight shone in and lit a golden charm. It was the flaring sun charm. It had turned into a huge ball of light that was engulfed by countless balls of flames. However, the target it attacked wasn't Klein. It had made an error and, instead, wrapped around the Red of War demigod. Meanwhile, the vast amount of knowledge that Roselle Gustave had injected, the miracle created by Antigonus, the destructive sword which Ariana had swung out, the transparent tentacles that Zeradol extended, they all pointed at the same target in an erroneous manner: Medici's black-armored subordinate. At some point, the projection that consisted of a part of Medici's will first suffered an explosion in his mind. Even his instinctive reaction seemed to have disappeared. Then, he was assaulted by the barrage of heavy attacks, and quickly dissipated in midair. Wearing a pointed hat and a classical mage robe, it was unknown when Amon had returned to the size of a human and landed at the bottom of the battlefield. He raised his right hand and adjusted the crystal monocle as a beam of light lit up. Behind his back, the ancient modeled clock phantom appeared once again. The longest second hand quickly spun half around at an extraordinary speed. It took less than a second, but everything on the desolate moors seemed to have lost 10 to 20 seconds. The projection of Antigonus's historical projection disappeared. Following that, Roselle's historical projection faded away. Finally, it was the historical projections of Zeradol and Ariana. The amount of time they could be maintained had been stolen. Klein, who was just about to commit suicide for the third time, couldn't believe his eyes. He had expected Blasphemer Amon to resolve the 5 angel projections. After all, they were merely projections. A projection was much weaker than the actual body. However, Klein never expected the other party to be so casual about it that he didn't even have a chance to commit suicide. He had used his trump card in exchange for such an outcome. It was inevitable for him to feel disheartened and despair. Amon nudged his monocle and took a step forward to appear in front of him. He smiled. If they were all their true bodies, it would indeed be more troublesome. However, the historical void projection has a very huge flaw. And grasping the problem of something is what I'm best at. Looking at this angel of time whose smile remained the same while his expression was one of delight, as though he hadn't been in a difficult situation just now, Klein's heart slowly sank, as if he had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual perception was triggered as scenes quickly flashed through his mind. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, Amon changed his clothes, going from a dark-colored jacket, trousers, and black top hat that met the aesthetic standards of modern times to a classic mage's robe and a pointed hat. After that, he suggested a game of escaping and obstructing. He appeared extremely confident and wasn't worried about any mishaps. As his thoughts raced, Klein's throat turned dry, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "You are the true body. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, your true body merged with your avatar?" He seriously suspected that the person in front of him was Amon's true body, the true blasphemer, the whole king of angels. The corners of the monocled Amon's mouth curled up bit by bit. "This is very interesting, isn't it? The expression on your face after knowing the truth is what I wanted to see in this game." He had clearly admitted that he was the main body. He was born accommodating the uniqueness of the Marauder pathway. He was peerless amongst the ranks of those beneath that of deities. This meant that, unless a true deity descended, no matter how hard Klein struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape from Amon's hands. And this was the forsaken land of the gods. The only active deity was the true creator, and he wasn't too interested in Sapphira Castle. Although he had suspected that the Amon beside him had swapped with his actual body, Klein, who had experienced countless instances of hope, only to have them destroyed, experienced what was the ultimate sense of despair when he was truly certain of it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tarot Club involved Miss Justice, Leonard, and company, as well as how he knew that Amon was best at deception, he would have admitted defeat and expressed his willingness to become his blessed. Isn't it normal to join the ranks of the opponents if you can't beat them? As he lampooned, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He recalled the words that Amon had previously said. His eyes lit up, and he completely calmed down. Looking at Amon, he leisurely stretched his body and said with a smile, "Kill me." Chapter 1166, Its Name. Chapter 116. 6. Its Name. Lightning once again lit up the desolate moors that were blanketed with grayish-yellow fog. It illuminated the spot where an angel-level battle had just happened, illuminating the calm smile on his face. Aman looked at him for a few seconds before nudging his monocle and smiling. "Can't you say something else? You seem to have found new hope?" Klein's smile didn't change as he clenched his fist to his nose and stuck one hand into his pocket. "I just suddenly understood something. It turns out that it's not too demoralizing to play this game with your true body. On the contrary, this shows that you have no way of stealing my destiny." "Oh?" Aman smiled as he spoke in a tone, as though he was looking forward to what Klein would say next. Klein laughed and said without any hesitation, "Otherwise, once I entered the forsaken land of the gods, you would have directly stolen my destiny and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Even if you want to play a game of escaping and obstructing, you could have waited until the main goal was achieved before doing so. That way, you wouldn't be taking any risks. And having lost my chance to resurrect and my original destiny, I'll put in an even greater effort into escaping due to my instinct to survive. Indeed, the god of mischief might do something that disregards danger, doing so in pursuit of excitement, but you're still the god of deceit." Having said that, Klein looked at the unperturbed expression on Aman's face and paused. "I know that you really have the ability to steal the destinies of others, but being capable of doing something doesn't mean that you'll do it. This requires a risk assessment, as well as weighing and analyzing the pros and cons. I believe that you don't wish to steal my destiny directly. That will make you bear the burden of everything brought about by Sapphira Castle. You have to resist the trauma of the resurrection of its original owner. Even for a king of angels like you, this is also very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you can perish. Therefore, you want to find a loophole, you want to get Sapphira Castle without suffering the negative effects. And this requires my permission." When he said that, Klein thought of the experience of getting hit by computer viruses in his previous life. Those viruses would always pretend to be normal and cheat him into giving him permission. This was somewhat similar to the current situation. After hearing Klein's words, Aman looked at him without a word. Instead, he calmly adjusted the crystal monocle. Klein smiled and continued, "From the moment you parasitized me, you've been setting up a huge scam. On the one hand, you've given me the option of becoming your blessed, telling me that your true body can withstand my destiny, causing me to bear a heavy psychological burden. In the subsequent journey, you constantly made me see hope before destroying it. From time to time, you'll give me a time limit, making me unknowingly seize an opportunity and catch my breath. Then, you suddenly shorten the trip, disrupting my plans. Finally, you reveal the card that you're the true body, sending me into the abyss of despair, so as to destroy my will and dismantle my mental defenses. I would completely break down and choose to become your blessed, and agree to that hidden transaction." After hearing everything in silence, Aman suddenly laughed and raised his hands to gently clap. "Perfect deduction. However, you seem to have missed a problem. What I said was to see my real body at a sufficiently safe place. Then, your destiny will be taken away. Now that we haven't reached our final destination, I naturally won't take the risk." Klein's expression sank slightly before he relaxed again. "I'm looking forward to how different the developments will be there." He responded to Aman in his style. The genuine King of Angels adjusted his monocle and pointed to the side with a smile. "Soon. We'll arrive in less than half a day." "How long is that exactly?" Klein instinctively lacked trust in Aman's vague descriptions. Aman scratched his chin and chuckled. "Half an hour." Klein turned his head to look in the direction where Aman had pointed. He only saw deep darkness, nothing else. A bolt of lightning streaked across the desolate moors, but even farther away was a thick grayish-yellow fog. Backlund, Empress Borough, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. After 2 days of chaos, Audrey's life finally regained some peace. This made her even more curious about the truth behind the king's assassination. Considering how Mr. Fool had seemingly hinted that the tarot gathering would be cancelled today, Audrey decided to pray to this existence in advance and establish a connection with the world Gehrman Sparrow to figure out the corresponding situation. The moment she glanced at Susie, the golden retriever immediately walked out of the room, closed the door with her leg in passing, and sat outside. Audrey sat down, took on a prayer pose, and recited in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Backlund East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Do you think there will be a gathering today? There's no formal notice. First took out her pocket watch for women and opened it. Zio shook her head. I don't know. Furs couldn't sit still any longer. She left her seat and paced back and forth anxiously as she muttered to herself, Mr. World didn't respond, neither did Mr. Fool respond. As she spoke, Furs suddenly looked at her friend who was eating some ham. She hurriedly said, Zio, why don't you try praying to Mr. Fool and ask if the gathering will be held as scheduled today? Zio frowned slightly as she put down her fork and nodded. Okay. She also found the situation a little strange. She clasped her hands and held them under her chin. Zio took a deep breath and said in a low voice, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Backlund, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, in a room behind Cheney's Gate. Emlyn White woke up, feeling puzzled over the dream he had. He had apparently dreamed of the sanguine ancestor, Lilith. In his dream, he was trapped in a castle covered in red grapevines, one he couldn't escape from no matter how hard he tried. Later, through a narrow window from high above, he saw the crimson moon outside and a pair of bat wings that covered half the crimson moon. In the legends of the Sanguine, this was one of the symbols of the ancient goddess, Lilith. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn flew up high in excitement, attempting to open the narrow window. At the bottom of the glass, he found a tarot card. On the surface of the tarot card was a lad dressed in gorgeous clothes. He was wearing splendid headgear with a stick over his shoulder. There was a bindle hanging on the end of the stick, and a puppy was following behind him. The Fool card. At this point in his dream, Emlyn naturally woke up. As a sanguine viscount, he had the ability to perform a basic analysis of dreams. It must be because of my current situation that this dream appeared. That star actually didn't deliver any human blood to me. I am indeed the target of the ancestor's benediction. She is hinting to me that if I wish to escape from my predicament, I have to obtain help from Mr. Fool? What day is it today? Forget it, I'll just pray. That way, I can leave as soon as possible. Emlyn sat up with hope as he piously chanted, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the gray fog, the 3 crimson stars that corresponded to justice, judgment, and the moon began to expand and shrink, emitting light to create ripples. They merged into the dark red tide that originally existed, causing the shock waves in the mysterious space to instantly intensify. Amidst the quake, the tide flooded the ancient and majestic palace, lighting up one mysterious symbol after another behind the 8 seats on the long bronze table. This brought a new halo and resonance, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At the end of the long, modeled table, the back of the fool's seat lit up as well. The complicated symbol formed by the contorted lines and pupillae kept extending outwards, becoming layered and extremely three-dimensional. The dark red tide was attracted over and formed a figure on the high-back chair belonging to the fool. This figure wasn't stable enough. It distorted and scattered from time to time, hardly capable of maintaining its form. On a desolate moor covered with grayish-yellow fog, Klein paused for a moment and looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. He then retracted his gaze. Holding the lantern in his hand, he followed beside Amon, deep into the endless moors. The more the man and the king of angels proceeded, the more ravines the ground had. Similarly, their depths became more and more exaggerated. About 10 minutes later, another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Not far away, Klein saw a single-eyed giant with a bluish-black pupil, pacing back and forth. It towered tens of meters. His body was covered in traces of rotting pus. His eye was sunken and lifeless. It was obvious that he was dead. However, he continued wandering around. Grayish-yellow gas emanated from his body, interweaving in midair to create the fog over the moor. The grayish-yellow fog that enveloped the vast moor was actually generated by this bluish-black giant. The youngest son of the giant King Ormer, the god of glory, Blattle. He publicly cursed my father and was punished to forever roam this area. Of course, he has long died in the cataclysm, but he still wasn't able to free himself. Aman looked at the giant and smiled. If I hadn't stolen the corresponding damage dealt to you, you would have been contaminated by the fog created after Blattel's death. You would become a cursed entity that roams this area. Do I have to thank you? Suddenly, Klein felt like he had entered a myth. With him in tow, Aman continued forward. Soon, they approached the bluish-black, single-eyed giant. There was an extremely deep ravine on the spot where the giant was loitering about. As the lightning flashed, a thick and vast grayish-white building appeared at the bottom. With just a glance, Klein's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled the scene he saw when he was divining the unshadowed crucifix. If he remembered correctly, this should be where the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, Aman and Adam's father, walked out from. Is this the safe place that Aman mentioned? Klein's heart sank. At this moment, the pointy-hatted, monocled Aman walked to the edge of the ravine. With his back facing the grayish-white building, he spread his arms slightly and said with a smile, "This is the Holy Land where my father was awoken. Buried in it is the history I wish to seek. My father told me that this place has an ancient name, called..." As a streak of silver lightning tore through the sky, the black-robed Aman paused as he widened his arms, saying with a solemn tone, "Chernobyl." Chapter 1167 When the Stars Are Wry. Chapter 1167 When the Stars Are Wry. Chernobyl. Upon hearing Aman's words, Klein's first reaction was one of shock. Back when they were approaching the bluish-black, single-eyed giant, he had come up with many possibilities, but he never expected to hear such a name. This was akin to seeing a machine gun appear in an ancient oil painting or a novel's plot appearing in a scientific paper. It was filled with unbelievable contradictions. In the next second, he thought of the funny matter about how the ancient sun god had used his rib to create dark angel Sasra, but had named his eldest son Adam. He instinctively believed that the current situation was similar, and he couldn't help but laugh. To have Aman, who was so powerful that he was almost a bug in the real world, a king of angels who always wore a sinister smile on his face, speak the name with such seriousness and solemnity, it made Klein unable to hold back his laughter. Besides, he had no intention of controlling himself. It's best if he gets angry from the embarrassment and kills me. The reason Aman is this way today has largely to do with the ancient sun god's method of upbringing. The corners of Klein's mouth curved into a smile, prepared to ruthlessly vent his inner laughter. At this moment, another bolt of silvery white lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the deep ravine. It made Klein once again see the grayish-white building at the bottom. This was a building that was completely different from the current style of the fourth, third, and even the second epoch. Thump! Klein's heart rapidly contracted before it expanded again. The smile he just made froze on his face. Thump! Thump! When he heard his own heartbeat, he suddenly had the common sense he had regarding the present world appear in his mind. 12 months a year, 365 days a year, has leap years. 24 hours a day, 60 minutes a day, 60 seconds a minute. It's confirmed to be a planet. There's a sun and a moon in the sky. But dump! But dump! But dump! Klein's instinct prevented him from thinking any further, but deep in his heart, there was still a voice. Could it be that I've never actually transmigrated? I've always been on Earth the entire time, but I've been hanging from the door of light above the gray fog for too long, making me truly not belong to this era. As this thought formed, many details that didn't catch his attention spewed out like a volcano in his mind. To the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, before entering the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, there are rotting and crumbling steel buildings around the ancient well. They appeared to be left behind by humans. The northern and southern continent are overall very similar in shape to that of North and South America. However, a large part of the isthmus that connects the two landmasses has been wiped away by some kind of power, forming the Berserk Sea with its complicated and winding sea routes. Also, Sonia Island is like the gigantic landmass in the north that drifted south. Mid-Seashire is like the expanded and connected version of the Great Lakes of North America. It's as though it suffered a strike from a massive meteor. The mountains and rivers on the northern continent have changed a lot, but the overall shape is barely recognizable. In that case, the western continent where the elves come from, and the forsaken land of the gods in the eastern continent, will correspond to Chernobyl. In the legends of Treasure Out at Sea, there's a lost civilization called the New Ones. It sank somewhere in the Fog Sea. The Giant King's parents are humans. The Sanguine elves also seem to originate from humans. I previously had two questions. Why would Sapphira Castle grab transmigrators from Earth? Why would all of them be people from my era? This can also be explained. In the short span of 2 to 3 seconds, it was as if lightning was constantly exploding in his mind. This caused his lips to tremble slightly, as though he was trying his best to contain the backlash of his revelation. But the moon in this world is crimson. The constellations are somewhat different from those of Earth. I'm not an astronomy aficionado, so I can't remember clearly. However, the Emperor consumed the potions from the Savant pathway. If the cosmos was completely identical, he would have discovered it a long time ago. The opposing opinion appeared in Klein's mind. They were like a strong anchor, preventing his ship from being blown away from the port in the midst of the storm. But 1 second later, he remembered 2 lines. One sentence was a terrifying prophecy that he had read online in his previous life. When the stars are right, chaos will rise from underground, and the great oldest one will awaken. The other was, be careful of the moon. That prophecy wasn't randomly made up? When the stars are right. So, this resulted in the previous discrepancies? Klein almost ignored Amon in front of him. Even his body began to tremble. He used a great deal of strength before he sighed inwardly. Perhaps I've never left my hometown, but I will never be able to return home. Just as he came to this understanding and realization, the grayish-white fog silently appeared in front of him. This time, he directly stood in front of the waning forest, which corresponded to the end of the first epoch and the early stages of the second epoch. Unlike the past, the boundless gray fog in front of him was no longer empty. Deep in the fog, in a very far distance, points of shattered light were lit up. They were like lighthouses, illuminating the path of history. They led Klein forward as they traced back thousands of years, or even further. Then, he saw the resplendent bluish-black door of light. He saw transparent cocoons hanging above it, and himself in a t-shirt and loose pants. An invisible wind blew past as the grayish-white fog beneath the door opened, layer by layer, revealing cities. There were tall skyscrapers with all kinds of cars parked, frozen with pedestrians that walked past. One by one, these cities were covered in grayish-white dust. Many buildings had collapsed, broken steel bars tearing out of their frames. Some of the cars had caved in, others had broken down. There were even some that had been squashed into metallic pancakes. The passers-by looked lifeless, like wax figures. Upon seeing this scene, Klein stopped and stared intently. He knew very well that this world was Earth. At that moment, he completely digested the Scholar of Your potion. Suddenly, Klein's consciousness returned to the real world. He realized that his connection with Sapphira Castle had strengthened. Amidst the buzzing sounds, the resonance generated by the prayers of the Tarot Club members grew in intensity. Previously, he could use them to vaguely sense Sapphira Castle above the gray fog and see that the Klein at the Fool's Seat was trying to establish some sort of connection with the dark red, warping figure that was about to take form. In an instant, he came to a realization. There was no longer a need for him to chant the incantation or take 4 steps counterclockwise. With a mere thought, his spirit body could enter Sapphira Castle, becoming one with that figure. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. He couldn't be bothered to marvel at the fact that this world was Earth. Believing that Amon definitely didn't know of such a development, Klein immediately thought of jumping straight towards Sapphira Castle. At this moment, the corner of his eye reflected the pointy-hatted, monocled, classic mage-robed Amon curled his lips into a smile, one that spoke of endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by the crazy raving from Amon. "You're right. I didn't want to steal your destiny, bearing the burden while becoming the new owner of Sapphira Castle. You're right. This was a scam that has been going on since the beginning. However, the core of this scam was to make you think that me giving you hope and destroying it was to break your will and make you agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't specially changed my clothes when I entered the forsaken land of the gods, as well as my accidental use of error powers, would you have been so sure that my true body was already here? Could it be possible that the god of deceit doesn't understand that changing one's image would expose many problems? Did you think that I wouldn't understand what the name Chernobyl means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the oldest traces of history, the ones that go far beyond the first epoch. The true goal of this journey was to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge to aid you in digesting the scholar of your potion, so that you can relax your vigilance in this area. Then, when your connection with Sapphira Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger it, I'll seize this opportunity and use a loophole to steal Sapphira Castle. The destiny shall be yours, and Sapphira Castle shall be mine. Not only did the terrifying ravings from the King of Angels contain the sounds of Amon's chuckle, but they also wreaked havoc on Klein's mental state. They were no weaker than Mr. Door's roar. The surface of Klein's skin began to show signs of protruding worms of spirit as he was brought to the brink of losing control. In his body, a 12-segmented worm of time burrowed out, transforming into an Amon phantom wearing a black mage robe and a matching pointy hat and crystal monocle. He had parasitized Klein at a superficial level, not to monitor his thoughts, but rather to take control of the situation at the critical moment through parasitizing him at a deeper level. He wanted to seize this opportunity. In the beginning, Amon had used a deeper level of parasitizing with one main goal: to parasitize a worm of time at a superficial level, without the saint being able to detect it. The Amon projection turned back and gave Klein, who was unable to straighten his thoughts after being disrupted by the ravings, a look. It revealed a smile that was identical to its true body. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, carrying a look of endless joy. He turned around and used the invisible connection to leap towards Sapphira Castle above the grey fog. This was similar to the situation of him parasitizing Derrickburg and trying to use the crimson star that corresponded to the sun to infiltrate the world above the grey fog. But this time, no one was inside Sapphira Castle to purify him, to close the door, to stop Amon. This was a spectacular act. This was the God of Deceit, Chapter 1168, My Anchors. Chapter 1168, My Anchors. In the blink of an eye, Amon saw the grayish-white fog and the ancient and majestic palace above. He just needed to reach out his hand and pass through the final obstacle to truly touch Sapphira Castle and directly occupy the place and, in essence, take it away. But at that moment, a gigantic bluish-black palm suddenly appeared above the Amon phantom, blocking him from entering Sapphira Castle. Amon's projection subconsciously turned its head and looked in the direction of the palm. It saw the pus-covered, one-eyed giant who had long since died. Blattel, who was known as the God of Glory, still didn't show any signs of life in his exaggerated vertical eye. The curse of the grayish-yellow fog kept emanating from his body. However, it was different from before. There were seemingly illusory black tubes behind his back. They extended all the way into the infinite distance, a mystery as to what they were connected to. Boom, read latest chapters at LS Novel. The towering bluish-black giant instantly condensed a broadsword formed from the orange-red light of dusk. Holding it in one hand, he cleaved down at the side of the deep ravine where Amon's body was. This youngest son of the Giant King, the one who had died due to the curse, suddenly unleashed an unimaginable power after roaming aimlessly for thousands of years. The twilight sword tore through the void and jumped out from the spot where the Angel of Time, Amon, was standing. It ripped through everything around it, turning into a storm that could destroy this desolate moor. Amon didn't move and remained standing there. No matter how the orange-red sword storm raged, it didn't harm him at all. He seemed to have used some sort of error in this world again. However, in this state, Amon was no longer able to transmit his ravings into Klein's mind, allowing him to finally gain a sliver of peace. Ignoring how he was about to lose control, he regained his clarity of mind using the clear and real surroundings and the layers of prayer. Then, he immediately resonated with the dark red figure sitting at the fool's seat above the grey fog, and he established a new connection. He didn't hesitate to return to Sapphira Castle. And at this moment, Amon's phantom, which was attempting to infiltrate above the grey fog, was obstructed by the bluish-black palm of the god of glory, Blattel. He wasn't able to instantly break through the titanic obstruction. The monocled king of angels, be it his avatar or true body, opened his mouth and said a name, Evernight. Yes, this was help coming from the Evernight goddess, but it wasn't without reason. Although Klein lacked confidence in this matter, he had always kept it as one of his trump cards. He only believed that it might not be effective and had a very low chance of success. It could only be used as a glimmer of hope at his most desperate hour. After entering the forsaken land of the gods and obtaining some space to think on his own, he worked hard to find resources available to him that could be used. Then, he recalled something. The matter of the former chief of the City of Silver. This demon hunter had attempted to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway, but he ended up turning into a monster inside the mausoleum he built. This anomaly was related to illusory black tubes, and such a phenomenon had been seen from the numinous sect's artificial death. In other words, the mutation of the former chief of the City of Silver was very likely related to artificial death. This indirectly explains something that for some unknown reason, those that could influence the forsaken land of the gods, other than the true creator, included artificial death who had come to life to a certain level. And now, artificial death could be considered the Evernight goddess in some ways. Based on this reasoning, Klein suspected that the goddess could use the uniqueness of the death pathway to exert a low level of influence to some degree on certain things in the forsaken land of the gods. In addition, there were only 3 people involved in the matter regarding the former chief of the City of Silver. One of them was the current chief, Colin Iliad, the demigod elder, Waite Shermont, and shepherd elder, Lovia. They were either sequence 4 saints or an important believer of the true creator. It was impossible for them to be completely unaware that they had been parasitized by Amon. As for the only person who received feedback from the escapade, it was Derek Berg, who was under the Fool's watch. He wasn't one of Amon's parasites either. In other words, Amon wasn't aware of the former City of Silver chief's abnormality involving the black illusory tubes. That was key. Therefore, even if he was able to guess that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, causing the god of combat to have an intense reaction, there was no way for him to know that this would bring about unforeseen developments to the forsaken land of the gods. With this knowledge in mind, Klein consciously performed certain tasks, despite not having much confidence. In the city that believed in the Phoenix, he didn't take away the remaining death pathway's beyonder characteristics, hoping to leave a trail. After summoning Zeradol's historical projection, he didn't seize the opportunity to commit suicide immediately. On the one hand, he was afraid that Amon would still have the ability to stop him and affect his other arrangements, while on the other hand, he tried to use the summoning of the Servant of Concealment Ariana's projection to inform the Evernight goddess about the exact situation. After completing these 2 matters, Klein had no idea what the final outcome would be. He had mostly focused his attention on the fact that Amon's avatar had been replaced by his true body. When he arrived at his final destination and saw the roaming angel's corpse, he had just thought of something when he was distracted by Amon's introduction. It took him only until now to realize that the goddess had long gained some rudimentary control of this giant king's youngest son through the death pathway's uniqueness. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity to use this cursed angel. And the concealment forces that filled the forsaken land of the gods helped her conceal the illusory black tubes very well. Suddenly, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, at the Fool's seat situated at the end of the long, model table, the dark red figure that kept warping and scattering took the form of the scholarly Klein with his black hair and brown eyes. With just a thought, Klein's consciousness and spirit body had returned to Sapphira Castle. Following that, he used the close connection between his body and Sapphira Castle, together with the prayers of the Tarot Club members, to amplify the resonance effect. He then saw himself, glazed eyes, on the brink of losing control. He saw Amon's projection, which had circled around the bluish-black palm using an error. The monocled Amon raised his head, making eye contact with Klein, who was seated at the Fool's seat. Klein beckoned for the sea god's scepter and raised it. The entire grey fog boiled as the entirety of Sapphira Castle quaked. A vast amount of terrifying power gathered over, transforming into a torrent of lightning. The blue gems that lit up at the same time sent an illuminating light that surged down like a torrent, drowning Amon's avatars and his own body. A deep rumble of thunder echoed as the terrifying silver lightning tore everything it enveloped apart. Amon's projection disintegrated, and Klein's body was destroyed. He had finally succeeded in committing suicide. After completing this attack, Klein, who was high above the gray fog, immediately cut off the connection between Sapphira Castle and the real world, so as to prevent Amon's true body from creating any new accidents. Right on the heels of that, he began to wait for the miracle and waited for his resurrection. Beside the deep ravine which had grayish-white buildings at the bottom, Amon's true body adjusted the crystal monocle, stealing the curse that kept Blattel existing. The bluish-black giant immediately began to rot, quickly being reduced to bones. The illusory black tubes didn't persist, and they instead shrank back into the depths of the darkness. Dressed in a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Amon stood there. He raised his head and looked into the sky silently for a few seconds, as though he was looking at Sapphira Castle through the fog of history. Finally, he pinched the crystal monocle and muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. In the ancient palace, at the end of the long, modeled table, Klein sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He carefully looked down at the grayish-white fog. He discovered that the beyonder characteristics that had been destroyed with his body had unknowingly entered the historical void. It fused with the worms of spirit from the past, turning them corporeal. As long as Klein willed it from Sapphira Castle, these worms of spirit would immediately be able to escape the fog of history and reform his body in the real world. The miracle of resurrection was essentially a deeper use of one's strength from the past. Miracles happen using the past and future? Klein frowned slightly as he attempted to analyze how the miracle in Miracle Invoker came about. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly pulled his attention back and attempted to revive himself in Sapphira Castle. Then, he discovered a problem. His body could only be revived in the real world. Furthermore, it had to be within a certain range of his remains. As for his spirit body, it could be reborn above the gray fog, but Klein's spirit body hadn't been destroyed, it was sitting on the high-back chair of the fool. Obtaining help from the past works. The number of resurrections I'm using now is depleting the number I'll have after I become a miracle invoker. From the looks of it, there's only one chance now. TSK. Amon should be guarding my corpse now. I have to think of a way to get out of this predicament. His sense of time is different from a human's. He's a very patient god of mischief. Yes, my current state can only be maintained for 3 days. After that period of time, I won't be able to borrow powers from the past to resurrect. If it really doesn't work, I'll just abandon my body and become an undead. Klein's mind raced. Although he was somewhat vexed, he was in his most relaxed state over the past few days. He finally got out of that nearly hopeless situation. He looked at the high-back chairs that had symbols light up on their backs, as well as the burgeoning and contracting dark red stars. Klein exhaled and relaxed as he leaned back into his chair. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. These are my anchors. Author's note: this arc has finally come to an end. The whole story's origins was when I was reading the Cthulhu myth. When I saw the line about the stars being right, I suddenly thought of this. We often say that Cthulhu will awaken soon, but what happens if Cthulhu has already awakened? For those who don't know much about Cthulhu, it doesn't matter. Just treat this name as an evil god. After all, the corresponding deities were completely reconstructed by me. Chapter 1169, Klein S. Plan. Chapter 1169, Klein S. Plan. The flashing dark red glow slightly warmed Klein's heart. He felt that he wasn't that lonely, and that someone still remembered him. As the illusory, overlapping sounds of prayers became clearer and clearer, turning increasingly real, noisy, and chaotic, he realized that Sapphira Castle was summoning him, and the resonance between the two was growing stronger. After all the members of the Tarot Club had completed their prayers, Klein had a vague feeling that he could enter Sapphira Castle at any time, allowing his consciousness to manifest there instantly. However, he was still obstructed by that one last obstacle. This problem was finally resolved after he completely digested the Scholar of Your potion. It was also because of this that he had the opportunity to return to Sapphira Castle before Amon broke past the obstruction from the god of glory, Blattel. In just 2 short days, all the members of the Tarot Club have prayed. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a coincidence like this. Some aren't problematic, but there are some that seem to have been affected by the goddess and will. I was lucky enough, so I naturally had a good development. After careful thought, he realized how unreasonable certain parts were, but this was something that could be explained, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. After changing his seating posture slightly, Klein's gaze gradually darkened. Although he felt that he might not be able to return home the moment he saw the door of light and cocoons, he still felt that his hopes were completely destroyed upon confirming that this world was his former hometown. The light of dawn was swallowed by the darkness. Back then, using the fool that doesn't belong to this era as an honorific name might be a revelation given to me by my spiritual intuition. In the deepest part of my heart, I might have sensed something. Yes, I remember that I transmigrated while I was sleeping. But why was I wearing a t-shirt and loose pants while hanging in the cocoon? Klein frowned slightly as he cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog under Sapphira Castle. As he searched for the reason for the fragments of light in the fog of history, he tried hard to recall every detail of that fateful night. Finally, he found the corresponding historical segment. Zhou Mingrui, who was wearing a t-shirt and loose pants, set up the luck enhancement ritual before dinner. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited incantations like the immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. In his memories, nothing had happened back then, but the scene in history wasn't like this. After Zhou Mingrui finished his 4 steps and completed the ritual, his face turned pale and his eyes glazed over. Following that, he ate his meal in a daze. He read books, watched dramas, and fiddled with his phone as if he was completing a predetermined program. Finally, Zhou Mingrui came to the sink and looked at his lifeless eyes in the mirror. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to bed. During this process, he didn't change out of his t-shirt and loose pants. He covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes. Before long, an intense light and violent shaking ended the corresponding historical scene. Klein couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his temples. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. So the idea of there not being any changes and everything being normal after the luck enhancement ceremony was simply what I concluded. In actual fact, my body had already experienced certain anomalies. If it were in the past, he would definitely feel horrified and scared about the truth of the matter. However, after suffering from shock so many times, with his worldview nearly collapsing just moments ago, such a trivial matter was unable to generate any intense ripples in him. However, after discovering this, combined with the Emperor's transmigration, a result of buying a mysterious silver plate as well as one of the hanging spirit bodies in the transparent cocoons actually having a cell phone on them, Klein quickly had some guesses about what had happened back then. It should be the owner of Sapphira Castle affecting reality, disseminating the luck enhancement ritual, mysterious silver plate, mutated cell phones, and other things. Anyone that obtains them and performs some required procedure would end up being pulled above the gray fog at some point, hanging by the door of light. This was a random selection. It didn't point to a specific target. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. However, why was it named Quintessential Divination and Arcane Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasty? Was it randomly made up by the influenced humans, or was it really passed down from the Qin and Han Dynasty era? It's not that it's impossible. If the "when the stars are right" prophecy is true, and if it corresponds to the Creator, the oldest one, then he has always been in a deep slumber underground. He was like that in ancient times, a time that was far more ancient than ancient times. As for Sapphira Castle, it said that it was a manifestation of parts of his body. This isn't a sanctuary or escape pod. In the beginning, the oldest one was, on the one hand, waiting to awaken and destroy the world. On the other hand, he was trying to influence reality with a tiny amount of constant fluctuations. By disseminating the ritual and making other arrangements, wouldn't that be somewhat contradictory? That prophecy must have been made by the humans that were influenced by him. Klein stretched out his right hand and lightly knocked on the edge of the long model table, stuck in a conundrum that was temporarily impossible to answer. Soon, he remembered a sentence and some things. That statement was, "Whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate." Those things were: the ancient sun god, Amun, and Adam's father, deliberately separated his negative personality. Beyonders who were close to the ground or encountered some corruption would gradually form a brand new self. After reaching the moon, Emperor Rozel's personality had changed a little without him realizing it. Many of the 22 Beyonder pathways were conflicting, just like Demonis and Hunter. Perhaps the creator, the oldest one, was an amalgamation of contradictions, and he could only relieve this problem by sleeping. Klein had a certain guess, but he was unable to verify it. He wasn't even sure if the oldest one, who would awaken when the stars were right, as spoken of in mythical legend in his previous life, was the creator of all things who splintered into everything in present-day myths. This required more clues and more evidence to confirm. He couldn't just rely on his own guesses and imagination. "It's not like I'm a visionary," Klein thought in a self-deprecating manner. He then cast his gaze upwards. It was almost comprised solely of gray nothingness there, with some grayish-white clouds floating there. There are still many things I need to confirm. For example, is that so-called Chernobyl a sanctuary created by humans after the awakening of the oldest one? Or did the Beyonder characteristics of the 22 Beyonder pathways really originate from the oldest one? Another would be the positions of the constellations. Is it actually normal, or is it abnormal now? Does the 1368 apocalypse correspond to the moment when the stars are right? And finally, the origins of the first blasphemy slate and what exactly is on the moon. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly stopped tapping his fingers and softly said, for example, the hometown of the elves, the legendary western continent, whether it exists or not, and why can't anyone go there? The answer to his question was a long period of silence. He slowly leaned back and rested his arms on the armrest. After a few minutes, Klein closed his eyes and had an idea. Or rather, he decided. After he successfully revived, he planned on staying in the forsaken land of the gods for some time to seek out some questions. Just as Emperor Rozel had said, many of the answers were in the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Amun had wandered here for more than 1,000 years to explore the history that surpassed the first epoch. Furthermore, if he kept heading east in the forsaken land of the gods, he might reach the legendary western continent. Klein cast his gaze outside the ancient palace as he looked into the distance. To him, staying in the forsaken land of the gods for some time was also a type of strategy. At the very least, this would attract the attention of Amun, making him not need to mobilize his avatars in the outside world to search for Gehrman Sparrow in Lone or Backland. That would bring great danger to the people that he knew. Thankfully, the avatars of Amun who knew that I'm soft-hearted had been wiped out. The corresponding information was also not propagated because of the existence of concealment. If not for that, Amun might end up directly using the lives of Benson, Melissa, Leonard, and Miss Justice to threaten me. I don't even dare to think of the outcome. Haha, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck has finally shown its powers. Phew, even if I want to leave the forsaken land of the gods, I don't have a solution now. I have to barge into the place where the Dark Angel is sleeping. Klein shook his head and felt that even if he could resurrect, he would be facing all kinds of dangers. No matter how he thought about it, a scholar of yore wouldn't last long if he were tracked by a king of angels. The key to the matter was that the Evernight goddess was still digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She could only spare a limited amount of power for infiltrating the forsaken land of the gods. Once the Angel of Time, who wielded the authority of error, was prepared, it was nearly impossible to accomplish what had happened today. On the one hand, I have to seek help from other possible existences. When I successfully revive, I will attempt to use my marionette to recite the honorific name of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Let's see if they have any means to descend into the forsaken land of the gods. They had fed on the ancient sun god back then, so they definitely do not wish for Amun to obtain Sapphira Castle. On the other hand, since the Scholar of Yours potion has been completely digested, I'll have to consider becoming a miracle invoker. As long as I have an angel status and become a complete mythical creature, my situation will be much better. At the very least, I'll be able to withstand a wave of Amon's ravings when facing his true body. Klein decided to use the medium to spy on the terrifying maggot cluster on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range once his spirit body recovered. From there, he could obtain the knowledge corresponding to a miracle invoker. It was highly likely that it was the half-fool of the Antigonus family. After considering his future plans, he looked around and answered the crimson stars one at a time. The tarot gathering will proceed as usual today. He wanted to see if Ma'am Hermit, Mr. Hanged Man, and the others could provide him with inspiration and allow him to be revived far away from Amon. Of course, it was necessary to use an ingenious excuse. After responding, the world above the gray fog became extremely quiet again. Klein sat at the seat of the fool, temporarily with nowhere to go. After a moment of silence, he leaned forward slightly and used his right hand to support his head, looking straight ahead. On the lawn, model table, a variety of delicacies and exquisite candles appeared. As for the high-backed chairs around it, they became even closer in style to the current times. One figure after another appeared. One of them was an elderly man with a loud voice and silver strands in his black hair. Another was a woman who was nearly 50 years old. She had an Asian face with short hair that only reached her ears. Some of them were young men who were playing with their phones and enjoying the sumptuous food, while others were young ladies who were laughing and joking. Behind them, new figures appeared one after another. It was the gray-eyed Dun with a receding hairline, and Daly with her blue eyeshadow and blush. With a smile on their faces, they surrounded the long, warm table surrounded by candlelight above the grayish-white fog. They chatted happily and commented on the delicacies from time to time. Klein maintained his expression and posture as he propped his hand on the side of his face and silently watched this scene in stillness for an extended period of time. Chapter 1170 Ritual. Chapter 1170 Ritual. Backlund, North Borough. Leonard, who had just arranged a mission for his team, saw the boundless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. He let out a long sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Seems like there are no more problems." Since Mr. Fool was able to provide feedback, as per normal, and convene the tarot gathering, it meant that he had already won the battle against Amon. This way, Klein was likely able to escape from his predicament. In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice scoffed. "Don't count your chickens until they've hatched. After you enter Sapphira Castle, observe if the fool is wearing a monocle on his right eye." Are you saying that the present fool might be Amon in disguise? Leonard's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. Pallas sighed and said, "You can't eliminate this possibility. Amon can really do such a thing." "I will take note." Leonard's relaxed state of mind instantly tensed up again. On the future, in the Sonia Sea. Mr. Fool actually responded after so much time. Does this mean that the world Gehrman Sparrow's disappearance had something to do with his plan? I can't be sure. Perhaps Mr. Fool's lack of response during this period of time was to save Gehrman Sparrow. And now, he has succeeded. He didn't directly mention this matter. He is planning to let the world tell the story at the tarot gathering? After hearing Mr. Fool's voice, many thoughts instantly flashed across Catlia's mind. From Queen Mystic's letter, she suspected that George III's death was due to Mr. Fool's interference. The disappearance of the world Gehrman Sparrow was also an extension of this matter. Catlia's first reaction was to write to Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that Gehrman Sparrow has been found. However, after some thought, she suppressed her urge, and she prepared to participate in the afternoon's gathering. She wanted to know the details and figure out what she could and couldn't say before sending Queen Mystic feedback. Regardless, it seems like the matter has been resolved. The Admiral of Stars exhaled and sat by the window in peace as she took in the blue sky. In the periphery of a primitive forest on Sonia Island, Alger Wilson stood on a thin tree branch, looking at the port and the blue skies not far away. The strong winds around him swirled without dispersing as they affected the trees nearby. As the illusory grayish-white fog appeared, Alger was first delighted before he felt a little terrified. Mr. Fool only responded after quite some time. This means that his previous state was indeed a little abnormal. However, he has already recovered. He didn't respond to my loan request regarding the sun's unshadowed crucifix. He discovered my test and discovered a hint of my hidden thoughts. I can't do such things again in the future. Mr. Fool has only issued a simple warning this time. He might punish me directly next time. Thou shalt not test God. Thou shalt not test God. As his thoughts raced, Alger lowered his head and piously said, "Thank you for your kindness and forgiveness." Backlund, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Mr. Fool didn't pass on my question to Mr. World. Is this because the tarot gathering will proceed as normal in the afternoon, and there will be time for us to communicate? Audrey realized certain problems from the delay in the response. Generally speaking, Mr. Fool's reply is very timely. It was more than 15 minutes this time. He was handling other matters, very important matters? Is it related to George III's death? Regardless, a 15-minute delay wasn't too serious a problem. Audrey quickly retracted her thoughts and felt much better. I'll know the truth from Mr. World later. I hope that this incident won't have any more serious consequences, other than a full-scale war. At the moment, war is already unavoidable. North Borough in Backlund. Beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Mr. Fool didn't say that he would help me. Emlyn White held a cup of red liquid and frowned slightly. He then interpreted the symbolic meaning of the response from another angle. Mr. Fool specifically emphasized that the tarot gathering will proceed as normal in the afternoon. He wants to tell me that the opportunity to escape from the predicament lies with a member? Could it be the star? In short, I should be able to leave this week. Emlyn had been taken into protective custody and kept behind St. Samuel Church's Cheney's Gate, so no matter what happened in the outskirts of Backlund, it was unlikely for it to affect him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to suddenly escape from prison and head to places like the Blood Emperor ruins. Therefore, when Klein hinted to the other members last week, he hadn't been involved. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Derek jumped up from bed, the excitement from his face was overflowing. Mr. Fool hasn't disappeared. Mr. Fool hasn't forsaken the City of Silver like the Creator did. He paced back and forth a few times, feeling the urge to immediately rush out of the room and head to the Twin Towers where he could tell the chief the good news. However, having had more than a year to mature, those experiences had left a clear mark on him. Finally, he calmed down and decided to attend the tarot gathering and obtain the promise of receiving the blessings before he sought the chief again. Perhaps, the lack of response during this period of time was a test of me, the chief, and the City of Silver, one set by Mr. Fool. He wanted to see if we would rapidly lean towards the fallen Creator. It was unknown when Derek's thought processes had a hint of the Hanged Man's colorful thoughts. Of course, he didn't have any other thoughts because of this. From what he knew, it was very normal for deities to test their believers. Back then, the Creator had left behind many similar legends. Despite being done with his contemplation, Derek still couldn't sit still, and he continued pacing back and forth in his room. He had never felt such anticipation towards the tarot gathering in the afternoon. In the City of Silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, the afternoon was a relatively abstract concept. As there weren't enough labels to confirm the time, they could only use the frequency of the lightning to define day and night, without going into any finer details. Backlund East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Ha! After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Furs couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a best-selling author, she had a rich imagination. Before Mr. Fool responded, she had already come up with one terrifying story after another. Mr. Fool had exchanged his death for George III's failure. Mr. Fool's ploy was discovered by the deities and was besieged. Mr. Fool's old injuries relapsed and he fell into a deep sleep. Without his blessings, the world German Sparrow was being pursued by his enemies. These stories didn't develop in the same way, but the end was very similar. Furs would once again succumb to the full moon's ravings, eventually losing control and becoming a monster. Phew! Furs exhaled and said to Zaya with a beaming smile, "I just realized today that Mr. Fool is the most important man in my heart." Him. More importantly, you have to become a demigod as soon as possible and completely escape the curse of the full moon, Zaya replied seriously. After joining the tarot club, she had learned of her friend's true situation. "Yeah." Furs nodded and said with a smile, "In short, I need to drink a glass of wine to celebrate." Above the grey fog, inside Sapphira Castle. After calming down, Klein used cogitation to restore his spirit-body state. "When I first learned cogitation, I was required to imagine something that doesn't exist in this world so as to replace what's on my mind. That way, I can truly enter cogitation. At that time, my first reaction was to outline an intercontinental missile from Earth, but I didn't succeed. I didn't think too much about it back then. Now, in hindsight, this might have already spelled certain problems. It's not something that doesn't exist in the world, but one that has been snuffed out in the fog of history." Klein rubbed his temples and naturally recalled a matter of the past. He immediately focused his mind and planned on obtaining the Miracle Invoker potion formula before the Tarot Club. At that moment, Aman was patiently guarding the spot where he had died. He could only stay in Sapphira Castle, so there was nothing else he could do. After some consideration, he grasped towards the exterior of the ancient palace and pulled an item from the grey fog's historical void. It was a black notebook bound with a hard paper cover. Paper. The Antigonus family's notebook. Sure enough. It's not a manifestation of the uniqueness. It's just that there are some powers left behind by the half-fool of the Antigonus family. Klein sighed and threw the notebook onto the long bronze table in front of him. This was because the content of the notebook might be problematic. He didn't intend to decipher the formula of the sequence 2 Miracle Invoker through it. He was only using it as a medium for divination. Following that, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The original owner of this notebook. Putting down the pen, he picked up the paper and notebook, leaned back in his chair, and repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a hazy dream. He saw a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. At the top of the mountain, there was a dilapidated towering palace that was separated from reality. In the palace, there were many places covered with moss and weeds. At the very end of the hall was a huge stone chair. Its surface was inlaid with dull gemstones and gold. In the middle, countless transparent maggots were huddled into a cluster as they slowly squirmed and grew, extending out like slippery tentacles covered in patterns. Unlike before, this time, Klein saw the monster directly and clearly saw his actual appearance. The palace above the grey fog suddenly began to shake violently, and Klein's figure was hoisted up in midair. In the next second, his spirit body collapsed into numerous squirming worms of spirit that crawled all over the ground. Sapphira Castle immediately quaked, and everything returned to its original state. Klein's spirit body took form once again. He sat at the fool's seat and rubbed his temples before saying with a wry smile, "It really is the half-fool with the uniqueness." After he muttered to himself, Klein did a slight recollection before picking up the pen and began to write down the knowledge he had obtained from prying into the secrets of the mythical creature. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Main ingredients: 1 heart of the dark demonic wolf, god of wishes, or the beyonder characteristic of another miracle invoker. Supplementary ingredients: 300 milliliters of dark demonic wolf's blood, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of star. Advancement ritual: return a piece of history that has been left behind to the present era. Chapter 1171, the third one. Chapter 1171, the third one. Let a piece of history that has been left behind return to the present era. Return, not reappear. The meaning of the two are completely different. It's not sufficient for me to write the true history of the 4th or 3rd epoch and disseminate it to complete the ritual. Klein's right hand, which was holding the fountain pen, paused. He instinctively analyzed the contents of the Miracle Invoker potion. After some thought, he found something that perfectly matched the ritual's requirements. That was to let the people of the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, allowing this history that had been left behind for 2 to 3,000 years return to the present era. This isn't any easier than escaping Amon's pursuit. The only way to leave the forsaken land of the gods is to enter the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser is in deep slumber. This is the ancient sun god's negative personality. It's ranked first among the kings of angels and is known as the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven. He might even be stronger than the current Amon. Besides, his current state is being watched by the various deities. Yes. The more controllable aspect of this compared to my escape from Amon is that I can make sufficient preparations. Klein slowly exhaled and felt that there was a certain chance of completing the ritual. In fact, he knew very well that, even without him, the City of Silver would make repeated attempts to open the door to the giant king's residence and find a way to leave this forsaken land. It was as if they were moths darting towards the flames, even at the cost of death. No matter what, with my participation, the chances of success will definitely be higher than what it is now. Klein subconsciously wanted to open the door to the Dark Angel's slumber ground to attract Amon, creating chaos to offset the damage caused by the Dark Angel's awakening. This was a tactic he was rather familiar with. However, he eventually rejected this idea because it was too dangerous. After spending some time with Amon and finally seeing the level of a king of angels, Klein instinctively began to fear these terrifying existences. He no longer wanted to use the conflict between them to create chaos. Just their existence alone could cause irreparable damage to the surrounding Beyonders and the entire region. Under such circumstances, trying to rely on them to create a chaotic situation was no longer tottering on the edge of the abyss. If one wasn't careful, they would fall into the abyss and into eternal damnation. Therefore, it was best not to try. Unless he had no other solution, to the point of escaping being just his wishful thinking, Klein didn't want to make such an attempt. Indeed, a portion of a miracle invoker's Beyonder powers comes from history, which is why there's a ritual requirement like this. How did the other scholars of yore complete it? Looking at the parchment on the long bronze table, he thought of a possible solution from another angle. If it were me, the only solution I can think of is to isolate some people or history from reality. Only when they are forgotten will I allow them to return to the present era. This might take centuries, or even longer. What an evil act. Heh, it reminds me of the Peach Blossom Spring. Those people living in utopia away from the outside world share some characteristics. After some thought, Klein believed that the difficulty of this ritual for scholars of yore was whether they could survive until the ritual was held. Furthermore, there were too many accidents that could interrupt self-isolation like that. The forsaken land of the gods has perfectly resolved these issues, but it also brings with it greater problems. Dark Angel Sasser. What is the condition of this heaven's deputy right hand now? Is it related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? The level involved in such a matter has already reached the ceiling of this world. Why am I always involved in such matters? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He could roughly guess that this was due to the destiny Sapphira Castle brought him. After all, blasphemer Amon was unwilling to shoulder such a destiny. Retracting his wandering thoughts, he focused his attention back onto the miracle invoker potion formula. The Worm of Star is from the Apprentice Pathway? The supplementary ingredients contain 3 high-grade spiritual materials of the 3 neighboring pathways. I've already made the Worms of Time into Fate Siphon Charms. There's no way to restore them. Let Leonard's grandpa lend me another one? How can that be called lending? I'm going to use the upgraded version of a Yesterday Once More charm to exchange for it. Where should I find the Worm of Star? There aren't many demigods from the Apprentice Pathway that live in the real world. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Botes? However, I'm stuck in the forsaken land of the gods and can't deal with him. All I can do is ask Ma'am Hermit and Queen Mystic for help. At the same time, I have to urge Miss Magician to become a traveler as soon as possible. Yes, I can also get her to ask her teacher where Worms of Cosmos might be. There's actually only one main ingredient. It's either the heart of the dark demonic wolf or the Beyonder characteristic produced by other miracle invokers. It's no longer 2 as 1. Yes, that also means that, at this level, there are very few scattered characteristics. They've all gathered. The dark demonic wolf is also known as the god of wishes. That's a standard angel, a subsidiary god. If I can't find any materials that can be used, wouldn't I be slaying a god? The level of an angel can already be considered a hidden existence. There's a fundamental difference from being a sequence 3. Just thinking about it makes me scared. After making a list of helpers that he could rope in, he felt a lot more at ease. He had a feeling that he no longer feared his debts when they reached a significant amount. He lifted his right hand that was holding the fountain pen, and he continued to record what he had previously learned. Most of this was something he already knew, and he could only use it as a reminder. Finally, he wrote down incomplete information in the corner of the parchment. Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries. Main ingredients, 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic. This piece of information meant that Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics were difficult to obtain through other means, with only 3 to choose from. One of them is on the half-full on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. It's with the uniqueness. The other is with Zeratul. There's still one more. According to what Leonard said, the true creator has clues to its location. Where could it be? Yes, Little Sun and the rest had hunted shapeshifters in the northern city ruins, Noise. There seems to be a high-level existence of the seer pathway lurking there. I wonder if it corresponds to Miracle Invoker or Attendant of Mysteries. Klein gradually had a thought, and he planned on visiting Noise for a preliminary investigation after he resurrected and escaped Amon. After digesting the knowledge he had gained, he summoned his golden pocket watch from the junk pile and opened it to check the time. Before he destroyed the Blood Emperor's ruin, he had sacrificed many things that he didn't need in battle, above the gray fog to prevent any damage. Despite that, he still lost quite a bit after the battle and his eventual suicide. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable. Just the thought of it made him almost lose control. Grozel's Travels, Death Knell, Creeping Hunger, Fate Siphon Charm, Flaring Sun Charms, Marionette Konas and his equipment, Marionette Hanuni and his 2 rings, and the Adventurer's Harmonica. No, I can't think about it anymore. Thankfully, I had thrown Azek's copper whistle above the gray fog ahead of time. Thankfully, I can still summon the historical void projections of these items. They're just accompanying me in a different form. Probably not for Grozel's Travels. Klein's temples throbbed as he couldn't help but feel heavy. He sighed and seriously mourned over the items, especially the mystical item that had accompanied him for a long time, Creeping Hunger. After a long silence, Klein forced his attention back to the present. As he waited for the tarot gathering to begin, he casually thought about the ancient sun god and the other matters such as Chernobyl. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Since this is my hometown, there have never been transmigrators. They're all ancient humans that were released by Sapphira Castle. Then, do places like the Chaos Sea also have similar existences? Was Chernobyl converted into a sanctuary? According to what Amon said, and what I saw in my divination, the ancient sun god had indeed woken up in Chernobyl. Then, is he a transmigrator released from Sapphira Castle, or a survivor of a sanctuary? If it's the latter, who's the third person inside the cocoon? Upon thinking of this, Klein was alarmed as his pupils dilated slightly. He already had a certain guess about the history of the elves. It likely had nothing to do with Sapphira Castle. This way, he still couldn't find the correct corresponding identity of the third, or more correctly, the first transmigrator. This transmigrator didn't seem to leave behind any traces in history. Without any hesitation, Klein's consciousness sank into the grayish-white fog. With the power of Sapphira Castle, he came directly to a certain part of history that was relatively distant. It was made up of many fragments of light, and the clearest one was the suspended Zhou Mingrue above the Door of Light. And beside Zhou Mingrue, the corresponding fog of history was instantly lit up due to his sufficient knowledge of Roselle. He saw a young man who also had his eyes tightly shut in the cocoon. There was no need to verify it. Through that sense of familiarity and spiritual intuition, he confirmed that this was the former incarnation of Emperor Roselle Gustav, Huang Tao. Without bothering to appreciate the emperor's true appearance, Klein turned his gaze to the other side. There was a transparent cocoon there, and the figure inside could vaguely be seen. As he had already seen the other hanged figures, he had lit up many fragments of light in the fog of history. They interweaved and stimulated each other, barely allowing him to see the fuzzy area. The figure inside was obviously a woman. Female. A thought came to his mind as he realized that he had missed a direction when he analyzed the transmigrator. Transmigrators had an objective mindset. They could completely control themselves and not leave any traces that exceeded the times, but there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. It was very obvious that Sapphira Castle was related to the three pathways related to the seer, apprentice, and marauder. After the birth of a transmigrator, they had to quickly make a connection with one of these three pathways. Not only was Klein involved in the case brought about by the Antigonus family's notebook, but he also quickly had the opportunity to choose the seer potion. In Intis, where Roselle was active, there was the secret order, and he got to know Zeradal early on. According to this logic, the ancient sun god with the marauder authority was indeed one of the reasonable suspects. Klein immediately conjured a pen and paper and began listing the corresponding names he knew at the moment. For example, Fourth Epoch people from the Antigonus, Zeradal, and Abraham family, or the kings of angels surrounding the ancient sun god. Before long, Klein's gaze stopped on a few names. The first person was none other than the ancient god, Phlegria, who clearly had the authority of seer. Behind him was his subsidiary god, the god of the dead, Salinger, and the goddess of misfortune, Ammonizes. The latter was also known as the Evernight goddess, chapter 1172 Unperturbed. Chapter 1172 Unperturbed. Klein stared at the parchment in front of him for a long time without moving. After a while, he gently tapped the edge of the long model table, causing all the items that he conjured to disappear. He summoned his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He sent a message to Little Sun, informing him to prepare to participate in the tarot gathering. About 1,000 heartbeats later, dark red beams of light rose from the two sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures on different high-backed chairs. Without any gaps in time, all the members of the tarot club looked at the figure sitting at the very end, who was shrouded in gray fog. Seeing that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing a monocle, Leonard inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the long, modeled table to confirm the situation of the world Klein Moretti. Similar to him, Katlia, Audrey, and Furs instinctively turned their attention to the world Gehrman Sparrow after seeing Mr. Fool. One of them knew that the world was in a dangerous situation and could only seek Mr. Fool's blessings. Another had failed to receive any feedback for 2 days, and she suspected that Gehrman Sparrow had really been embroiled in the matter regarding George III, with something definitely having happened during that time. The final one knew that George III's matter was extremely risky, and was a little worried that Mr. World would suffer serious injuries. Seeing that the world Gehrman Sparrow was perfectly fine without any abnormalities, Audrey retracted her gaze, curtsied, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With the world situation becoming even more chaotic, she felt a little comforted by the fact that the Tarot Club could still maintain its original state. This significantly improved her mood. After the Tarot Club members bowed under Miss Justice's lead, the Fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating for everyone to sit down. Then, he slowly surveyed the area and smiled. "It seems all of you were very concerned whether today's tarot gathering would proceed as usual." Upon hearing this, Alger's heartbeat sped up as he heard thumping sounds. Without a doubt, he believed that Mr. Fool was referring to him, and was giving him a gentle punishment. In other words, he had given him a chance to repent. Alger lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "We weren't pious enough and thought too much." Why is Mr. Hanged Man apologizing on my behalf?" Furs, who had instructed Zio to ask Mr. Fool if the tarot gathering would proceed as scheduled, was stunned for a moment before she gave up on thinking. She then turned to the end of the long bronze table and lowered her head. She repeated, "We weren't pious enough and thought too much." So I wasn't the only one who prayed to Mr. Fool over the past few days. Mr. Hanged Man claims to have overthought things because there was a possibility that the tarot gathering would be cancelled, causing him to have some unnecessary speculations? But Furs shouldn't have thought of that. Audrey looked across the table and then to her sides, feeling enlightened. The Fool nodded and looked around again. Such concern is considered normal. He laughed and sighed. I've recently used the world's body to play a game with Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Thankfully, we didn't have to skip this tarot gathering. Everything he said was the truth, but what the others would decipher from this information was definitely far from the actual situation. And this way, even if the news of the World Gehrman Sparrow being equal to the Fool was released, the members of the Tarot Club would only sneer in their hearts that Amon was trying his deceitful tricks again. To have a period of time that the world was equal to the Fool didn't necessarily mean that the world was always equal to the Fool. A portion of the truth was also a lie. Played a game with Amon. Old man's guess was right. Mr. Fool was deliberately using Klein to bait blasphemer Amon. From the looks of it, he had obtained a rather satisfactory outcome, allowing Amon to suffer a terrible loss. Leonard, who had long come up with speculations, felt that this was completely in line with his expectations and didn't doubt Mr. Fool's words at all. Mr. Fool didn't reply for 15 minutes because he was in a critical moment battling Amon? He has already recovered to such a state? Audrey was pleasantly surprised and shocked when she heard that. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of honor. Alger could also tell from Mr. Fool's words that he had taken another step towards his recovery. He was actually able to hold the upper hand against a king of angels. This made him even more frustrated at himself for having doubts and testing the Fool. Mr. Fool had hinted in advance that the tarot gathering might be cancelled because he had long predicted that there would be a conflict between him and Amon. In fact, it's even possible that he had taken the initiative to create this episode by setting up a trap for Amon. Alger instantly made many connections and felt that there was no way he could hide his thoughts in front of such a high-level existence. He warned himself once again, I can't do such things again. So Mr. World didn't provide any feedback because his body was being used by Mr. Fool to resist Amon. That king of angels, Amon, is truly powerful. Mr. Fool actually needed to personally take action. Furs and Zio exchanged looks, not having any more doubts about their previous questions. Cadlia roughly understood the reason why the world had disappeared. She also guessed that the messenger who had the contractual ties with the world likely wasn't able to enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. At the same time, she was surprised by the appearance of a king of angels appearing on stage in the present times. She felt that this was one of the signs of the apocalypse. Emlyn wasn't aware of what happened recently. He merely looked at everyone with a somewhat blank look. For some baffling reason, he felt that he had been locked behind Cheney's gate for far more than a week or two. Perhaps it had been a month or two, to the point that he felt like he no longer had a grasp over the current situation. Mr. World has come to the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Did Mr. Fool use his body to engage in a battle with that terrifying Amon? Derek was first alarmed before he felt a strong sense of joy. This meant that the City of Silver's next exploration would receive tremendous help. He immediately looked towards the end of the long bronze table, and he blurted out, Honorable Mr. Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessings for a ritual. Are you agreeable to such a request? Having long learned of this from his prayers, Klein nodded slightly and said, Sure. After receiving his promise, Derek couldn't help but smile. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his gratitude. 2 seconds later, he lowered his head and said loudly, My faith lies only with Mr. Fool. The Fool nodded and turned to look at Ma'am Hermit. He warmly said, What questions do you have this time? The Queen didn't say anything in her letter. Cadlia was taken aback as she decided to first ask something she wanted to know. After all, she could still ask several questions. She deliberated for 2 seconds before saying, Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the truth behind George III's death? The moment the hermit said that, Justice Audrey and company immediately focused their attention. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Amongst them, the star Leonard had a certain level of understanding over the matter. He was more concerned about the deeper reason behind this incident. And among the members of the Tarot Club, the only one who was more confused about the situation was Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like, what, and what happened? He hadn't even read the newspapers recently, so he didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for the son, although he wasn't sure why George III died for no reason, he didn't care at all. The fool Klein smiled and said calmly, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. And for this reason, he dug up the Tudor ruins, engaged in human trafficking, and created the Great Smog of Backland. He initiated a war, allowing the Faysac airships to bombard Backland. Unfortunately, he failed at the final ritual, and the secret mausoleum he needed for the ritual was destroyed. He briefly described the entire incident in the calmest tone he could make, doing so without mentioning what he had done. It would be beneath Mr. Fool to explain the situation on his own accord. The Great Smog of Backland. The airship raid. This was all done by George III to become a god? Audrey's eyes widened as she instantly recalled the two things she had experienced before. Suddenly, she understood why the World Gairman Sparrow wanted to stop George III from becoming a god. She knew that he was a gentle and kind gentleman, and he would definitely not allow the culprit behind these two tragic cases to go scot-free. If it were me, I would also have thought of doing so, but I would hesitate and be stopped by the possibility of ill developments. As for Mr. World, he is firm and decisive. This is a matter that involves the deities. Yes, there should also be the will of Mr. Fool in this matter. Audrey glanced at the World Gairman Sparrow, who was sitting silently at the other end of the long, model table. She nodded slightly to express her agreement. Black Emperor. George III wished to become a god? This? Yes, Mr. Fool has the Black Emperor card of blasphemy. Gairman Sparrow was previously investigating the matter of the Great Smog and human trafficking. Indeed, all of these are connected together. There was actually such a secret hidden behind it. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's goal has been achieved. His plan has succeeded. Therefore, he has taken one more step towards his recovery. He can now face off with the King of Angels head-on. The more Alger thought about it, the more fearful and spirited he became. He felt that, despite knowing of some clues ahead of time, he was completely unaware of Mr. Fool's setup. Amidst the shock experienced by Leonard, Furs, and the other members of the Tarot Club, Catlia, who already had a premonition, suppressed her emotions and decided to ask another question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the attitude of the seven deities regarding this matter? Chapter 1173 Advice. Chapter 1173 Advice. Good question. The Fool Klein inwardly praised her, and he explained by using the Red Angel Evil Spirit's explanation in his own words. The seven deities wish to have a Black Emperor, but they are not unanimous in their candidate for the Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained the ticket to becoming one through secret preparations, the seven deities had no choice but to accept it, regardless of whether they approved of him or not. So that's the situation. Apart from the Moon Emlyn and the Sun Derek, the other members of the Tarot Club were enlightened. They roughly understood why the churches acted in a rather contradictory manner when faced with the tragedies of the Great Smog of Backland, the deaths caused by the Faysacian air raid, and George III's assassination. Following that, they suddenly had a question. Since George III had already made preparations and had reached the final step of carrying out the ritual while obtaining the tacit approval of the seven deities, why would he fail? They immediately thought of an answer. Because Mr. Fool didn't agree to it. In the destruction of George III's Black Emperor ritual, the churches probably didn't do anything to stop it. Perhaps, they even provided some help to Mr. Fool's subordinates. Did the Church of the Lord of Storms make use of this chaos to secretly do something? No, they likely wouldn't conceal it too much. Leonard recalled all the details he had previously discovered, and he was confident of his grasp over the overall situation. The seven deities' tacit approval. Mr. Fool vetoed it and sent the world and other blessed to secretly destroy George III's apotheosis ritual. But what has this got to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that Gehrman Sparrow has gone missing? Black Emperor. The Queen might have participated in the operation led by Mr. Fool, and later, discovered that a participant had gone missing. Cadlia made a guess at the truth through her rich knowledge and insight. And at this moment, Emlyn had just managed to make heads and tails of the discussions that had just been discussed, and he managed to understand the developments outside during his time in protective custody. George III had secretly plotted to become a god and received the seven deities' tacit approval. In the end, Mr. Fool's bless destroyed his ritual, causing him to die on the spot. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Cadlia and said, "Any other questions?" "There's nothing else this time." Cadlia bowed her head even lower. She was more respectful than before towards the mighty figure at the end of the long bronze table. Although she had long known that Mr. Fool had the Snake of Fate, Death Council, an ancient bane under him, and was in secret control of the life school of thought, she still never expected that the powers Mr. Fool could mobilize in the real world were able to destroy a king's apotheosis ritual. Furthermore, he had foiled the plot of a king of angels, the son of the Creator. Mr. Fool's hidden forces are more exaggerated than I imagined. What effect do the members of the Tarot Club exert on him? A backing faction? Individual growth? Or is it just a backup plan? Cadlia instantly thought of many things and momentarily forgot that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod. No matter which organization she was in, she was considered a member of the upper echelons. Just the feats displayed by Mr. Fool is enough to make a saint lack confidence. Justice Audrey only took a glance at Ma'am Hermit before she interpreted her mental state. At this moment, the Fool Klein nodded. "You may begin." Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately turned to the other end of the long, mottled table and said to the world, "How's your situation now?" Furs, Zio, Audrey, and the other members of the Tarot Club also cast their gazes over, expressing their concern for the world Gehrman Sparrow's situation. From their point of view, Mr. World, who was stuck between Mr. Fool and Angel of Time Amon as a combat tool, was probably in a bad situation. His survival meant that he was already considered lucky enough. Feeling the varied concern, Klein controlled the world and chuckled hoarsely. "Not too bad, but not too good either. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's grace that I finally obtained a secret from Amon, but I haven't completely escaped from his grasp." Without waiting for everyone to respond, he continued, "I'm currently in a rather sticky situation. I relied on Mr. Fool's powers to enter a certain concealed state and temporarily extricate myself from Amon's grasp. However, if I were to dispel this state and return to the real world, I'll only find myself back where my body is. And it's very likely that Amon is still loitering nearby. I would like to make an attempt at finding a solution. I wonder what your opinions are regarding this matter." The meaning behind the world Gehrman Sparrow's words was very clear. He wanted to rely on himself first, leaving Mr. Fool's help as a last resort. And his actual meaning was essentially the same: find a way to bypass the restrictions first. And in the case that his solution didn't really work, then he would consider living in the state of being undead. Solution? Alger and company were suddenly a little excited because the suggestions they provided would be used to fight against a king of angels. If they were employed and were of use, then this would be a proud moment in their life, one that would remain for the rest of their lives. Audrey was just about to speak in excitement when she retracted her words. This was because she knew that she couldn't give random suggestions, otherwise, it could lead to Mr. World getting caught by Amon. Zio thought about it seriously and realized that she couldn't come up with any useful suggestions. She could only choose to observe and learn. Must it be where your body originally was? Do you have any blood or hair that was kept elsewhere? Alger thought for a moment and gave a suggestion using a question. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and made the world shake his head. No. Compared to his original body, a single tube of blood was too little. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could use those 2 tubes of blood as ingredients, combining them with other methods, using alchemical life to create a new body. There are 2 problems. Firstly, alchemical life requires the spirit body's involvement, otherwise, the final product might not be considered my body. Secondly, I don't know any demigods who can complete alchemical life. The only one barely related to them is Frank Lee. Will I end up becoming a mushroom man? Then, I'd be better off as an undead. As Klein thought about it, he nearly shivered. After the hanged man's suggestion was rejected, the hermit Katlia set off from her knowledge of mysticism. She deliberated and asked, "Do you have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact?" "Why do you ask?" the world asked. A Sequence 3 sealed artifact can respond to prayers within a certain range. You can make use of that, Katlia explained simply. Klein roughly understood what Ma'am Hermit was thinking. You're talking about descent? That's right. Get someone to set up a descent ritual at the periphery, and you should be able to respond to it in your own concealed state. Katlia first glanced at the sun and described the specific plan. Then, she realized something as she asked, "Do you really have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact?" She originally wanted the world to seek Mr. Fool's bestowment. "I'm already a Sequence 3 Beyonder," Klein replied simply as he controlled the world. The members of the Tarot Club were momentarily speechless. They knew very well that Mr. World must have advanced to Sequence 4 at the end of June to become a demigod. And now, it was December of the same year. The Queen once said that using the blood of the Snake of Fate to advance would make it easier for me to become a Sequence 3 clairvoyant than others. Besides, the Tarot Club has given me plenty of precious mysticism knowledge. It has greatly helped me digest the potion. But even so, I still need another half a year before I have a chance of attempting to reach Sequence 3. The hermit Katlia subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other members wore stupefied and envious looks. She sighed silently and said, "Is my suggestion useful, Mr. World?" The World Gehrman Sparrow shook his head. There is a huge restriction when responding in that state. Once he chose to descend, it would mean that he would begin the rest of his life, no, afterlife, as an undead. Perhaps, I can combine the two methods. Yes, I can use the method of praying to the Fool, Sea God, or Protector of Magic and Drama Performers to leave the forsaken land of the gods, but that's not urgent. It's too easy to reveal the truth. The Fool Klein made the world look at the star Leonard while in thought. Leonard instantly understood what he meant. He tersely acknowledged. "I'll go back and do some research to see if there are any other ideas." Clearly, his true intention was to ask Old Man when he was back. He was an angel who knew Amon rather well. Perhaps, he could come up with suggestions that no one else could think of. This was the answer that Klein wanted. He immediately made the world say, "Okay." After the discussion of how to escape his predicament came to an end, the World Gehrman Sparrow looked at Furs. "Help me ask the Abraham family if they still have any worms of cosmos that have yet to lose their spirituality. If there are, what will be the price for the exchange?" A worm of star was a high-level spiritual material. Most of the time, it didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, their spirituality would suffer an irreversible loss. Without any special methods, it would be difficult to preserve it for too long. Worms of cosmos. Furs was taken aback before she nodded. "All right." After receiving an answer, Klein made the world cast his gaze at the hermit Katlia. "If Miss Magician isn't able to exchange for a worm of star from the Abraham family, I would like to entrust you with a mission." "What mission?" Katlia asked with interest. The world said with a smile, "Hunt the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's." Chapter 1174, Joint Operation. Chapter 1174, Joint Operation. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's. Mr. World wants to hunt him? Furza's first reaction was that she had heard wrongly. After all, Gehrman Sparrow had no connection to the Saint of Secrets. However, she quickly had a rough idea from the worm of star that had just been mentioned. This made her suddenly excited and thrilled. This was because she also wanted to hunt the Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's, to avenge her teacher's family. However, due to her lacking strength and the inability to pay for it, she had kept this thought to herself. Although it sounds like Mr. World doesn't plan on personally taking action, Ma'am Hermit is also a sequence 4 demigod, and she has the support of that Queen Mystic behind her. I can provide the utmost support within my abilities. As her thoughts raced, Furs cast her gaze at the hermit beside her, waiting for her reply. After some thought, Catlia said, Bodis is very likely a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very difficult to hunt him. Besides, he has the Rose Redemption backing him and the True Creator's protection. With my current level, it's almost impossible for me to complete this mission solely on my own. You can seek the help of Queen Mystic. I will also arrange for other partners for you. Klein made the World Gehrman Sparrow reply in a low and hoarse voice, the reward is the right to choose the spoils of war first, and mysticism knowledge that will allow you to digest the potion within this year. It's December. Catlia's heart palpitated when she heard that. She deliberated and said, when the time comes, I will try, but I cannot guarantee success. No matter how difficult the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets was, it couldn't be as dangerous as accepting the knowledge injection process from the hidden sage. And as for the mysticism knowledge provided by the latter, they didn't necessarily aid in digestion. There was a high probability that it included mathematics, machinery, and literature. No problem. As long as you do it seriously, I'll still compensate you with the mysticism knowledge even if you fail in the end. The world nodded and confirmed the deal. At this moment, Furs finally couldn't help but speak out. Mr. World, Ma'am Hermit, can I join this mission? I might be able to provide some help. Even if you didn't, I would have gotten you to. The fool Klein secretly laughed and made the world nod gently. There's a spot reserved for you in this mission. Furs wasn't surprised at all. She asked curiously, what can I do? What do you need me to do? Gehrman Sparrow replied in an extremely calm tone, bait. Furs opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She had a feeling that she knew that this would happen. The World Gehrman Sparrow continued, similarly, you also have the right to choose the spoils of war. You'll be just after Ma'am Hermit. Also, during this period of time, I can help you record beyonder powers like traveling. Furs had never expected a reward, as it was her greatest reward to be able to exact revenge successfully. In the future, she might even receive additional rewards from her teacher. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, okay. The world immediately cast his gaze towards Miss Justice. How's the digestion of your Dreamwalker potion? Thanks to the expedition into Grozel's travels and the persistence she had put into her acting, the speed at which she digested the potion was very fast. Her eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. I've already concluded the acting principles. In another 2 to 3 months, I should be able to completely digest it. It's a little slow. Klein mumbled inwardly as he made the world say, create more opportunities to act. If you can digest the potion before Ma'am Hermit attacks the Saint of Secrets, I can give you Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic ahead of time as payment so that you can join in on the operation. Klein believed that he would have to stay in the Forsaken Land of the Gods for a very long time. Most of the matters in the outside world could only be interfered with through the members of the Tarot Club. It was also beneficial for him to increase their strength as soon as possible. Furthermore, he wasn't directly giving it to her. The difficulty of hunting the Saint of Secrets Bodis was just as Catlia had said. It was rather difficult. Alright. Audrey was just fretting over how she could accumulate more credit with Mr. World. Therefore, she naturally agreed without any hesitation when she heard his offer. In her heart, the members of the Aurora Order were lunatics and destructive maniacs. There was no need to find a reason to deal with them. In addition, Audrey had previously been troubled by her lack of experience as a Beyonder. This gave her a chance. Although it was rather dangerous, it was still an opportunity. Gehrman Sparrow sure is generous. To provide the knowledge that can help a mysticologist digest the potion and a sequence 4 demigod characteristic. This shouldn't only be for the Worm of Star. It sounds like a supplementary material. He's helping the members of the Tarot Club improve as quickly as possible according to Mr. Fool's will, so as to be effective in the future? Alger listened to the world's conversation with the other members and vaguely grasped a certain truth. This made him rather vexed. He suspected that if he hadn't lacked faith and had other thoughts, to the point of foolishly testing Mr. Fool, he might have already been assigned a mission that could aid him in pushing open the door of godhood. At that moment, Justice, who had agreed to the request, glanced at the magician and said with a faint smile, "I'm looking forward to the Abraham family not having any worm of star." "Me too." Furs nodded seriously, indicating that she had the same thoughts. Seeing that the world was done speaking, Catleya thought for a moment and said to Judgment, "Do you want to join this mission? Do some intelligence gathering on the periphery? Your ability in this area left a deep impression on me." Even without Ma'am Hermit's invitation, Zio wouldn't refuse in helping her friend. She nodded gently and said, "I don't have a problem if the operation is in Backland. If it's somewhere else, my role would be greatly discounted." A sheriff and their own area of jurisdiction were always connected. The more familiar they were with the place, the better they could showcase their abilities. Once they exceeded that range, they could only rely on their beyonder powers. Your reward is being third to choose the spoils of war. Catleya looked at the star once again. If there's a need, I hope you can allow the official factions to appear at the right moment. Leonard chuckled. I hope you don't have to go that far. My reward shall also be a spoil of war. If my dear poet friend here wasn't invited in the end, then the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets would have nearly become a sorority for the female members of the Tarot Club. The fool Klein muttered inwardly as he made the World Gehrman Sparrow finalize the matter. All that was left was to wait for the Abraham family's feedback. Following that, Alger and Derek reached a rental arrangement for the unshadowed crucifix. Just as they entered the free exchange segment, Emlyn couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you give me a hint? How should I escape protective custody? The fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, nodded slightly and said simply, "This week." His answer was said with great confidence, but it wasn't a prophecy, but a judgment of the situation. The current situation had Fasak and Intis attacking Lone, while Fainapotter was attacking Lone Esselise, Lenberg, Mason, etc. The three churches definitely didn't wish to suffer any damage the Sanguine could bring while already having existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would be released very soon, but it was hard to say for Father Yutravsky. Similarly, the Sanguine's focus would definitely be shifted to the global situation. It was unlikely for them to have the motivation to continue probing Emlyn and his other partners. In addition, in the past 2 days, the one whose reason for praying was the most forced apart from Zio was Emlyn White. Klein suspected that he had been locked in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral all this time because it was convenient for the goddess to exert her influence on him. Now that the matter had ended, he was no longer of any use. Combined with the three factors, it wasn't difficult to conclude that Emlyn would be free in no time. The only exception was that if this fellow had really been forgotten. Be it the Church of Evernight or the Sanguine, they had forgotten that there was such a fellow locked behind Cheney's gate. If that was the case, Klein would get the Star Leonard to provide him with some assistance. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At the end of the free exchange, the World Gehrman Sparrow suddenly looked at the Hanged Man. You said that you've already arrived on Sonia Island and are inside the primitive forest? Yes, Alger replied in puzzlement. Gehrman Sparrow pondered for a moment. You can try to seek out an elven ruin. Perhaps you might chance upon some sort of opportunity. Alger suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the scenes he had seen in his dream. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "All right." After another round of exchanges, the tarot gathering came to an end. Audrey and company stood up and bowed before leaving the world above the gray fog. After returning to his body, Leonard immediately lowered his voice and described Klein's predicament. Finally, he said, "Old man, do you have any good suggestions?" My suggestion? I think it's better to ask the fool for help, Pallas Zoroast replied without any hesitation. Leonard coughed lightly and said, "Aren't you going to use this opportunity to make things difficult for Amon?" Chapter 1175 Ideas are very important. Chapter 1175 Ideas are very important. Making things difficult for Aman? Palaz Zoroast chuckled. What benefits can there be? Otherwise, forget it. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he said, at least it can make you feel good. Palaz chuckled. I will feel better if you don't bring this topic up. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, this sequence one angel from the Marauder Pathway sighed with his slightly aged voice. Doesn't your former colleague have a deceit charm? Perhaps he can use this to come up with a solution. After getting rid of the Aman avatars in Backlund, Palaz had given the godhood symbols and magic labels needed to make 4 charms, deceit, parasite, deprivation, and aging, to Leonard. Leonard had passed on this knowledge to Klein, and the latter had used the knowledge and the worms of time to create 1 deceit, parasite, and deprivation bullet each. Later on, he had used them to deal with Kona's Kilgore, but Leonard wasn't aware of this. Leonard whispered thoughtfully, Old man, are you saying that by using the deceit charm, you can mislead Aman and cause him to misidentify the location, preventing him from influencing Klein's escape? In his mind, Palaz Zoroast snapped back, do you think it's possible to use a deceit charm in front of a Marauder Pathway's King of Angels? It's impossible. Leonard laughed dryly and pressed in a thick-skinned manner, what do you mean then? Palaz Zoroast's voice suddenly sounded more spirited. Deceive the rule that one can only return to where one's body is. Deceive the rule? That works too? Leonard asked in shock. Palaz gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. Compared to deceiving Aman, deceiving a rule is much easier. After all, underneath this world is madness and chaos. This sentence made Leonard speechless for a moment. On the one hand, he wasn't experienced enough. He didn't know that orders and laws could be deceived, and on the other hand, he never expected that, in Old Man's heart, Aman was even more terrifying than the laws of nature and the order of the world. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke again, with this method, how high is the possibility of success? It's very, very low, Palaz said with a sneer. However, the probability of deceiving the order of the world like this with a deceit charm made from a worm of time from Aman's avatar is very, very low. Therefore, my suggestion is still to get him to make a request to the fool for help. Don't waste any more time. When fighting Aman, the longer the delay, the more dangerous it will be. Leonard pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I understand. I'll also advise him to do so. Of course, he wouldn't forget mentioning the highly improbable method that Old Man had suggested. It's good that you understand. Seriously, disturbing an old man's reading, as Palaz mumbled, his voice gradually lowered and disappeared from Leonard's mind. In 7, Pinster Street, the newspaper that was placed on the coffee table suddenly flew up and automatically spread open over the sofa. Using a deceit charm to deceive the requirement that I can only resurrect where my original body is? Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein reconstructed Palaz Zoroast's suggestion in his own words. As soon as he finished speaking, he recalled the animal hide lantern that kept burning. Aman had deceived the laws of nature, allowing the candle to remain in a magical state and continue burning for a week without needing any fuel. His eyes lit up as he whispered, this line of thought is something only an angel from the Marauder Pathway can think of immediately. It might not be impossible. Like Palaz, he did feel that, compared to dealing with Aman, it was much easier to deal with the laws of nature. After seeing hope, he immediately analyzed the possible outcome. Although I've already used the deceit bullet, I can summon it from the historical void. After all, before the effects end, I'll definitely reform my body and successfully resurrect. The laws of nature are truly pitiful. Not only will they be deceived, even the item used to deceive it is fake. The only problem is that the bullet might not be able to deceive the mysticism law. It was already a little difficult to deal with Kona's Kilgore back then. Amidst his thoughts, he slowly surveyed the area and gradually gained inspiration. That was to use Sapphira Castle. After gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could already mobilize the power of a Sequence 2 angel here. And many of the things he had come into contact with previously had explained that the authority of Sapphira Castle had a high probability of spanning over the three pathways of seer, apprentice, and marauder. It could generate a convergence effect on the corresponding beyonders, and it had clearly attracted the attention of Amon. That was to say, Klein suspected that Sapphira Castle had the power of these three pathways at the same time. However, as a seer, most of the power he could stir was concentrated in this domain. With the help of the medium known as the Deceit Bullet, I might be able to stir the other powers of Sapphira Castle. Since I'm already capable of using some miracles in the seer domain, having power from the marauder pathway at the angel level is a highly reasonable deduction. The only problem is that there must be a medium of a sufficient level. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to deceive that rule. As his thoughts brightened up, he seriously began to formulate a plan. He used the mysticism laws as his target and attempted to formulate a scam. In order to reduce the difficulty, it's best to have additional preparations. I can't deceive something out of nothing, at least unless I'm Amon's true body. Yes. I'll bestow a tube of my blood to Little Sunday. I'll create a fake respawn point that exceeds the range. And then, using the Deceit Bullet as a trigger, stir the corresponding angel-level powers contained within Sapphira Castle, misdirecting that rule and making it view the fake respawn point as the real one, while the real one becomes the fake one. He outlined the details bit by bit, and when his thoughts finally took form, Klein immediately used the mysticism connection between himself and the spot he died, to observe the actual situation with his true vision. He saw that the grayish-yellow fog had thinned a lot, and the deep ravine that hid Chernobyl was no different from before. It was unknown where Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, had stolen a rock from and had placed it on the spot where Klein had passed away. He sat on it and patiently played with a human-skinned glove. He occasionally bent the human-skinned glove's finger and stretched it at other times, as if he could pass 100 years doing that. About a kilometer away, in a certain spot in the grayish-yellow fog, three Amons in black classical mage robes crouched around a rock as they seriously played poker cards that they had stolen from somewhere. From time to time, they would nudge their monocle. Elsewhere in this extensive moor, Amon would be either alone or in groups, strolling leisurely, writing in thought, or discussing all sorts of questions with one another. In the dark and dangerous, forsaken land of the gods, it was such a harmonious scene. It would have been better if the young men weren't all the same, wearing classic black robes, pointed hats and monocles, with similar black hair, black eyes, broad foreheads, and thin faces. Just as Klein was about to make a further observation, the Amon sitting on the rock suddenly raised his head. He nudged his crystal-carved monocle and looked at him. Across the moor, all of the Amons looked up at the highest point of the fog of history. Klein immediately retracted his gaze and cut off the connection. In the city of Silver, Derek Berg arrived at the top of the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Your Excellency, I've already received the promise of blessings," Derek said frankly and directly. With white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad was visibly relieved. He slowly nodded and said, "That's good. That's good." He had repeated the sentence in a rare instance. As an excellent demon hunter and the City of Silver's chief, he had always been patient, never taking unnecessary risks. Therefore, with the sudden lack of a response from the fool, he didn't immediately turn to the true creator, and he decided to wait patiently for another month. For the City of Silver, which had been waiting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years, a month was something that could be accepted. Without waiting for Derek to reply, Demon Hunter Colin left the window and calmly said, "Head back first. I'm going to start preparing for the advancement ritual." Derek glanced at the chief and said sincerely, "You'll definitely succeed." He didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the spire and returned home. After setting up the ritual again and placing the 6 powerful corpses that he had hunted to the correct position, Colin Iliad began to concoct the potion. After all of this was done, the City of Silver chief closed his eyes and lowered his head, chanting in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Above the gray fog, Klein saw ripples of light emanate as he heard a slightly illusory prayer. He immediately summoned a paper figurine and combined the power of Sapphira Castle with it. He threw it into the prayer circle and conveniently marked the city of Silver's chief. At the same time, with the help of this prayer circle, he observed the situation of the entire spire and the city of Silver. He confirmed that there was no sign of Amon's parasitic existence near the chief or little son. I have to seize this opportunity. Klein immediately conjured the world Gehrman sparrow and made him pose as he prayed. At this moment, Colin Iliad saw the light. In the holy light, a holy angel with 12 pairs of illusory wings suddenly descended. As clean, white feathers fluttered down, the demon hunter was embraced by these wings of light. This was a blessing from Mr. Fool, chapter 1176, PLO. 1176 PLO. In the face of the angel's embrace, Colin Iliad wasn't astonished. He accepted everything with a calm expression, as though he was already prepared. The ritual began. He took a step forward, picked up the silver night potion, and poured it into his mouth. Without a sound, this demon hunter's body swelled up, turning into a grayish-blue giant with bluish-black veins covering him. He stood several meters tall, with black cracks on his forehead. Every inch of this giant contained the indescribable power of mystery and terror. Apart from his head, which still retained the appearance of a human, the rest of his body was akin to a mythical creature that exerted a strange mental influence. In the next second, the skull underlying Colin Iliad's head seemed to soften as it sank inwards. With the black crack as its core, his head slowly squirmed, as though it was forming a nebulous vortex. Such pain made the city of Silver's chief, who had killed many powerful creatures, unable to restrain himself. He let out a series of howling cries that could make the minds of ordinary creatures split apart. If it wasn't for the fact that Colin Iliad had already evacuated the members of the Spire in advance, leaving behind only the demigod-level Waite Chermont to watch over him and prevent any accidents from happening, many Beyonders would have definitely lost control. The remains of the 6 powerful living creatures that were situated in different spots floated up under the invisible power of the ritual, circling the mutated Colin Iliad, using some sort of mysterious connection to awaken some of the memories of this peerless demon hunter. It was the experience of hunting demons. It was him painfully ending the former chief's attack with his own hands. It was his life of defeating powerful monsters again and again. These manifestations appeared like painting on an altar. Sometimes, they would be integrated into Colin Iliad, and sometimes they would be extracted from him, helping him define himself. He maintained a certain level of clarity during the extreme pain and changes. Only at this moment did Colin Iliad finally understand the essence of the ritual. As a Sequence 4 demon hunter, the hunting of every powerful creature was a battle of intense mental catharsis. It left a deep impression in his life. With these powerful mental imprints, he was able to locate himself after consuming the potion, and not be lost in pain and madness. This made Colin Iliad recall a term recorded in some of the books in the City of Silver, anchor. At Sequence 3, he was considered a deity in a certain sense. He could respond to prayers within a certain range, so an anchor was required. As this wasn't the level of an angel, an anchor didn't necessarily need to be a believer. It could be replaced by other things, such as the clear marks in one's life that had meaning in mysticism. In the memories that had been awakened, Colin Iliad slowly regained his self-awareness. He felt his body again and grasped its changes. Right on the heels of that, a layer of wings formed from illusory light extended out from behind him. They fused with the surrounding paintings as they constantly shrank inwards. The surface of Colin Iliad's body collapsed into a silver armor that was firm and beautiful, but it didn't possess any weight to it. After the demon hunter advanced to a silver knight, due to the difference in the deity's blessing, there would be minute differences between silver knights. Previously, the leader of the King Court's chasers, Lightcolor Merskogan, had received blessings from the Giant King. Therefore, the various aspects of the Silver Knight domain were much stronger. On the other hand, Colin Iliad could occasionally make his body condense a silver rapier that could teleport. While in combat, it would appear at random during an attack, with beneficial tendencies, bringing about unpredictable changes. In addition, he could also obtain a certain uniqueness when using mercury liquefaction. As the silver armor finally took form, Colin Iliad had completed his advancement. Apart from not having a single vertical eye on his head, he was equivalent to a mythical creature. At this moment, he raised his right hand and waved it to the side. At a small hill outside the city of Silver, a silver beam erupted out of thin air. It tore apart everything around it, splitting the small hill into two halves. During Colin Iliad's advancement to Silver Knight, Derek Bird completed the bestowment ritual and obtained a small metal tube. Seizing the opportunity of the City of Silver's chief creating abnormalities and drawing away most of the attention, Klein suddenly reached out while in the ancient palace above the grey fog. He had summoned a bullet and death knell from the historical void. Right on the heels of that, he did a divination in advance, confirming that there weren't any signs of Amon's parasites around Little Sunday. Without any hesitation, he opened the revolver's cylinder and stuffed the deceit bullet into it. Pa! With a shake of his right hand, he closed the cylinder and used the mysticism connection to aim at the spot where he had died. Bang! He calmly pulled the trigger and fired the only bullet. At the same time, taking advantage of this beyonder effect, he willed Sapphira Castle's powers into mobilizing. The grey fog boiled once again, including the space around them. A majestic but slightly dark energy surged out like a tidal wave, wrapping around the bullet, passing through the gap and shooting towards the real world. The light in Sapphira Castle suddenly dimmed. Suppressing his fear and horror, Klein used Death Knell's historical projection to simulate the feeling of a sudden descent. He leaped towards the crimson star representing the sun and leaped towards the tiny tube of his blood. On the barren moors of Chernobyl, all of the Amons wearing pointed hats raised their heads and looked at the lightning that streaked across the sky. They looked at a deep and quiet swath that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. The Amons nudged their monocles, and after a moment of silence, they laughed. He doesn't seem like someone who can come up with such a solution. Palaz? He joined this organization codenamed the Tarot Club? In the Berg household in the City of Silver. The darkness in front of Derek suddenly turned dark, as if the candles in the room had been burned to ashes. To the residents of the City of Silver, this wasn't a good thing. Derek's eyes immediately lit up with the light of the sun. At that moment, bits of light burst out from the deep darkness like transparent squirming worms. The metal tube that Derek had received shattered automatically as fresh red blood floated out from it and suspended itself in midair. It didn't spread apart but instead merged with the fragments of light. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments condensed into one, forming a huge ball of light. The spherical light ball stretched out and changed, quickly forming a figure. The figure had a deep outline and a cold expression. He wore a silk half-top hat and a black coat while holding a black iron-black revolver. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow. Having successfully deceived the laws of mysticism, Klein used the help of his old blood to complete his resurrection. Without needing any introduction, Derek had already recognized the visitor through his special temperament. After being stunned for a moment, he instinctively revealed an uncontrollable smile. Mr. World? Klein raised his head slightly and looked at Little Sun, who seemed to have grown taller. He subconsciously reached out and pressed down on his top hat. He then nodded gently and said, "I will be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods during this period of time. However, I have to leave now. I can't lure Amon into the City of Silver. If there's a chance in the future, I will cooperate with you." Having understood what Mr. World meant, Derek nodded heavily and said, "All right." Just as Klein raised his right hand and was about to snap his fingers to leave with flaming jump, Derek looked at him and suddenly pointed to the storage cabinet in the room. "Mr. World, do you need to bring some food with you? There are mushrooms that can produce milk." Klein controlled himself, not letting the corners of his mouth twitch. He maintained his cold attitude and said, "I don't drink milk." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, causing a scarlet flame to fly out of his pocket, wrapping around him like water. The fire quickly dissipated like falling stars, and Klein's figure disappeared from Derek Berg's room. Outside the City of Silver, in a deformed forest, flames flashed continuously, extending all the way to the moors leading to the north. After he truly left the City of Silver did Klein slow down his footsteps and summon a lantern from the historical void. He had long expected that the revival process would go so smoothly. After all, once he found the correct solution, there was no way that Amon could stop him. In the City of Silver, Amon only had a few avatars at the Sequence 4 or 3 level, so Klein could use his true vision to locate them and eliminate them ahead of time. And if they could form an avatar at the Sequence 2 level, Klein, who had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, could stir powers at the power of an angel, allowing him to easily fight such an avatar while being above the gray fog, and would stay undefeatable since he couldn't be attacked. He had the confidence to defeat his opponent. If Amon moved his true body to the City of Silver, then Klein could choose to revive at his original spot. Of course, Amon could create an avatar that was almost at Sequence 1 and send him to the City of Silver. However, under the premise of the conservation of Beyonder characteristics, how many avatars could he create? Not more than 2. As for Klein, he could split his remaining blood into multiple portions. He could use the bestowment ritual to send them to Mr. Hanged Man, to Mam Hermit, and to the Star Leonard. There were too many spots where he could revive, so there was no way that Amon could guard all of them. This was an above-board plan based on his own level, Beyonder powers, and the special ability of Sapphira Castle. Before he attempted to revive himself, Klein was already quite certain of the outcome. The only thing he was worried about was that deceit would be detected by Amon ahead of time, allowing him to interfere in a timely manner, causing his respawn location to change. Fortunately, his divination had confirmed that the level of danger wasn't high. This was one of the reasons why he dared to try. Phew, I've really escaped from Amon. As he advanced amidst the dim yellow light, Klein felt the presence of his body, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew very well that he was going to encounter the relentless pursuit of Amon's main body and various avatars. Chapter 1177 Substitute. Chapter 1177 Substitute. On the desolate moors filled with deep ravines, Amon stood in different spots. They opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Protector of backland magic and drama performers. The great Gehrman Sparrow. These voices were layered as they bored into the void, as though they extended to an infinite distance. 10 seconds later, all of them adjusted their crystal monocles in different manners and chuckled softly. He changed it really quickly. If Gehrman Sparrow was still automatically responding to this honorific name, they could then use this opportunity to determine the other party's location and create an error to appear directly beside their target. In the darkness that was illuminated by lightning from time to time, the hatted and coated Klein proceeded north at a moderate pace while holding a lantern. There's a prayer. Amon is using Gehrman Sparrow's honorific name. This means that a number of Amons aren't too far from me. But the City of Silver doesn't have his parasites. They're in the surrounding patrol teams, or in some unexpected creatures? As he walked, Klein suddenly turned his head and listened carefully for a few seconds. Regarding this matter, he was rather glad that he was cautious enough. He had changed the honorific name that allowed default acknowledgement while above the gray fog. It went from the protector of backland magic and drama performers to protector of all poor children in backland. This came from the lone charity bursary foundation he had set up. Yes. Amon is a cryptologist. It's very likely that he can interpret this honorific name from all the information regarding Dwayne Dantes. No, I don't even need an automatic response. As Klein looked at the faint yellow light emitted by the lantern, he quickly made a decision. He made every worm of spirit only capable of listening to prayers, without having the ability to autonomously respond unless they had been given permission from the main body. This way, frequent prayers would severely affect his daily life, but it wasn't a big problem. This was because, other than Amon's vile harassment, no one else would pray to Gehrman Sparrow since he hadn't spread the word about his honorific name. After settling this matter, Klein thought of all of Amon's terrifying aspects. He suddenly had some doubts about what to do next. His original plan was to stay far away from the City of Silver and head to the Noise Ruins in the north to investigate the situation there. He wanted to see if he could obtain the main ingredients needed for the Miracle Invoker potion. However, after connecting that ancient city ruins with Amon, a problem was revealed. Klein could already confirm that the upper levels of neighboring pathways also followed the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Since Amon had been wandering around the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years and had come near the City of Silver, how could he not be attracted to the noise ruins in the north? For the chief of the City of Silver to not dare to enter, it means the power in Noise City has definitely reached the level of an angel. Amon wouldn't ignore it. He probably doesn't dare to directly eat such a high-level beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, but that doesn't prevent him from setting up a trap. Even if he hadn't done so in the past, he would definitely be rushing over there now. Of course, I can't exclude the possibility that Amon has yet to discover it because, during the City of Silver Chief's first visit, the noise ruins weren't as dangerous. Perhaps that power at the angel level came to the noise ruins later. He has been constantly migrating his believers to avoid Amon? Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt a little afraid about heading northwest for the ancient city. He decided to first see if there were any other ways to obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion before considering if he should head to the periphery of the noise ruins to observe and gather some intel. With this in mind, he walked towards the wreckage of a tall tower in his black coat and half-top hat, guided by the occasional lightning. Along the way, in the dangerous darkness outside the dim yellow light, monsters lined up and silently followed him. They were already his marionettes. Compared to them, the Saints of the Seer pathway were even more bizarre and terrifying. As they walked, one of the monsters that looked like a fish with limbs suddenly chanted in Jotun, the sun that is eternal. You are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. The moment it finished reciting the three-line honorific name, the monster collapsed to the ground and lost its life. The honorific name of deities often wasn't limited to 3 lines, but when chanting, one could choose any 3. For example, the Eternal Blazing Sun's complete honorific name was Eternal Blazing Sun, Inextinguishable Light, Embodiment of Order, God of Contracts, Guardian of Businesses. And just now, Klein had used the first 3. With this method, he prayed to the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Evernight Goddess, hoping to receive a certain response. However, there was no change in his surroundings 15 minutes later. It's useless to pray to a sequence 0 true deity in the forsaken land of the gods? Unless the target is the true creator, or is an existence that wields things like Sapphira Castle or the Chaos Sea? That's not right. In Afternoon Town, that clergyman had the goddess's true name concealed when saying it. When he mentioned the 4th king of angels, he suffered immolation due to the involvement of deities. Perhaps it's because there's still all kinds of divine power in the forsaken land of the gods, not only concealment and degeneration. And the true names of the different deities each have special meaning in mysticism, allowing it to stir the corresponding powers? This way, it would explain why the City of Silver has been teaching the 2 true names of Badheil and Harabergen, but they didn't end up establishing any connection with the God of Combat or the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The prayers in the forsaken land of the gods are not heard by the true deities, or even if they can hear them, they are unable to respond. This also means that there are no remnant powers of the God of Combat or the God of Knowledge, otherwise, there would have been certain anomalies. Yes, it's also possible that it's not because there are no anomalies, but that the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, God-level sealed artifacts in the City of Silver have eliminated them. In that case, if I were to directly chant the true name of the goddess, would I cause the surrounding darkness and concealment to stir? If this kind of power can be controlled, I'll have an additional effective trump card when being tracked by Amon. The probability isn't very high. Directly chanting the true name of a deity is an act of blasphemy, and it will result in the corresponding backlash, just like Afternoon Town's clergyman. Based on his logic and the phenomenon he had seen, Klein came up with a theory on the present situation. He was eager to try reading out all the true names of the deities he knew, one by one, and checking their effects. Finally, he restrained himself and didn't blindly make the attempts. I'd better go above the gray fog to do a divination first. Otherwise, who knows if there will be an unbearable accident. Divination involving deities might not give a clear revelation. After muttering inwardly for a while, Klein scoffed at his impulsiveness. My previous plan was akin to, I haven't been courting death for 2 days. I shall do it seriously today. At that moment, he had already arrived at a collapsed tower. He sat beside a wall that had only been cut down by half. He reached out to take out a paper crane from the historical void, and he ignited it. He wanted to see if he could contact the Snake of Fate will Septon series if there was a medium. He wanted to know where he could obtain the main ingredients of the Miracle Invoker potion. Under the illumination of his third summoning of the lantern, Klein fell into a deep sleep, but he didn't dream of anything. Indeed, it doesn't work. After he woke up, Klein shook his head and let his body enter a historical void. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting at the seat belonging to the fool, he beckoned for a small paper box from the junk pile. Inside was a stack of paper cranes. These were personally folded by a certain baby. At the same time, the world Gehrman Sparrow was conjured. He prayed to Mr. Fool in a grayish-white region and requested him to forward his request to Miss Justice, saying that this act could allow her to make contributions to her exchange for the manipulator potion formula. Of course, Klein had already revealed that the potion needed to be consumed while amidst a huge emotional resonance. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey returned to her bedroom once again and set up a bestowment ritual to obtain the paper crane. She picked up a thin pencil and wrote on the paper crane's surface. "Dwayne Dantes has requested you to meet with me." After finishing her preparations, Audrey followed Mr. World's instructions and placed the paper crane under her pillow before lying down to sleep. Soon, she saw a pitch-black desolate plain. As a dreamwalker who had given herself hints in advance, she maintained her consciousness and walked towards the black steeple in the middle of the plains with strong curiosity. As soon as she arrived at her destination, Audrey's spiritual perception was triggered. She raised her head and looked at the top of the steeple. At some point in time, there was a giant silver snake coiled there. This gigantic snake didn't have any scales. Its body was covered with symbols and patterns that formed wheels that were connected to each other, with different labels. At that moment, the gigantic snake was staring at Audrey with its bright red and cold eyes. It said in a low voice, "What does Dwayne Dantes want?" "This is the angel of the fate pathway that gave Ma'am Hermit a drop of blood?" Audrey controlled her thoughts and calmly looked at the gigantic snake. She said in honesty, "He wanted me to ask you where he can obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion?" The gigantic silver snake suddenly fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "The number of sequence 2s in different pathways differ in numbers. Under the situation of the quota of attendant of mysteries being filled, there can only be a total of 6 miracle invokers." A miracle invoker is the name of a sequence 2 potion. Mr. World is going to become an angel? Or is he making preparations for his partner? No, if it's a companion, he can get them to ask him themselves. Audrey was first alarmed before she began to look forward to the mysterious serpent's answer. Chapter 1178, I have a blessed. Chapter 1178, I have a blessed. The gigantic silver snake looked down at Audrey and opened its blood-red mouth. The sequence 1 potion that Zeradal, the leader of the secret order, consumed came from an attendant of mysteries. In other words, he possesses an extra miracle invoker characteristic. Similarly, it was the same for the ancestor of the Antigonus family back then. Of course, if they were interested in something, or if they had a candidate who had won the favor of the family to the point of them being willing to nurture them, then an angel with sufficiently high status can separate the extra miracle invoker beyonder characteristic to the other party. The third miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic had combined with a characteristic of mysterious origins. It has become sealed artifact 0-05, also known as the magic wishing lamp. A true deity once attempted to destroy this item, to separate the characteristics and allow them to converge automatically, but eventually failed. The 4th and 5th miracle invoker beyonder characteristics are in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact that exists in the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and Lord of Storms. One of them is named 0-13. It comes from the 3rd epic's creator, designated as the Last Banquet. The other is codenamed 0-32, a product of the War of the Four Emperors, designated as theater with curtains that never draw. The sixth miracle invoker beyond her characteristic might be in the forsaken land of the gods. During the third epoch, there was a remnant dark demonic wolf who occasionally appeared. After the cataclysm, he vanished without a trace. Audrey listened attentively and thought carefully for a moment before saying, "You're saying that, under the situation where the attendant of mysteries spots are filled, there are only 6 miracle invokers. And now, you only mentioned the secret order's leader, Zeradal, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family, but the spots don't seem to be filled. In such a situation, there might be an extra miracle invoker beyond her characteristic." This wasn't information that the World Gehrman Sparrow had informed her of in advance. Instead, it was a question that Audrey had come up with on her own accord from the details of the answer and her knowledge of mysticism. The eyes of the giant silver snake moved slightly. Indeed. There should be 3 attendants of mysteries. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. But in the second epoch, in the era when the ancient god, Phlegria, still lived, the third set of the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one knows where it is. Likewise for the corresponding miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Perhaps it has already combined together and has found a sufficiently concealed method to hide itself. Audrey nodded gently and said, "I understand. I'll pass on the information to Mr. Dwayne Dantes." "Oh. He even asked me to ask you if there's anything you need his help with?" The giant silver snake slithered up and a third of its body stood up. "No. A small matter. Yes, I have a blessed who is an outstanding gourmet. He has a desire to taste ice cream from the various noble families, so as to determine the most delicious one. This request, Mr. Snake, maybe it's Ma'am Snake, is really nice to her blessed." His tone is as if he can't wait. This is too simple. I can agree to help on Mr. World's behalf and complete it on my own. I'll just treat it as accumulating the sufficient contributions needed to exchange the potion formula." Audrey said thoughtfully, "No problem. But how do I send him the ice cream?" The giant silver snake slowly coiled and said, "Sacrifice it to him. He's already a sequence 3 saint and can accept sacrifices in the same city. His honorific name is the embodiment of luck, the clairvoyant monster, the calamity that spreads misfortune, the witnesses of all fates in Backland, the keeper of chaos and madness." There's a difference between this honorific name and a normal sequence 3's. There's no name at the end. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, but she didn't say anything further and nodded in agreement. Keeper of chaos and madness. Will's last honorific name is quite interesting. This shouldn't be the honorific name of the Snake of Fate, but something that he used when he was at sequence 3. Some tweaks were made later on. The monster pathways watches over chaos and madness? Or could it be said that in this world, even for fate, those at the lower sequences are in chaos and madness? Monsters are working hard to resist all of this, making everything seem normal? After Klein heard Miss Justice's answer, he didn't find it odd for Will Septon to request for ice cream. Instead, he found the honorific name of the Life School of Thought president rather interesting. Having a blast. That's like saying I know someone. Did Will learn this from me? No, I have a real blessed, Danitz. Later on, I'll have this fellow sacrifice something for me to eat. I can't really eat those mutated monsters or summon projections from the historical void, right? Yes, if I have a chance, I'll invite little son to try them together. I can't let him be obsessed with Frank's mushrooms. The number of blessed serving will definitely won't be less than mine. There might even be more. He has the huge life school of thought. Klein conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow and made him reply to Miss Justice, indicating that the ice cream contributed plenty. After completing all of this, he wrapped the edge of the long modeled table and seriously considered the problem with the main ingredient of the miracle invoker. There's no need to think about the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic with Zeradal. It's impossible for him to separate it to give it to me. He only wants to turn me into his marionette. It's not like there's zero hope with Antigonus's 2 portions, but if that's the case, I'll have to request it from the goddess again. I can't offer something equivalent. I'm afraid. Besides, the goddess might not be able to provide it. The reason why she wants to seal the half-fool, who has lost control, is probably because she is unable to kill him. Once he is killed, he will be able to escape his current predicament and revive elsewhere, just like how I escaped from Oman. Under such a situation, the goddess has no way of getting Antigonus to separate a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Even a true deity can't shatter 0-05, so there's no point targeting it. It's useless even if I have it. This sealed artifact's origins are truly mysterious. There's something very fishy about it. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Suns 0-13 is called the Last Banquet. It comes from the City of Silver's creator. Why does this person always like to use the names that have dangerous implications? The Church of the Lord of Storms 0-32 is theater with curtains that never draw. Just the sound of it allows me to imagine what it's like. The chances of obtaining these two grade 0 sealed artifacts are very low, but it's not impossible. It just depends on whether the Eternal Blazing Sun and Lord of Storms are willing to support my growth so as to contain Amon. Yes. Up to now, they have yet to show any kindness. I can't find a suitable way to interact with the right person. I can't possibly use divination to spy on the Eternal Blazing Sun again and communicate with him through space, right? If that happens, wouldn't it be better if he directly invades Sapphira Castle and takes control of this place? If I were to nurture Mr. Hangman and wait till he has the qualifications to come into contact with a grade 0 sealed artifact, I'll most likely have become Amon. The true creator knows a clue to the third characteristic of the Attendant of Mysteries. His divine kingdom and holy residence are in the forsaken land of the gods. These two might be related somehow. The two sets of miracle invoker characteristics and an attendant of mysteries characteristics are highly likely to be in the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder which one is in the noise ruins. Yes, the true creator should only know a clue, and not its exact location. Otherwise, he would have obtained that attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic before the War of the Four Emperors and effectively increased his subordinate's strength. In other words, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic is something even a true deity can't obtain quickly, and it's necessary to search for it. It might not be so easy for Amon to come across it, allowing him to set up a trap. If the danger within the ruins were only recently found, having just been transplanted, it would match this trait. From the looks of it, I still have to make a trip. However, I have to be careful enough. The danger comes from Amon and also from the ruins. I'll do a divination first, then I'll observe and gather intelligence from a distance. I won't enter blindly and will be patient enough. Klein conjured a pen and paper and was about to write the corresponding divination statement when he suddenly thought of something and decided to make another confirmation. He drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. He threw it into the crimson star representing the magician. With Gehrman Sparrow's image and tone, he asked her to question a Rhodes. Backlund, East Borough. Furs, who was about to move houses, drew the curtains and lit a candle. She set up a mirror and found Zio to act as a bystander. She then drew the symbol that Mr. World had given her. In the room, the environment gradually turned dark as cold winds stirred, causing the two to tremble. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled, forming ancient dark red faceac text. You have summoned the great Rhodes. You have to abide by the corresponding rules. You have to answer a question for every question asked. If you lie or refuse to answer, you will be punished. All right, Furs, who had been warned, calmly replied. Following that, she asked curiously, where can one obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion? On the surface of the mirror, dark red words appeared one after another as other lines vanished. They answered the question in detail. It's basically the same as Will's answer. Above the gray fog, through the crimson star representing Miss Magician, Klein watched the specific process and nodded in disappointment. After Furs memorized the answer, she said nervously, "It's your turn to ask." The dark red words changed and formed a new sentence. Have you had an erotic dream in the past year? Phew. Thankfully, it's still okay. First heaved a sigh of relief and said, yes. This was human nature. She didn't feel that there was anything to be ashamed of. Following that, she raised the second question. Do you have any suggestions on the matter regarding obtaining the main ingredient of the miracle invoker? Rhodes dispersed the dark red text and used silver colors to form new words. The Abraham family still holds the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 2 Planeswalker Potion formula, as well as the corresponding powerful sealed artifacts. A total of 2 of them. The Aurora Order also has one. This. Klein's eyes lit up as he thought of a new possibility. Is that so? Furs frowned slightly and said, it's your turn to ask a question. The silver color on the surface of the mirror faded away as dark red colors formed a sentence. Other than you, who else was the star of your erotic dream? Furs gaped as her face flushed red. Chapter 1179, Preparations Both Ways. Chapter 1179, Preparations Both Ways. At that moment, Furs felt her cheeks burning as she stiffened. She didn't even dare to turn her head to look at her friend. She realized that she had severely underestimated the bottom line of the magic mirror. After stuttering for a moment, Furs recalled Mr. World's reminder and closed her eyes. I choose to accept the punishment. A silvery white bolt of lightning fell from the air in the room, but the moment it appeared, the lightning vanished without a trace like it was a hallucination. The dark red words on the surface of the mirror were dyed silver as they were quickly replaced with new content. The question and answer game will end here today. Goodbye. Without waiting for Furs to open her eyes and before Zio could react, the rippling light in the mirror instantly calmed down. The gloom and darkness in the room shattered as they were swallowed by the light of the candle. Wasn't there supposed to be a punishment? Furs waited for a few seconds before opening her eyes slightly. She looked at the mirror that had returned to normal and then at Zio, who was watching by the sidelines. Zio pointed at the top of her head and said, there was lightning that smote at you, but it disappeared halfway. Also, the magic mirror had already left. The magic mirror was only joking? That's not right. The warning I received was that the questions would be rather embarrassing, and the punishments would be rather heavy. Could it be that Mr. Fool protected me? Furs rubbed her right cheek as she made a guess. Perhaps. Zio nodded in agreement with her friend. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced, she suddenly realized that Zio was looking at her earnestly. What's the matter? Furs's heart skipped a beat. Zio asked thoughtfully, in that erotic dream of yours, who was the main lead? Who would remember such a dream from so long ago? Besides, aren't dreams blurry and unclear? Furs forced a smile. Zio tersely acknowledged. If that's the case, why didn't you answer with that just now? I was nervous. I was too nervous. Furs glanced at the luggage that she had finished packing and said, it's time for us to move. I miss having a fireplace. As she spoke, she walked towards her luggage. It was only at this moment that she realized that, at times, the outcome was similar whether she answered the magic mirror's question or not. Is this the social death that was mentioned by Gehrman Sparrow? I really want to bury my head into the ground. Furs continuously took deep breaths in an attempt to calm her burning face and embarrassed heart. In the ancient palace above the fog. Klein threw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile and scoffed at Rhodes's act. Despite knowing that I was the one who sent someone to summon it, it actually dared to raise such a question. Only when I stopped the punishment did it hurriedly change its attitude and leave in a panic. It sure had fun. However, its answer has given me a new train of thought. I really don't need to restrict myself to the path of a miracle invoker. The second blasphemy slate is most likely from the City of Silver's creator, and is now in the hands of Adam. Although Amon and his brother are mutually staying away from each other's affairs and aren't on especially good terms, they have worked together before. I don't believe that he has never seen that blasphemy slate. If that's the case, he is definitely aware of the miracle invoker's ritual and can guess that I'll be bringing the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. When that happens, he wouldn't even need to put much effort into tracking me. He just needs to wait at the giant king's court. Yes, I can't go according to the enemy's expectations, especially since this is a god of deceit and the god of mischief. Countless accidents will happen. If it's because of my participation that the City of Silver's thousands of years of hope ends up being destroyed, then it'll be completely contradictory to my original intentions. The problem with a planeswalker is that I might hear Mr. Door's ravings, and will suffer the scrutiny and corruption from the cosmos that's worse than sequence 2 angels from other pathways. Of course, this isn't completely unacceptable. Also, will I need to pay back the 2 resurrection chances that Sapphira Castle gave me? That's still fine, since I'll definitely transfer back to being an attendant of mysteries at sequence 1 because Mr. Door has already blocked off the advancement path of the apprentice pathway. He is at least in control of the uniqueness and 2 sets of sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, perhaps even all 3. It's not necessary for me to switch to Planeswalker, but I have to make the necessary preparations. When my options increase, even if Amon tries to stop me, the difficulty of burying a trap in advance will increase significantly. Only then can I become an angel while under the pressure of a king of angels. Yes. I'll stay on the fence for now. I'll prepare for the Miracle Invoker advancement while preparing for the Planeswalker advancement. I'll determine which pathway to take based on the actual situation when the time comes. Having come to a decision, Klein felt refreshed. His mind was abnormally active, and he quickly came up with a preliminary plan. I'm not in a hurry to ask Miss Magician's teacher about the Planeswalker potion formula and the corresponding grade 0 sealed artifact. This will scare the Abraham family, making them suspect that Miss Magician worships some evil god and has joined some terrible organization. With their current situation, there's a high chance that they won't reply. They will change their identities, move, and sever all ties. Yes, the head of the Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's, will make a fine gift. Regardless of whether the Abraham family gives the Worm of Cosmos, this matter will have to be placed on the agenda. I hope Miss Justice can digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. I hope that Ma'am Hermit will be prepared. I also hope that the 2 ladies, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment, will be able to improve before the operation. Right, according to what Miss Magician said, Saint of Secrets Bodhi's is a defector of the Abraham family, and the Aurora Order holds a grade 0 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. That's interesting. Perhaps I don't need to contact the Abraham family. I might be able to get what I want from the Saint of Secrets. I have to remind Ma'am Hermit that Bodhi's might be carrying a grade 0 sealed artifact, so confirmation has to be made before the operation. If that grade 0 sealed artifact isn't in the hands of the Saint of Secrets, then I'll probably have to face the Angel of Fate or Abaros to get it. No, grade 0 sealed artifacts are terrifying to begin with. It's one of the sources of danger. Phew, I'll first wait for Miss Magician's teacher to reply and see if the Abraham family is averse to any mention of the Worm of Cosmos. As he thought of this, Klein suddenly felt a hint of self-deprecation. He felt that he and the Aurora Order appeared to be destined enemies. They often had all kinds of interactions. When the operation begins, the Aurora Order will definitely shout in their hearts. Why is it you again? Why is it us again? After letting out a breath, he gathered his thoughts and conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow. He replied to Miss Magician, who had reported the answer. Following that, the world prayed once again, requesting Mr. Fool to forward his request to Danitz. On a certain island in the Fog Sea, Danitz, who was waiting for the Golden Dream, turned his head to look at Anderson and chuckled. I'm going to summon Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. Anderson pricked up his brows and scoffed. You're qualified to consume the Conspirer potion. You were the one who made it too obvious. Even I could sense that you were afraid of that messenger. Danitz felt even more pleased with himself as he said humbly. Anderson suddenly guffawed. Why do you not suspect that I'm pretending to be afraid? I'm just trying to find a reasonable excuse to avoid hearing things I shouldn't be hearing. Dogshasterisk T, do you think I'll believe the lies you came up with in a hurry? Danitz was almost convinced. Anderson spread his hands and walked to the door. You've gathered all the materials of the Conspirer potion. Remember to remind Gehrman to not forget my iron-blooded night potion formula. Danitz waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he hadn't forgotten. After Anderson walked out of the room and closed the door, Danitz immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Seeing the 8 eyes look over at the same time, Danitz's chest immediately retracted. He forced a smile and handed out a gold coin. "Ma'am, Gehrman Sparrow wants me to tell you that he's fine. He's now in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." Wait, what did I say? The Forsaken Land of the Gods? As a crew member of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Danitz's knowledge of mysticism was still adequate. After a momentary pause, his pupils clearly dilated. "Alright," Rionette Tinker bit down on the gold coin and answered immediately. Then, she entered the void and vanished from the room. After reporting this to Gehrman Sparrow, Danitz received the Iron-Blooded Knight's potion formula and new orders. Prepare some local delicacies and sacrifice them to see God Calvetua. Isn't this mission a little odd? Danitz muttered to himself, but he didn't dare to raise any questions. He quickly tidied up the altar, found a parchment, and wrote down the supplementary ingredients and corresponding ritual in the Iron-Blooded Night potion formula. Following that, he opened the door and handed the parchment to Anderson. Form a team of at least 30 people. The stronger the team's strength and chemistry, the better the ritual's effects. Anderson unfolded the parchment in front of Danitz and read it. As he read, his brows gradually furrowed. If the team's chemistry is to build upon the idea of killing me, the captain, the ritual is rather simple. Without waiting for Danitz to mock him, a burning white flame appeared from his fingertip and burned the parchment. Anderson chuckled. "I need to go back to my homeland to find an opportunity. That place is currently being invaded by Phaenopotter, and war is always the best place for building up and training a team." With a pause, he looked at Danitz and said with a smile, "I've prepared some questions for you. They're in my room. Once you become a conspirer, you can try doing it and see if your intelligence has improved." T. Are you trying to trick me into reading all the books in your room? Danitz was almost moved, but he immediately understood that something was wrong. No matter how high his intelligence was, he wouldn't be able to solve the questions if he hadn't read the textbooks. Not bad. It only took you 3 seconds this time to grasp the crux of the matter. If it were in the past, you would have really believed me. Anderson praised with a smile as he turned around and left the inn. Chapter 1180. 1180 different effects. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, at night when the frequency of lightning had dropped to a very low frequency. 2 slices of white bread and a piece of barbecued meat is pretty good after all. The sweet and sour desserts from the Fog Sea are better than I had expected. After swallowing the last mouthful of food, Klein sighed in amazement from the bottom of his heart. He then threw the remaining packaging into the darkness. After all, there was no concept of environmental protection here, nor was there a rubbish bin. Of course, he had removed his connection with those items ahead of time, just like how he would head over to Sapphira Castle to perform sterilization every time he abandoned a marionette. This was to prevent Amon's avatars from locking onto him with them. Lifeless objects won't be transferred into a concealed state by the darkness here. Klein raised the lantern that Danitz had sacrificed, and he illuminated the abandoned items. It was only after he filled his stomach that he was in the mood to try out the dangerous things he had previously divined. Amidst the flickering dim yellow light, Klein reached his right hand out into the air and dragged out another projection of himself. It was another version of him from the historical void, one who was also holding onto a lantern. Klein entered the grayish-white fog 1 second later, allowing his projection's consciousness to awaken. The projection was surrounded by a group of monsters. Amidst the endless darkness, it opened its mouth, planning to recite the name Ammonizes. He didn't manage to make a single sound, as though the words he wanted to say had been concealed. Indeed, it's as I expected. Wearing a silk half-top hat and a black trench coat, Klein slowly took a deep breath. Looking at the lantern that emitted faint yellow light, he suddenly chanted in Jotun, Leotaro. Before he could finish his sentence, more than 100 lightning bolts worked as if they were responding to being summoned. They instantly blanketed the area. There was no time for him to dodge. Even if he had switched places with a marionette, he would still be within the attack range. Amidst the brightening of silvery white light, he collapsed to the ground. His body was charred as he convulsed violently, as though he had become a gigantic piece of coal. Then, his figure rapidly dissipated as the illusion vanished. Wearing a real top hat, clothed in an into-styled windbreaker and carrying a simple lantern, Klein immediately returned to reality and continued proceeding forward as if nothing had happened. After walking for a while, his figure suddenly turned blurry and clear. Following that, Klein opened his mouth again and read out a name in Jotun. Oh! Just as he produced the first syllable, a transparent flame burst out from his body, instantly reducing him to ashes, not giving him a chance to switch places with his marionette. Klein's figure appeared once again. He pressed his hat and walked calmly on the hill filled with strange plants. Hera Bergen. Bad Heil. Oma Bella. There's nothing out of the ordinary. There are no traces of the corresponding divine powers left in the vicinity of the City of Silver. Medici, Ouroboros, Sasser. These are of no use, neither one of them are deities. I thought that the situation at Afternoon Town and the Giant King's Court was due to special circumstances. Using Sasser's true name outside can activate the powers of degeneration from the forsaken land of the gods. As a king of angels with the uniqueness, Red Angel is also considered half a true god. Yet, there aren't any traces left of him. How shameful for a person, no, shameful for a king of angels. As Klein walked down the hill, he followed his spiritual intuition and headed northwest where the city ruins of Noise were. He would occasionally take a detour, occasionally using flaming jump, and he didn't follow the route that the City of Silver had used to explore to reach their destination. Backlund, late at night. Feeling that she had digested the potion a little more, Audrey very eagerly used dream traversal to leave her mansion and to enter the various dreams of the surrounding area. Knowing what the current situation was like, she had a strong desire to become a demigod. Just like that, she suddenly saw someone familiar. This was a noble lady who had a good relationship with her. She was 29 years old and had married a viscount 2 years ago. At this moment, the lady's room was filled with rose petals. The bed was white, and there was a heart-shaped ring placed on it. And she could hear knocking sounds from the outside. With flushed cheeks, the lady quickly walked over and opened the window. A man wearing a black iron mask and a dark cloak leaped in. He hugged the lady and whispered, "I'll take you away from your suffering." Then, the two of them started to wrap their bodies around one another as they rolled into bed. As a dreamwalker who was working hard to digest the potion, Audrey had long seen similar scenes. She had experienced the phase of feeling embarrassed, and she sighed at how everyone's dreams were full of imagination. At that moment, she didn't lose her composure at all. She maintained the etiquette of a spectator, as though she was witnessing an overly intense play. After a brief examination, she discovered a problem. The man wearing the black iron mask wasn't the wife's spouse, but more like a particular playboy in the aristocratic circles. Is this a reflection of what's hidden in her heart? Audrey muttered to herself in an academic manner while analyzing the dream. Following that, she traversed into the dream beside her out of curiosity. This dream corresponded to the noble wife's husband, the Viscount. In the dream, this Viscount was busy attending a discussion at the House of Lords. Later, he was chased by an earl with a revolver. The latter claimed that he had tricked his daughter. After escaping to a safe zone, the Viscount found his female secretary to vent his fear. Audrey couldn't help but leave the dream, wanting to see the state the Viscount and his wife were in. In the bedroom under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, the Viscount was hugging his wife on the huge white bed. His wife was hugging him and sleeping in a very intimate manner. Yes, I have to realize that everyone has a dark side to them. It's just a dream that they've had. If conviction for a mere instantaneous thought was carried out, then everyone would descend into hell, and no one will be spared, including myself. I can control my dark side, preventing it from ever being realized in the real world. To most people, that's already considered excellent. Audrey increasingly felt that acting as a dreamwalker was a way to question and hone one's mind and body. She entered the dreamscape again and traversed to another area. Not long after, she arrived at a warm room. There was a dining table placed over a thick carpet. At the seat of honor was a white-haired old lady. To her sides were a middle-aged couple and 3 children who were not of age. They were all enjoying the delicious food, chatting and laughing. It was dark outside the room. The strong winds made the glass groan and thump as they seemed to brew a horrifying sensation before the disaster struck. What is the owner of this dream bothered about? Audrey retreated from the dream and tried to find an answer from the real world to verify her hypothesis. She then saw a small bed and the white-haired old lady. There were photo frames on the bedside table of the old lady. They were either wrapped in black cloth or white flowers, consisting of a middle-aged couple and 3 underage children. Audrey silently turned her head to look out the window, only to see that there were ruins nearby, ones left behind by an explosion. The young noble lady pursed her lips and suddenly returned to the old lady's dreams. She didn't stop the disaster that might happen. She only conjured a chair and sat on it. She looked at the happy and warm family in a solemn manner. Amidst the howling wind and glass, the room was brightly lit. There was the fragrance of food and laughter everywhere. Audrey had already concluded one of the acting principles of Dreamwalker. A traveler of a dream enters, takes in the sights and records, never interfering. That was a spectator. In St. Samuel Cathedral, having been summoned by Bishop Anthony Stephen, Leonard slowly walked up the spiral staircase under the sunlight that shone in through the stained glass. Suddenly, he said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, that secret gathering is about to begin again. Are you really planning to attempt to enter the treasures left behind by the Jacob family at the end of the month?" "I'm not sure yet, but this is an opportunity. At the very least, Amon's main body is being tied down by the matter regarding Sapphira Castle. He won't suddenly appear." In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zoroast replied with a slightly hoarse voice, "However, I'm more inclined to reveal the news of the treasure trove. I want the people at the gathering to adventure and explore it. We'll stay in the vicinity and observe the situation, taking what I need from their hands." Leonard was taken aback as he whispered, "Old man, isn't that too sinister?" This was using the members of the Hermits of Fate as tools to step into a trap. Naive, childish. You can tell them all the details and let them decide whether they want to go on their own." Pallas scoffed. Leonard didn't mention it again. Instead, he asked, "Old man, when can I become a demigod?" Pallas chuckled. "If you can obtain a spirit at the level of your former colleague's messenger, you'll be able to digest the potion by the beginning of next year. However, it's better to act according to my instructions. Engage in a deeper level of acting. Wait till the second half of next year, you'll have the qualifications to try for Sequence 4. Of course, I'm not sure if the Church of Evernight will give you the potion and hold a ritual for you. That high-ranking deacon named Casimir Crestet had to wait several years before he truly became a demigod when war truly broke out, didn't he?" Leonard nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Old man, can you act as a spirit to help me digest the potion? Your level should be higher than Klein's messenger." Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before he chortled. "What a great idea! How about I help you digest the potion?" "How?" Leonard knew that old man was mocking him, but he couldn't help but ask. "I'll deeply parasitize you, gaining full control over your body," Pallas snapped back. As he spoke, Leonard came to the door of the Backlund Diocese's archbishop. He immediately shut his mouth and raised his right hand to knock on the door. "Come in." Anthony Stephen glanced at Leonard, who had opened the door. "You can release that vampire behind Cheney's gate." Chapter 1181 Noise Ancient City. Chapter 1181 Noise Ancient City. Upon hearing the bishop's instructions, Leonard was first taken aback before he inwardly sighed. Mr. Fool's prophecy was really accurate. No, it's not a prophecy. He was already aware of everything. Leonard quickly reined in his thoughts and followed the procedures to get Bishop St. Anthony to give him an official document. Then, he returned underground and brought 2 members into Cheney's gate. After waiting for the keepers to check the documents, he came to Emlyn White's room, which was illuminated with shining silver candles that were covered with engraved patterns. He opened the heavy stone door with a brass key. Ghostly blue light entered the cell, stabbing Emlyn White's eyes to the point of him instinctively closing his eyes. His face was much paler than before, and his body was much thinner. He exuded a feeling that a gust of wind would lift him up at any moment. Thinking of Mr. Fool's answer, Emlyn suddenly felt confident in his current situation. Without opening his eyes, he slowly stood up and chuckled. "I knew you would take the initiative to send me out. Would you be disappointed if I said that it was just a routine investigation?" Leonard lampooned inwardly and replied without any expression, "I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't leave Cheney's gate within this period, I'll take it as you voluntarily choosing to stay behind." As a slightly more senior Nighthawk and a captain of a Red Gloves team for several months, Leonard had rich experience in dealing with prisoners. Emlyn's expression froze. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately maintained his silence. He walked past Leonard and his 2 teammates and walked out of Cheney's gate. Outside, he suddenly shuddered, as if he wanted to purge the chill in his body. "Once you return, getting some sunlight would fix you up." "Oh, the sun is a rare commodity in Backland's winter, and you vampires don't enjoy sunbathing. Aren't you an apothecary? You can concoct some medicine from the sun domain yourself." Seeing this, Leonard casually reminded him. Emlyn's condition wasn't the best. On the one hand, he hadn't drunk any spirituality containing human blood for days. He could only rely on the blood of animals as a substitute. On the other hand, it was because he had stayed behind Cheney's gate for too long. The power of evernight that supported the seal had eaten into him a little, making him require the effects of medicine from the sun domain to remove the residual effects. As a potions professor, Emlyn was aware of his physical and mental condition. He didn't retort or nod. He only emphasized the word sanguine before asking, "Where's Father Utravsky?" Visit website ourlistnovel.com. He still needs to stay a little while longer. I hope this bloody war will end soon. Don't worry, we'll let him come out twice a week to get some sunlight. As for which days they'll be, it'll depend on the weather in Backland. Leonard gave a simple response before sending Emlyn White to the ground and onto the streets. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Where's the nearest hospital?" "What do you want to do?" Leonard asked in a professional manner. "Get a blood transfusion." Emlyn raised his chin slightly, trying his best not to change his expression. Blood transfusion, more like drinking blood. Leonard didn't call him out. He pointed in one direction and gave him the address. After watching the sanguine Viscount leave, he returned underground and began to discuss a recent case with his team members. After several days of traveling, Klein finally arrived near the Noise City ruins in the north. This was equally a desolate plain. The dried riverbed left traces of itself on the ground. Looking at the dark, shadowy city that was filled with a thin fog, he was in no hurry to get close. Instead, he found a hidden spot and muttered the honorific name of Mr. Fool. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before entering the world above the gray fog. To return to Sapphira Castle with just a thought, he needed the prayers of the Tarot Club members to stack together, forming a strong and firm anchor. That way, it would provide the Fool with the sufficient summoning power. With the help of the prayer light, Klein used his true vision to check the situation of the Noise ruins from afar. He discovered that the thin fog was slowly dissipating, but it couldn't completely dissipate. On the surface of the city, there wasn't a single spirit body thread. The people who were dressed in linen robes or animal hides were lying in different spots on the streets. They weren't as lively and busy as the time the City of Silver's expedition team visited. After the angel or sealed artifact that occupied this city discovered that their whereabouts were exposed, they chose to migrate? As Klein made a guess based on the situation in front of him, he retracted his gaze and looked at the grayish-white fog that held up Sapphira Castle. He was trying to prevent the miracle invoker, or attendant of mysteries, or the corresponding sealed artifact from hiding in the historical void and ambushing the beyonders of the ancient Noise City. He didn't wish to directly encounter a cluster of translucent maggots that twisted into a huge vortex when he leaped into the fog of history, nor did he wish to be pursued by those terrifying tentacles. The ambush that Zeradal had laid for him still left Klein feeling a lingering sense of fear. From time to time, he would have nightmares, hoping to seek Miss Justice for another round of treatment for psychological trauma. This stimulus was worse than seeing his marionette, Inuni, wear a monocle in front of him while his body remained completely immobile. This was because he had implicated the Hounds of Fulgrim. After confirming that the historical void was safe, Klein returned to the real world. He stretched out his hand, grabbed, and pulled out his former self. This former self was also wearing a silk half-top hat, a black trench coat, and holding a simple glass lantern. In the next second, he jumped into the grayish-white fog and followed the illuminated spots in the historical void, running all the way to a period before the first epoch, in that city of a long-dead civilization. To him, this was a very ingenious, safe house. This was because, aside from him, no scholar of yore could trace back to this lost piece of history. Of course, to him, coming all the way here had required him to expend a lot of his spirituality. He could only stay there for another 15 minutes at most, and that was only if he didn't make any burdening attempts at summoning historical void projections. After hiding his true body, Klein's projection in the real world moved forward, quickly arriving outside the noise ruins. He didn't blindly approach or enter. After circling to a small mound opposite the dried riverbed, he raised his right hand and summoned his original marionette, the cold Earl of the fallen Konas Kilgore with dark blue eyes. Konas's body squirmed and instantly transformed into Gehrman Sparrow. Then, he reached out and took out a lantern from the historical void. The historical projection who summoned a historical projection had disordered the distance under the dim yellow light of the lantern. In a few steps, he arrived outside Noise City, alone. With the lantern in hand, he passed through the rotting buildings and passed through the thin fog before entering the ruins. Compared to using his true vision above the gray fog, actual contact made him discover more details. The humans and monsters lying in different spots had signs of decay, as though they had been abandoned for some time. Some of them sat on chairs under the eaves of the house, others slumped beside stoves. Some held moldy bread while others held hands. There were some leaning against the walls and sitting on the ground, their lips pressed against a bone flute. This allowed Klein to imagine the situation in the city back when they were living. Some of them were slacking off and resting. Some were baking food, and others were shopping along the streets. Others were focused on music as some came and went, laughing non-stop. There were also others fighting monsters in an arena. This was such a lively and bustling scene, but in reality, everyone had already died and were no longer in possession of their souls. They were only repeating predetermined actions. And one day, this strange scene froze with time, and everyone collapsed without any warning. A city formed by marionettes, the most realistic theater. Back then, the foggy town was in a similar situation. Although I'm also a seer, I still have to say that, in terms of horror, terror, and bizarreness, our pathway is definitely ranked amongst the top 3. Could it be that I'll be acting in the same manner in the future? Attendant of mysteries? With the lantern in hand, Klein walked through the streets that were littered with corpses. He followed his spiritual intuition and headed for the ancient Noise City center. The situation here made him believe that the person who had once ruled the Noise ruins definitely had enough intelligence. After the City of Silver's expedition team broke the peace and serenity here, the entity didn't choose to kill or destroy any clues. Instead, this place was abandoned without hesitation before the entity migrated elsewhere. The reason why the City of Silver wasn't silenced probably had to do with an Amon parasite following behind. Yes, it could also be because of the true creator. As he casually let his thoughts wander, Klein quickly arrived at a relatively intact cathedral. Inside the cathedral stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs. It was covered with short and dark hair. There was a tuft of grayish-white fur at the top of the statue head. Its pitch-black pupils covered at least 3/4 of its eyes. It's not Fleegria. The dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared in the third epoch, the god of wishes? He has been in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years and has finally found that sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly heard footsteps coming, resounding one after another. Standing sideways, he immediately cast his gaze outside the cathedral. He saw a figure slowly walking through the thin fog before its outline quickly formed. He was nearly 2.3 meters tall, with a slight hunch to his back. With grizzled hair, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and a scar at the corners of his mouth, he looked like an old priest or bishop while donning a long black clergyman's robe. His dark brown eyes were calm, unlike the monsters deep in the darkness who were bloodthirsty and zero intelligence. However, in the long, quiet night of low-frequency lightning, this clergyman didn't carry any animal hide lanterns or have any fire lit. He just quietly walked through the thin fog. Chapter 1182, The Holy Word. Chapter 1182, The Holy Word. Although it had been less than a week since he entered the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had long gotten a good understanding of the place through Little Sunday. He knew that normal humans, even saints, had to use fire to create light in the darkness. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to encounter dangerous monsters lurking in the depths of the darkness, or be secretly devoured, disappearing without a trace, never to be found again. And at that moment, the elderly clergyman wasn't carrying any animal hide lanterns. Instead, he passed through the fog in the darkness and slowly entered the cathedral that was illuminated by the dim yellow light. If it wasn't for his deep and calm eyes that didn't show any signs of madness, Klein's first reaction would have been that he had encountered a special monster. Of course, having a normal person's state of mind and being immersed in darkness were contradictory traits. Any living creature with any semblance of normal intelligence could easily come up with a conclusion that this person might be even more terrifying than special monsters. Klein had only met one person who could pass through the darkness without being affected by it while having sufficient intelligence. Blasphemer Aman. Sensing that the faint yellow light was reflected on his face, the tall black-robed clergyman with a slight hunch to his back stopped in his tracks. Looking at the demonic wolf statue, he hoarsely asked, "Where did the owner of this city go?" Klein was the kind of person who would try his best to resolve a problem peacefully if a fight with a stranger could be avoided. As he raised his guard, he calmly replied, "I don't know where either, I just entered the city, who knows where the owner went?" Just as he said that, the entire cathedral dimmed. A thin fog surged in like a tidal wave from the outside, drowning the interior. The lantern in Klein's hand failed miserably at illuminating the windows and the situation at the door. It was dark outside, and nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cathedral that worshipped the demonic wolf statue seemed to be isolated from Noise City. It was unknown where it was located. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he looked at the clergyman with wrinkles and white hair. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The hunched clergyman replied in a condescending manner, "I'm an attendant by the Lord's side. I'm the angel of the Holy Word, Steph. I walked this land of the past that the Lord had passed on, doing so on his behalf in search of the blasphemer hidden in the darkness." As he spoke, the elder's figure expanded to a height of 4 meters tall. Behind him, black illusory feathers appeared. Their shadows intersected and formed 4 pairs of gloomy but holy wings. Angel of the Holy Word, Steph. An attendant by the Lord's side. Land of the past. This is the blessed of the true Creator, the angel of faith's subordinate, a member of the Rose Redemption? It's no wonder that he can walk in the darkness, he has the power of degeneration protecting him. That evil god is still searching for the beyonder characteristic of the attendant of mysteries? Klein had no choice but to raise his head and lock eyes with this clergyman who, despite wearing a black robe, had 4 pairs of angel wings on his back. This high-level existence angel's form remained wrinkled with grizzled hair. There was a sense of contradiction in everything about him. Pretending that he had never made an enemy of the Aurora Order, he calmly said, "That blasphemer has long fled. I'm also searching for him." After staring at Klein for 2 seconds, the angel of the Holy Word asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" It won't be convenient saying it out directly. Klein sighed and smiled. "I'm a lonely traveler. After he gave this reply, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of darkness developing within him. It then sank down and merged with the shadow created by the lantern. The pitch-black figure abruptly warped and came to life, stretching itself out to become another Gehrman sparrow, one with sinister and ferocious eyes and a solitary demeanor. This. Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he reached out his right hand and grabbed outward at thin air. At this point, if he hadn't guessed that Steph was using his answer, he should have joined the Aurora Order and made the true creator his god. At this moment, he already knew what it meant by angel of the holy word. This was clearly the angel of the evil word. By using a person's reply, he could extract a portion of the ambiguity or expand on it to create the effective spirit language. When Klein said that he didn't know where the owner of the city had gone, Steph extracted the words "I don't know where I went," trapping himself and isolating himself from the outside world. When this angel revealed his identity, every word was enhancing his level and strength. When Klein answered who he was, it ended up separating a lonely traveler from him. From the moment he appeared in Noise City, there was a strong sense of malice in the black-robed Steph. And just as Klein was attempting to summon a particular image from the historical void, the sinister Gehrman sparrow seemed to share the same thoughts as he did. He too grabbed at the same projection, canceling each other out. Seeing that his powers as a scholar of yore had been restrained, Klein's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and said a word in Jotun. But in the next second, the word was stolen. Standing at about 4 meters tall, the stooped angel of the holy word, Steph, had at some point in time grown a head covered in blood on his left shoulder. It looked very similar to him, but was much younger, a person who was approximately in the 40s. Around the head were 2 skinless arms that had mangled flesh. They had grazed different souls and had used beyonder powers that could steal thoughts. At the same time, another bloody head grew on Steph's right shoulder, one that looked to be in his 20s. Amongst the 3 heads, one grazed souls and stole Klein's thoughts, while the other was staring coldly at the target, deepening the self-awareness of the lonely traveler. The last one opened his mouth and said, "You lie. You are the person who destroyed the Son of God's descent ritual and interfered with the Lord's descent twice. You are one of the targets I'm looking for." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly said a word in Jotun, Leotaro. This was the true name of the Lord of Storms. The reason why this thought wasn't stolen was because he had lined up his subsequent actions. The lineup was filled with the same content. It didn't matter if the first thought was stolen, as it didn't affect the subsequent thoughts. This was a precious experience he had gained from fighting Amon. Of course, if he were to meet Amon again, he suspected that such a method might not work. Once the god of mischief was prepared, he would definitely come up with something new. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the angel of the holy word angel, Steph, lit up with bolts of silver lightning. They covered the entirety of Noise City, and they tore through the darkness that enveloped the cathedral. They tore apart all the corruption, concealment, darkness, vileness, and evil. Inside, Klein and the sinister Gehrman sparrow were situated at the eye of the lightning storm. Without even a grunt, they dissipated. Then, the terrifying, silvery white, twisted electric bolts snaked the area and swallowed the demonic wolf statue as well as the angel of holy words, Steph. Amidst the dull rumbling sounds, the ancient city of Noise completely collapsed, becoming a true ruin. At the opposite side of the dried-up river bed, Klein's historical projection quickly faded away, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, Klein immediately used Flaming Jump to distance himself from the Noise ruins. During this process, he pulled out a few paper figurines and made them into angels to cover his tracks. The desolate plains returned to its state of dead silence once again. After an unknown period of time, the ruins where the cathedral stood shook. Steph slowly stood up amidst crumbling dust and rock. His completely white hair had thinned again, and his deep black clergyman's robe became tattered. The angel of the holy word left Noise ancient city in silence, got his bearings, and walked deep into the darkness. Half a day later, a figure approached the city's ruins from another direction. It was none other than Klein, who had made a huge detour. He hadn't had the chance to check the ancient city of Noise previously, and his return this time was motivated by the hope of finding actual clues of that existence. At a relatively far distance away, Klein repeated his observations above the gray fog, summoned the historical projection, and hid in ancient times, using the projection to summon another historical projection. After finishing his preparations, he stepped into noise once again and returned to the cathedral in absolute silence. Along the way, the corpses that had been lying dead on the ground had either turned to ash or turned to charred remains, devoid of that creepy and harrowing feeling. That fellow named Steph didn't die. From the looks of it, the remnant divine powers of Storm here can only injure an angel. Klein stopped in front of the ruined cathedral and muttered to himself wistfully. Of course, he only found it a little regretful. He didn't expect to finish off an angel so easily. As he swept his gaze, he saw a few pieces of the demonic wolf statue. The surface of it was dark black, and the insides were dark red, nothing like commonly seen stone. These stones must be extraordinary for them to be used by that dark demonic wolf for his statue. Furthermore, they don't look like something produced in the vicinity. Perhaps I can seek out the area the dark demonic wolf hid prior to Noise City by investigating them. As a miracle invoker, or even an attendant of mysteries, that dark demonic wolf must be good at covering his tracks. It'll be very difficult to track his whereabouts directly, but if I can find most of the areas he had hid previously, I should be able to gain insight into his habits and style. Once I know a person's past, I can predict his future. As he thought, he took 2 steps forward, bent down, and attempted to pick up a fragment of the statue. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out and blocked his finger. From the corner of his eye, he saw a charred corpse standing up. The charred corpse's other hand held onto a crystal monocle and wore it on its left eye. Aman. Left eye. Klein's heart tightened at first, before a strong sense of doubt and suspicion surfaced within him. In the next second, the charred corpse smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it on the wrong side." As it spoke, it took off the monocle and moved it to its right eye. Chapter 1183, Klein's Advantage. Chapter 1183, Klein's Advantage. Once again, Klein understood why Aman was the god of mischief. At that moment, he didn't even have the desire to lampoon. All he wanted was to immediately end the historical projection and escape from the Amans in front of him. The charred corpse that had been parasitized wiped the soot from its face. Before Klein disappeared, it said with a smile, "There's no rush. You are just a projection from the historical void. I can't really parasitize you, and you should know very well that I'm not alone. It's difficult for you to launch an effective counterattack." With a simple lantern in hand, Klein thought silently. He picked up a piece of the black sculpture fragment that had red insides, and he cautiously asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" At that moment, Aman had already changed back into his appearance. The only problem was that his skin remained darker. He adjusted his crystal monocle and chuckled. "You know that I'm aware that you're searching for that dark demonic wolf in an attempt to obtain the miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic from him. I happen to be very interested as well. Why don't we play another game and see who can get to it first?" "What's the point of that? It's not like I won't pursue it or think of snatching it if I don't play this game." After 2 seconds of silence, he shook his head. "I refuse." He had no intention of listening to what conditions Aman would offer. The more he heard from a top cheat, the more he would suffer. Aman shook his head without a hint of anger. "You'll regret this. I had originally planned to use a miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic to exchange for Sapphira Castle with you, and also give you a period of time to transfer the secret gathering you organized. And now, I can only consider stealing your fate directly. I will carry the burden of the corrosion from the source. Yes, although it's dangerous, it's still thrilling enough. I'm already prepared to accept it and see who will eventually control the flow. With my father's experience, I believe I won't perform too poorly." "What? Corrosion from the source? The experience of the ancient sun god?" Klein originally didn't wish to continue discussing the topic of the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic and Sapphira Castle, but when he heard that, his heart stirred. He recalled Aman's description and couldn't help but ask, the source refers to the oldest one, the first creator? He desperately wanted to know what sort of unbearable fate Sapphira Castle would bring him. Aman pinched the edge of his monocle and looked at him for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. It's better if I don't answer this question directly, as you won't believe every word I say. Tell me, I'll determine its authenticity. Klein suppressed the urge to blurt out and calmly replied, maybe it's just because you haven't made up the reason yet. Aman didn't mind at all as he smiled and said, you can think of it that way too. Haha, at times, the truth that you discover for yourself is definitely more agreeable than what others tell you. If you have the time, you can wander around the forsaken land of the gods. This should provide you with more clues. Of course, if you have the guts to enter Chernobyl, then you would know more. Klein didn't pursue the matter any further. After staring at the collapsed cathedral that was bathed in a faint yellow light, he casually said, did the dark demonic wolf hurriedly migrate because of the discovery of your existence? Aman nodded slightly and said, it wasn't just me. He also sensed the hanged man's gaze. He has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years. He is very sensitive to such matters. A Sequence 2 angel, perhaps even a Sequence 1 angel, can only play hide and seek in the forsaken land of the gods and live such an abject life. Isn't the environment here a little too harsh? Klein sighed inwardly before saying, you must have left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. Why didn't you try to stop me from reviving there? Why didn't you send more powerful avatars over? Aman nudged the bottom of his monocle with his right index finger and laughed. If that happens, you'll choose to revive in the outside world. This will cause quite a bit of trouble for my follow-up tracking. And if we were to relax a little, due to the existence of the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic in the forsaken land of the gods, you would most likely be resurrected here. In the following game, the only things that we need to consider are the hanged man and Ouroboros. Just as I thought. Klein said after some thought, even in the same region, as long as you exceed a certain distance, your true body and avatars have no way to instantly merge or switch locations? Back when you first entered the forsaken land of the gods, you were able to transform back into your true form because the anomalies with Sapphira Castle had similarly interfered with the area here, allowing your true body to sense something. You went to the entrance in advance to wait? After hearing what he said with a smile, Aman asked without answering, what's your guess? Why don't you guess if I've turned back into my original form? Klein raised his right fist and covered his mouth. After pondering for a few seconds, he revealed a smile. I guess your other avatars are setting up a corresponding ritual to allow your true body to descend directly. Before he could finish his sentence, his figure rapidly turned incorporeal and dissipated. The historical void projection was dispelled. In the wilderness outside the ancient city of Noise, the air around the hiding Klein suddenly stirred. In midair, there were a series of illusory monocles. They stared at Klein's figure, as if saying that they had finally found him. However, Klein's figure rapidly faded away. Back when Aman moved the monocle to his right eye, Klein had already returned from ancient history to the real world. With the help of Paper Angel, he had used Flaming Jump and other Beyonder powers to quickly leave. The reason why his historical projection was able to speak to Aman rather normally was because he was essentially a marionette. It was Konas Kilgore in the form of Gehrman Sparrow. He had a worm of spirit that came from history inside him and was controlled by Klein's projection outside the city. Meanwhile, in the process of escaping far away, Klein frequently entered the historical void, allowing the projection outside the city to intermittently regain consciousness and maintain control of his marionette. This caused the person who had spoken to Aman to fall into deep thought from time to time. He would either stare with a focused look for a few seconds or seemingly need time to recall what Aman had said. Against the god of deceit, Klein didn't dare to be careless. After leaving Noise City, he circled around 2 more times and used his true vision to inspect his surroundings above the gray fog. Only then did he slow down. The corrosion that comes from the source. I wonder if Aman is bluffing me. Indeed, I'll have to enter Chernobyl one day to take a look, but I have to become a miracle invoker, doing so after I have self-preservation abilities to a certain degree, otherwise, I'll just be knocking on death's door. with the lantern that Danitz had sacrificed. Klein casually proceeded in the dark environment of the weeds. Thanks to this experience, he finally had a deeper understanding of the danger in the forsaken land of the gods. Extremely harsh and warped environment, crazy cultists, fallen angel, groups of almonds wandering about, and mythical creatures lurking in the darkness. Somewhere here, there are evil gods watching everything. I can stir remnant divine powers that others can as well. As expected of the forsaken land of the gods. The danger level far exceeds my imagination. As he sighed, he turned his attention back to the dark demonic wolf. To be frank, he didn't think he had any advantage in tracking this mythical creature. Be it his understanding of the forsaken land of the gods, or his confidence in the target's situation, he was far inferior to Amon, who had been exploring the area for more than 1,000 years. As well as the true creator's blessed, who had the benefit of this place being their home ground. My only advantage is that I share the same seer pathway as the dark demonic wolf. Furthermore, I have Sapphira Castle. There is a strong inclination for beyonder characteristic convergence. This will have a certain effect on fate and judgment. However, Amon is a king of angels of a neighboring pathway. There is also the law of beyonder characteristic convergence between him and the dark demonic wolf. The effects won't be any weaker than mine. Klein considered carefully for a moment when he suddenly had an idea. He found his best advantage. The advantage was he was very weak. Compared to Amon, the true creator's attendant, and the dark demonic wolf, he was very weak. Under normal circumstances, this was a disadvantage, but at times, it was possible that it could bring him something that he wanted. My level is low, and I'm weak. That means that I can become the hunting target of the dark demonic wolf instead. It's very difficult for me to find him, so why don't I get him to come and find me instead? A scholar of yore might not necessarily interest the dark demonic wolf, but if this scholar of yore can still trigger Sapphira Castle, that's a whole other matter. I can stir Sapphira Castle from time to time, leaving behind traces of the Grey Fog's aura as bait for the dark demonic wolf. The more he thought, the more viable he believed it was. Of course, this was definitely very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally bait Amon or even the true creator. And the dark demonic wolf might very likely choose to observe first before suddenly launching an attack and not giving him a chance to prepare. Before taking this approach, I have to make sufficient preparations. There's no need to rush it. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out his hand and pulled out the black demonic wolf sculpture's fragment that was red on the inside. Although he had failed to obtain the item due to Amon's obstruction, this didn't stop him from taking it out from the historical void. This was because he had already seen it and had touched it. And the item itself wasn't at a high level. At this moment, he wanted to use the fragment to search for the hiding spot of the dark demonic wolf by analyzing it in reverse and figuring out its modus operandi. In the wilderness ruled by darkness, Klein lifted the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. He got his bearings and changed directions before slowly entering Backlund, Hillston Borough. Furs, who had gone out traveling once, finally received a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, Chapter 1184 Record. Chapter 1184 Record. There are no worms of star at the moment. He wants me to take note of what else the person who's seeking to purchase a worm of star needs. Furs read the letter from her teacher and silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she thought about how she was about to begin hunting the Saint of Secrets, she felt a pang of nervousness. After all, he was a demigod, a saint who had reached Sequence 4 about 1 or 2 years ago. It was unknown if he was already at Sequence 3 now. Although the mastermind behind the operation is Ma'am Hermit, as the bait, I still need to worry about my own safety. Besides, the Aurora Order still has Rose Redemption backing them, as well as angels and a King of Angels. Furs didn't regret agreeing to Gehrman Sparrow's request. This was something she had wanted to do in the first place. However, due to the high risk involved, it was inevitable for her to feel flustered and uneasy. This made her think of another possibility. If Mr. World could participate in the operation and lead it, I'll definitely feel less nervous and worried. It wasn't that Furs didn't believe in Mam Hermit's strength and experience, but that the results from the World Gehrman Sparrow were laid bare for all to see. His hunts didn't include 1 or 2 demigods, so having him run the operation would make one feel at ease. Zio, who was sitting beside the fireplace, glanced at her friend and asked, "Is the hunt about to begin?" "Yes." Furs nodded solemnly before saying, "It won't be too soon. Everyone needs some time to prepare." Hunting a demigod wasn't akin to fox hunting in the suburbs during autumn. Setting off wasn't as simple as bringing the equipment and gathering friends. This required a precise and meticulous plan. Furs believed that Mam Hermit had to come to Backland personally, or live in another kill box that she had decided on for some time. Only by figuring out the exact situation could she come up with an effective plan. As for Miss Justice, she was still speeding up the digestion of her Dreamwalker potion. This might take another 1 to 2 months or even longer. For Furs, she could afford to wait. She also wanted to finish digesting her scribe potion, set up the ritual, and become a traveler before the actual operation began. The only thing she wasn't sure of was whether the world would rush them. "I will try my best to convince him." "No, let Miss Justice convince him. That's what a spectator is best at." Just as Furs mumbled, she saw Zio turn around and hesitantly say, "The liaison officer from MI9 suggested that I should officially join them today. And they said that, with the new king in place, there are many matters from the past that I don't need to worry about. People like me and him have the chance to have importance placed on them again." Furs listened attentively and said after some deliberation, "That isn't some sort of investigation that's targeted at us, right? This will likely make them discover that there's a faction behind you." Zio nodded and said, "They believe that I was abandoned after that incident. Also, they suspect that that faction belongs to a church, the Church of Evernight." Zio believed in the Evernight goddess, so mentioning the church was undoubtedly referring to the Church of Evernight. However, considering that her good friend was a believer in the god of steam and machinery, she made an emphasis to prevent any ambiguity. "Haha, that's what Mr. World told us to disguise ourselves as." Furs stroked her hair with a relaxed expression and said with a smile. She then made herself look serious and mature. "Zio, this is an opportunity for you. Acting as a judge clearly requires the support of the officials. Your current strength and level aren't enough to be a judge in the underground world in Backland. You also lack sufficient support. If you can really enter a court of law, rotate between the different courts, and serve in a criminal court for a few months, your potion should be completely digested. Alright, I heard that MI9 has a paranormal court within it, one which specializes in beyonder cases. If you become a judge there, you might be able to attempt to be a disciplinary paladin by February or March next year." Seeing Zio clearly being moved by her speech, Furs hurriedly added, "Once you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. Anyway, George III is already dead. As long as it doesn't affect his reputation, Jevington too might not stop it." Jevington was the eldest son of George III. He had worn the crown as Balam's emperor and was now the new king of Lone. Zio fell silent for a while before she slowly nodded. "I'll give it a try. Yes, after things settle down, you can bring your mother and brother to Backland. Although the situation is tense now and food prices are rapidly rising, you definitely get food rations from MI9. You can provide for them." The more Furs spoke, the more she felt that joining MI9 was a good thing. After persuading Zio, Furs entered her bedroom and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward her message to Mr. World. Immediately following that, Furs extracted the important points of her teacher's reply and described her thoughts, hoping that Gehrman Sparrow could be more patient. Just as she finished her prayers and was about to leave the room, her vision suddenly blurred. She saw a crimson tide surge out of the void, instantly drowning her. Furs immediately discovered that she had arrived in the ancient palace and was sitting on her usual high-backed chair. However, there was no towering figure that was shrouded in gray fog at the long, bronze table seat of honor. At that moment, there was only her and the World Gehrman Sparrow around the long model table. Furs's mind suddenly tensed up as her thoughts raced suddenly. "Mr. World, I meant, just now, that it's best if you have some patience. This will make things simpler. It's actually fine if you don't. We will begin hunting as soon as possible. Klein let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. When his ultimate goal had become an angel-level potion formula and grade 0 sealed artifacts, he had enough patience regarding this matter. Phew. Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, then why did you look for me? Klein replied calmly, didn't you wish to digest the scribe potion as quickly as possible? Apart from the customs of different places, I think you still need to record all kinds of beyonder powers. The higher the corresponding level, the better the digestion's effect. Furz's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes. Yes. After blurting it out, she found her attitude highly questionable. She hurriedly and fearfully added, is this the advance payment you mentioned before? Klein nodded slightly and said, let's begin. Be prepared. I've borrowed a grade 1 sealed artifact from Mr. Fool. It corresponds to the level of a saint. To a sequence 6 scribe, the chances of successfully recording an angel-level beyonder power was extremely low, nearly impossible. Therefore, Klein didn't attempt to summon Miss Messenger and Mr. Azik from the historical void to showcase their skills. Furs sat up straight and nodded heavily. Yes. In the next second, she saw the world Gehrman Sparrow raise a white bone scepter covered in blue gems. Amidst the bright light, bolts of lightning leaped out of the void and interwove together, forming a forest of lightning that emitted an aura of destruction. Furz's eyes turned silvery white as her body and mind were left in awe. After the lightning storm calmed down, she was stunned for 2 seconds before timidly saying, it failed. Again, Klein calmly replied. Lightning storm descended again and again in the ancient palace above the gray fog. After an unknown period of time, Furs exhaled and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't hide her joy as she said, it's a success. It's a success. She had finally recorded lightning storm once. It's finally over. Furs immediately relaxed. Then, she heard the world say without emotion, alright, next beyonder power. Next? Furs saw the crazy adventurer at the bottom of the long, mottled table extend his right hand and grab at the grayish-white fog. Out of nowhere, he took out a long, thorny cross that was covered in bronze. Record this cross's ability? Furs tried hard to make her expression appear normal. After she digested the scribe potion to a certain extent, the godhood powers that she could record had increased from 1 to 2. No. Klein glanced at Miss Magician and said, record my summoning of the unshadowed crucifix. It failed, Furs said softly. The reason for her failure this time was that she didn't have time to record it. Dispelling the maintenance of unshadowed crucifix, Klein once again reached into the fog of history and pulled out an iron-black revolver. It didn't succeed, Furs replied with a complicated expression. All she wanted to do now was to return to the real world and digest what she had just received, but the ringing of the bell to mark the end of class just didn't happen. Nearly 30 times later, when Furz's head throbbed in pain and her mental strength was beginning to run dry, she finally recorded historical void summoning once. At that moment, she felt her tears fill her eyes, but she still held back her fatigue and tried her best to show the attitude of a good student. This can summon people and objects that one is related to through the historical void? When the time comes, who should I summon, or what item should I summon? Klein looked at Miss Magician and coldly replied, me. Furs forced a smile and asked, from which period? The last time we met. Klein had already thought of an answer. It was the him who had deliberately sent Miss Magician back from the world of ice and snow to Backland before he destroyed George III's ritual. He had already become a scholar of yore by then. Furs nodded solemnly and subconsciously asked, what if I fail? For me to summon someone who exceeds my own level, the probability of failure should be very high. Come again tomorrow to record this ability. Use Laymanos Travels, Klein said calmly. Will 2 times be enough to succeed? Furs instinctively had such a question. However, she didn't dare to speak when she saw how certain the world Gehrman Sparrow was about it. She raised her hand and gestured. Then, can I go back now? With a terse answer, he allowed Miss Magician to leave Sapphira Castle with a delighted expression. In a primitive forest on Sonia Island, Alger Wilson led his subordinates into an elven ruin that was seldom visited. Chapter 1185 Reappearing. Chapter 1185 Reappearing. The withered vines drooped down, covering the rotting wooden structure. The entire ruins had been frozen in a silent atmosphere that no one had tread within for a while. Alger and a few sailors circled around the ruin in the environment of a withering winter, but they still failed to discover anything of value. "Captain, batches of adventurers have come here before. What else could they have left us?" Finally, a sailor in his 30s impatiently broke the silence. This resonated with his other companions as they echoed, "A place that didn't take us much time to learn about can definitely be easily found by others." That's right. Let's continue to F*** K the Phasations. "Captain, are you trying to make this place a stronghold?" Alger slowly scanned the area, quelling the sailors to stop their complaints under his gaze and making them choose to obey. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I plan on using this place to ambush the Phasations. Let's observe the terrain and see if it's suitable." With such an excuse, the sailors barely perked up, and the group quickly entered the depths of the elven ruins. As he walked, Alger's spiritual perception was triggered as he subconsciously looked behind a gigantic tree. There were some signs of churning in the soil over there, and it wouldn't take more than a year. Alger retracted his gaze and pretended not to notice anything amiss. He naturally looked elsewhere. After exploring the elven ruins, they returned to their new camp. At that moment, it was almost evening and the forest was getting colder. Alger had dinner with the sailors before leaving 2 patrolling guards behind, and then all of them entered their respective tents. The cold wind blew through the trees, causing the bonfire to sway. Alger, who had wanted to leave the campsite in the middle of the night, suddenly heard faint singing from afar. The voice was ethereal, like a woman humming and singing slowly, relating her inner thoughts. This made Alger involuntarily recall the past. He recalled his mother who had long passed away, and the days when he was a bullied child. Indescribable grief surged from the bottom of his heart, preventing him from waking up immediately. He waited for a few seconds before he suddenly sat up, frowning and listening. This time, he didn't hear anything. That melodious voice seemed to have never happened. Alger narrowed his eyes, grabbed his thick jacket, and put it on. He walked out of the tent and came to the bonfire. The 2 sailors in charge of night duty had just finished their patrol and were drawing warmth from it. "Did you discover anything unusual?" Alger asked in a deep voice. The 2 strong, vigorous sailors shook their heads. "No." Alger's brows relaxed a little as he turned around, intending to make his own rounds. At this moment, he noticed something from the corner of his eye. The 2 sailors were too close. If it were any ordinary pirate, this wouldn't have been a problem. However, Alger's subordinates had undergone formal training through the Church of the Lord of Storms. They definitely knew that, in such an environment, the patrol team had to maintain a certain distance from each other. They couldn't be too far or too close. They had to be able to see their companions, as well as prevent themselves from being taken away at the same time from a single assault. Alger took 2 steps without batting an eyelid. He turned back and casually asked, "Did you discover anything normal?" He had changed the question and made it appear very strange. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads and replied without changing their expressions, "No." "No." Alger nodded slightly with a relaxed expression. "Very good." He turned around and slowly walked into his tent. The moment the sailors' attention on him was cut off, Alger drew out the blade of poison and the gargoyle glasses. He opened his mouth and prepared to belt out a song. At that moment, the ethereal voice from before appeared once again. It echoed in Alger's ears and pierced into his mind. This was an extremely ancient folk song, spelling out an extreme sense of sadness and melancholy through the singing. It made Alger's spirit body produce pale, non-existent arms that constantly tore at him. Alger's expression twisted as his skin began to produce slippery, black fish scales. His dark blue hair stood up one by one as they became abnormally thick. The thoughts that originally existed in his mind were disrupted by the song and were cut off by the pain. They were unable to take form any further. Alger fell and struggled on the ground. He squirmed, becoming less and less like a human as he was pushed to the brink of losing control. Suddenly, the singing stopped. A slightly indifferent voice entered Alger's ears. "Some elven blood. Then, that shall be all. Use Ciatas's Beyonder characteristic well." Alger's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he slowly got up. He didn't know when a figure had appeared in the tent. It was a woman with black hair and exquisite facial features. Her ears were slightly pointy, and her eyes were deep. Her facial features were soft, and she wore a complicated and ancient long dress. Even though she didn't have the advantage in height, she still gave off an air of superiority. "Are you the Elf Queen, Queen of Calamity Kohinum?" A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he took the initiative to ask. The woman played with a beautifully decorated golden cup and calmly said, "Haven't you already met me?" Alger suddenly recalled the similar singing he had heard on Pasu Island. He recalled seeing a high elf when he entered the underwater coral palace. After a few seconds of silence, Alger said in a deep voice, "You're actually still alive." At the same time, he silently recited Mr. Fool's honorific name in his heart, but he didn't know if it would be effective if he didn't recite it out loud. The black-haired woman's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "It's very difficult for an angel to perish without encountering an enemy." "Then why did you split the characteristics and place yourself to be in a strange state? This makes you need to wait for an opportunity to be resurrected." Alger had learned of the corresponding situation at the Tarot Club, and now, he was asking out of curiosity, partly to stall for time. The elven lady suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohinum snorted. "Because the Divine Throne Forstorm is occupied by Leotaro, and I have no way of resisting the tyrant. Also, the elves are dwindling in numbers. My anchors are becoming increasingly unstable." Other people might not know who Leotaro was, but Alger knew very well. He didn't dare continue this topic in the real world. Just as he was about to ask the Queen of Calamity Kohinum's goal for coming, the Elf Queen said, "Do you want to become a demigod? She wants to use my body to revive? She wants to use my wish to advance to sequence 4 and obtain godhood as bait to intrude my body?" While Alger was tempted, questions arose in his mind. Considering how Mr. Fool could cleanse all kinds of corruption, Alger acutely felt that this was an opportunity. This made him recall a term Emperor Roselle had once mentioned. A Trojan horse. And now, he had a high chance of bringing in the Trojan horse and throwing out the invaders within. "What do you want me to do?" Alger didn't appear too anxious as he raised a question based on his personality. Queen of Calamity Kohinum observed him for a few seconds before saying, "When you have the right to make contact with the Book of Calamity, take out something that no one else will notice, and take it to the Western Continent." The Western Continent. The legendary homeland of the elves? Alger frowned slightly and said, "Hasn't the Western Continent already disappeared?" The corners of Kohinum's lips curled up slightly. "Since it disappeared, it will reappear again. It will definitely appear again when the apocalypse happens." Without waiting for Alger to ask further, the Elf Queen paused and said, "You don't have to personally send that item to the Western Continent, but you have to entrust someone trustworthy. Although I'm not skilled at curses, I can still make you die in pain from breaking our agreement." "But what if the Western Continent doesn't appear again, or if it can't be entered?" Alger thought seriously for a moment. Kohinum, with her gentle gaze and lustrous raven-black hair, seemed to be lost in beautiful memories. After a few seconds, she calmly said, "If it really doesn't appear again, then the agreement shall be null and void. Perhaps entering the Western Continent requires an incantation or command, but I do not know what it is. However, you can ask a particular existence." "Who?" Alger asked, puzzled. Kohinum glanced at him and coldly said, "The Mr. Fool you were chanting in your heart just now. I have a feeling that he is the key to this matter." Alger's heart tightened as he hurriedly lowered his head in response. "I understand. Seeing this, Queen of Calamity Kohinum nodded slightly and said, "If you wish to become a demigod and abide by this agreement, you can head to the elven ruins when the sun rises." After the voice fell, the elf queen's figure quickly dissipated, like a mirage that was often seen at sea and in the desert. Alger suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a tent, having just woken up. His memories were in a mess, but he quickly regulated them. He and his sailors had just found the location of an elven ruin and had yet to explore it. The previous exploration, singing, sailor anomalies, and appearance and conversation with Calamity were all just a dream. It's no wonder I was so careless. Even though I knew that I might encounter the Queen of Calamity, I didn't pray to Mr. Fool first. The Queen of Calamity relied on her status as an angel to create this realistic dream? Or perhaps, she has a corresponding sealed artifact. Even if she exists in a special state, she still has the means to use her powers? Alger listened to the commotion outside the tent, and he realized that everything was normal. He then sat down and prayed sincerely to Mr. Fool. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Alger arrived above the gray fog and saw Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long, model table. "You met Kohinum?" After the hanged man greeted him, the Fool Klein spoke casually. Alger answered seriously, "Yes, but I can't be sure that it's the Elf Queen." Chapter 1186 Opportunity and Danger are two sides of the same coin. Chapter 1186 Opportunity and Danger are two sides of the same coin. The Fool acknowledged softly and didn't deny the hanged man's guess, nor was he certain that it was Queen of Calamity Kohinum. After all, it was impossible for him to take out a gold coin in front of him and perform a divination on the spot. Alger waited for a few seconds. Seeing no clear response from Mr. Fool, he quickly went into greater detail about what he had said in the prayer. From the woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kohinum saying that he had some elven blood in him, to how she gave him a promise of becoming a demigod, as well as the key to the Western continent and the completion of the agreement. After recounting everything, Alger shut his mouth and lowered his head, not daring to directly ask Mr. Fool what he thought. He obediently waited for the great existence to speak. "Some elven blood. Send something from the Book of Calamity to the Western continent. The missing Western continent might reappear again." The Western continent. The Fool Klein listened quietly. He closed his eyes and calmly said, "This is very dangerous, but this is also an opportunity for you." He had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, and the power he could mobilize had reached the level of a Sequence 2 angel. As for Queen of Calamity Kohinum, she couldn't be higher than this level, therefore, he was quite confident that he could resist the various accidents brought about by the Elf Queen. It was precisely because of this that he dared to claim it to be an opportunity for the hanged man. Of course, the prerequisite for grasping the opportunity was that the hanged man wasn't rash or went overboard. He had to constantly remember to ask for protection at all times. Therefore, Klein specially emphasized that it was very dangerous. He wanted the hanged man to remember to pray to Mr. Fool before he took action. This short sentence had two meanings to it, but he believed that Mr. Hangman would definitely understand it. Alger was delighted as he replied rather sincerely, as though he had learned from the sun. "My faith lies only with Mr. Fool." These words made Klein feel uneasy as he remembered the pain of being drowned by endless lightning. He could only smile without saying a word. Alger deliberated for a moment before asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what are the incantations or commands needed to enter the Western continent?" "I would like to know that too." The Fool Klein sighed and said, "It's not time for you to know." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Alger didn't ask further as he bowed respectfully. When he returned to the real world, he immediately walked out of the tent and led his sailors out. Under the light of the morning sun, he spent a certain amount of time reaching the elven ruin. The scene here was identical to what he had seen in his dream. The withered vines covered the decaying wooden structure, and there were some areas where the text on monuments could be seen. The air seemed to have frozen, as though no one had stepped in for a long time. Looking around, Alger suddenly thought of a question. How was he to face the church after he really relied on the Queen of Calamity to become a demigod? Directly rebel, becoming the fifth king over the 5 seas, no, the 6th king? But this way, I won't have a chance to come into contact with the Book of Calamity. Unless I design a situation that forces the church to use this sealed artifact that might have been labeled as Grade 0 without my knowledge. That will not only be very difficult, but I have to become a Sea King or even a Calamity to succeed. Yes, I can request the world's help. If I wish to continue staying in the church, I have to give them a reason that they cannot ignore but is sufficiently believable. Alger frowned slightly without hiding his solemnity. In the eyes of the sailors who followed him, this was a sign that he was worried about the ruin. As his thoughts churned, Alger gradually came up with ideas. There are many books in the church that have records of people turning into demigods due to a fortuitous encounter. 2/3 of them were invaded by evil gods and devils and eventually lost their lives in the purification process. However, 1/3 of them passed the test and became a high-ranking deacon or a cardinal. Now that the war has broken out, the situation in Lone is tense. As long as there aren't any problems during the investigation, the church wouldn't mind having an additional sequence for demigod as cannon fodder. Then, I can slowly gain their trust later. The prerequisite for all of this is that the Queen of Calamity hasn't truly attempted to corrupt me or left a mark on me. Considering the various sealed artifacts in the church's possession, I have to pray for Mr. Fool's blessings ahead of time. According to Miss Justice, Angel's Embrace can effectively hide one's true thoughts and tests in one's dream. With the members of the Tarot Club beginning to become demigods or about to become demigods, Alger really didn't wish to be lining the bottom of the barrel. Just like in the past, he had done so many things in the church, all for the sake of being superior to others. Now, he was naturally willing to take a certain risk. With this decision, Alger immediately led his sailors into the ruins and began exploring the path in his dreams. This time, he didn't split his subordinates into small teams. On the one hand, he was worried that an accident might occur, and on the other hand, he hoped that they could all be his witness. After 15 minutes, Alger and his crew arrived beside the giant tree that had signs of its soil being churned. Before he could survey his surroundings, his vision blurred, and he saw a gorgeous palace made up of coral. Above the palace was a layer of deep blue seawater that rippled outwards. Giant pillars stood tall and held up an exaggerated dome. It was tall and beautiful, but also dark and gloomy. Alger looked around and realized that all the sailors beside him had disappeared. He immediately knew that he might have been pulled into an illusion. He took a silent breath and slowly walked into the coral palace. There were many elves inside. They were either roasting fish or placing spices in the coagulated animal blood. Their choice of utensil was 2 tree branches to bring the food to their mouths. None of them minded the entrance of a stranger. Alger then cast his gaze to the 9-staired stairs 100 meters away. On the steps, there was a coral throne inlaid with sapphires, emerald, and lustrous pearls. The elf queen, Queen of Calamity, was sitting there, looking down at Alger. Very good. Kohinum nodded and threw out the exquisite gold wineglass. The gentle but resilient wind held the wine cup in its embrace and, like tiny pixies in a line, carried the corresponding items towards Alger. Alger reached out to receive it and looked down. He discovered that there was a blue liquid inside the golden cup. It was incorporeal, dreamy, and surreal. Drink it, and then head to the waters near the Simeem island of the Rorstad archipelago. Find this coral palace. The thing you want is inside. If I don't drink this wine, I won't be able to see that palace? Alger asked thoughtfully. Although he was facing an angel, he was still able to communicate rather calmly. This was because he met a mighty figure every week and was already used to this situation. Queen of Calamity Kohinum nodded and said, "That's right. Will you leave a mark on me?" Alger asked cautiously. "Yes," Kohinum said coldly. "So, before entering the Coral Palace and obtaining the corresponding items, you can't return to Pasu Island. You can't meet the angels under Leotaro. The pontiff can't be met even if I want to." Alger heaved a sigh of relief inwardly before asking, "After I get hold of that item, the effect of this wine will disappear?" Elf Queen Kohinum replied without any change in expression, "No, you need to directly consume that characteristic. When the time comes, this wine will transform into a seal, allowing that characteristic to temporarily not invade your body. How you prepare the ritual and explain this to the Church of Storms will be up to you. Let the characteristic belong to me first, before holding the ritual? This way, there might be a better way for the Church to accept it. Alger thought for a moment before raising his hand to bring the wine cup to his lips. The ice-cold liquid slid down his throat and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The entire coral palace shattered as the light of dawn and the remnants of the gigantic green tree reappeared in front of Alger. You didn't sign a contract or get me to swear an oath? Yes, drinking that cup of wine is equivalent to making an agreement. Alger retracted his gaze and said to the surrounding sailors who were unaware, "There's nothing here. Let's go deeper and take a look." In the ancient palace above the fog. Klein also retracted his gaze from the crimson star representing the hanged man and nodded thoughtfully. That's Ciata's and Mobit's grave. I never expected that golden wine cup to have such an effect. That is indeed Elf Queen Kohinum. How's her present condition? Half of it is in the Book of Calamity, while the other is hiding somewhere unknown. She was using the golden wine cup or the characteristic to influence reality? Mr. Hanged Man hasn't been contaminated for the time being. I'll wait for him to head to the Rorstad archipelago before making another assessment. As his true body had a limited amount of time left in the historical void, Klein didn't stay any longer, and he returned to the pitch-black wilderness. He carried the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light as he walked towards a certain location. As he walked, he turned his head to look east, which was symbolic of where Chernobyl was. His footsteps slowed down involuntarily. Once I gather sufficient information from the dark demonic wolf's former hiding spots, I'll head east. I'll walk all the way until I reach the boundary and confirm the situation. Then, I'll consider the matter of the miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. Amon probably wouldn't expect that I would suddenly leave. He definitely knows the past of the dark demonic wolf. It's impossible for him to do the same kinds of investigations that I'll be doing. Yes, but he will definitely be tracking me. Klein exhaled slowly and sped up his pace. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark and red desolate plains. Raindrops began dripping down intermittently. Klein dragged out a black umbrella from the historical void. With one hand holding an umbrella and the other holding the lantern, he proceeded alone. About a week later, the future was docked somewhere along the long lone coastline. Cadlia held a stack of tarot cards in her hand and said to the sailors, "Nina and company, I'll be staying in Lone for some time. All of you have to watch Frank and prevent him from doing his strange experiments." Chapter 1187 Change. Chapter 1187 Change. Upon hearing the captain's instructions, Nina pouted and pointed out the window. Are any of Frank's experiments not strange? Cadlia was momentarily at a loss for words. All she could do was sigh and say, "If there are any signs of danger, write to me immediately." As a mysticologist, she also had her own messenger. All right. Nina puffed her chest out and said, "If there's anything to blame, it's solely because I'm the most mature and reliable person on the future." Having said that, she asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing in Lone? What mission did you take on? Are you going to engage in some sabotage raids behind enemy lines?" Nina was of Phaeacian descent, and she was considered half Intis. She naturally had some inclinations in the recent war, therefore, she guessed that her captain had established contact with Intis's intelligence department. "You could say that," Cadlia replied sternly. In a sense, Nina's guess wasn't wrong. She had indeed taken on a mission and was dealing damage in Lone's capital, Backland. However, her target wasn't an official faction, but a cultist. Furthermore, there's still a chance to meet the Queen. She probably hasn't left Backland yet, and the earliest she'll leave is probably after the new year. Upon thinking of this, Cadlia suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since she left the Dawn, she hadn't really met Queen Mystic. She only had letters to communicate with her, or despite being on the same boat, they didn't communicate with one another for some reason. Nina didn't dare to press further as she pointed to the door and said, "Captain, is there anything else? If not, we'll leave." Katlia nodded, indicating that this future bosun could leave with her subordinates. Just as Nina held the handle and gently twisted it, Katlia suddenly recalled something and hurriedly shouted, "Nina!" Nina, whose blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, turned around with a confused expression. "Don't drink!" Katlia emphasized seriously. "When I return to the ship, you'll be allowed to have your fill." Nina immediately revealed a charming smile. "Deal." Katlia thought for a moment before exhorting. "Apart from Frank, you have to take note of Heath's condition. Don't let him generate curiosity towards unknown voices, and don't let him be overly exhausted. Also, pull Adolab out of his room frequently, and control the frequency and times he interacts with mysticism knowledge. Also, I know. Don't I know them all too well?" Nina waved her hand and agreed. After the bosun and her subordinates left the captain's cabin and closed the door behind them, Katlia cast her gaze out the window to look at the currently invisible backland. After a few minutes, she took out a tarot card from the deck in her hand. It depicted a lonely old man with a glass lantern and a staff, the hermit card. Late at night, Backland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who was wearing a white silk nightgown, suddenly opened her eyes. She took a blue cloak and draped it over her body. She then got out of bed and walked to the full-body mirror in the room. Through the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains, she carefully observed herself. Her pair of emerald green eyes seemed to glow brightly and limpid. It was so clear that one could clearly see every detail. Audrey closed her eyes. By the time she opened them again, all the abnormalities had vanished. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit, and a small depression appeared on her face. Her eyes curved slightly as she silently praised herself. "Audrey, you've finally come this far." She had completely digested the Dreamwalker potion. According to her confidence in herself and her predictions, she had originally believed that it would take until February for her to digest the potion. To her surprise, she had encountered many strange and completely different dreams recently. This included many dreams within dreams, dreams that were a result of a mental illness, lucid dreams, dreams caused by the influence of evil spirits and wraiths, and the dreams of a few demigods. Under normal circumstances, as a dreamwalker, Audrey could generally determine the creature's level when entering a dream, thus avoiding danger. However, those demigods had hidden themselves very well. Only when she entered their dreams did she realize that something was amiss and nearly jumped in fright. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered all those times. She ended up accumulating experience, and she began carefully touring, traveling, observing, and analyzing in the demigod's dreams, allowing her to greatly digest her potion. In addition, the other special dreams gave her a completely different experience. After that, she attempted creating multiple dreams within dreams. Some attempted to hide behind the scenes in her dreams and guide them in an ingenious manner to develop and interfere with the subconscious in a reverse manner. She treated the mental illness of the owners of the dreams, or the corruption caused by an evil spirit or wraith. To a certain extent, she had gone against the requirements of only observing, recording, and not making any interference. Yet, this strangely accelerated the digestion of the potion. This made her conclude a new principle. If you really want to interfere, then be the mastermind and conductor behind the scenes. It's so that even if the goal succeeds, no one will notice it. This was something that Audrey had done very well. The few people with serious mental illnesses had unknowingly recovered after having 5 or 6 strange dreams. And it was very normal for a dream to appear strange and incomprehensible. To be able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly, it's mainly a result of my good luck recently. Without so many unique experiences, I definitely have to wait another month or 2. Yes, I might even be caught by a demigod and be thrown into a beyonder prison or directly be killed. When did my luck become so good? It seems like it started after I sacrificed the ice cream to that Fate Domain's angel, his blessed. Audrey looked at her reflection and blinked her eyes with a smile. She quickly retracted her gaze, scanned her bedroom, and walked to the dressing table. Sitting on it was a deck of cards. In a room of a girl who enjoyed mysticism, it was normal for her to have a deck of tarot cards. Audrey stretched out her right hand and touched the card at the top with her fingertip. She slowly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "The fighting at the Amantha mountain range is getting more intense." Mid-Seashire had already lost a port. It's said that the defenses of the Hornacis mountain range in Sibylous County can't last until spring. If not for the fact that we have gained a significant advantage at sea, our connection with the southern continent's East Ballam would have surely been severed. Alfred is still there. I wonder how this war will develop. Thankfully, I'm about to become a demigod. Mr. World has already given me the manipulator's potion formula and main ingredient. The 7 drops of tears that were shed from intense human emotions have also been found during my dream experience recently. The tree mentor's golden leaves were obtained via a trade with Little Sunday. I'm just short of the blood of an elderly mind dragon. Phew, I'll try to trade for it with the psychology alchemists. Before Vin Rambus died, I was already the person in charge of a small psychological discussion group. But will this reveal that Vin Rambis's death has something to do with me? Or could I get Mr. World to summon the blood of an elderly mind dragon from history? This can last for at least 15 minutes. When I succeed in advancing, I'll converge my spirituality and complete my queuing. Its disappearance will not affect anything. After all, it's just a supplementary material. Audrey, you actually learned how to fake things. What's more, it's on such matters. After a self-deprecating comment, Audrey began to think about the kind of situation to use to complete the advancement ritual of a manipulator. The ritual required one to drink the potion while in the midst of an emotional resonance generated during a special occasion with at least 10,000 people. As her thoughts raced, Audrey came up with a preliminary idea. The goddess's winter gift stay? But no matter how large a mass is, it can't accommodate 10,000 people. The cathedral can't accommodate so many people. Yes, it's usually impossible. If there's a chance, I can donate a sum of money. I can suggest we do an extremely large mass in Memorial Square so as to placate the souls that passed away during the war. In the most important square, the family members, relatives, and friends of the deceased are invited. As long as they accommodate a certain proportion of the participants, the emotions that resonate will affect the others who are participating in mass, allowing the ritual's requirements to be satisfied. After calmly analyzing the situation, Audrey suddenly bowed her head and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. She saw that the faint smile on her beautiful face had long disappeared, leaving behind only calmness and sadness in her eyes. She stared at herself, her lips curling up slightly as she whispered, "Audrey, you've become despicable." Closing her eyes and opening them again, Audrey had returned to normal. She reached out to the stack of tarot cards on the dressing table and flipped the card at the top. The card depicted a goddess of justice sitting on a stone chair with a sword in one hand and a balance in the other, coldly watching everything. Backlund, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. "You've finished digesting your scribe potion?" Zio had just changed into her home clothes when she heard the piece of unbelievable news upon walking back to the living room. Furs nodded with a haggard expression. "Yes. Do you know what kind of life I've been enduring recently?" As she was being forced to travel to 6 places in a consecutive manner, she had to experience, admire, and record the sights day and night. In addition, she would be pulled up above the gray fog, recording all kinds of strange or high-level beyonder powers. The lightning storm and the historical void summoning powers had been replaced several times. They had finally recovered their original setup today. "I don't know," Zio answered honestly. "I know you don't know." Furs took a deep breath and said, "What about you? How have you been recently?" "Not too bad. It was arranged for me to preside over a paranormal court, and I had some thoughts about the acting principles." "The speed at which the potion is being digested has increased," Zio acknowledged. "I find it hard to imagine you wearing a judge's robe and sitting at the tribunal's seat to judge." Furs sighed from the bottom of her heart. Are you trying to say that the prisoners and lawyers won't be able to see me? Zio added, not minding it at all. Furs laughed dryly and said, I'll need to have some rest to prepare my advancement ritual to become a traveler. Don't you need to go deep into the spirit world? Do you have a way? Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs nodded and said, that person asked me to summon his messenger. Chapter 1188, Thick-Skinned. Chapter 1188, Thick-Skinned. Summon his messenger. As judgment of the Tarot Club, as a member of MI9, Zio understood what a messenger meant. Furthermore, she knew that the middle ranks of the numinous episcopate widely used messengers. Before she could ask for more details, she saw Furs walk towards the guest room on the first floor with her eyes vacant and footsteps listless. She said with an ethereal voice, let me sleep for a while. We can talk later. She slept all the way till the next morning, waking up thanks to the aroma of meat. Decei pie? Furs rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. She saw that the table was already filled with food. Yes. Zio came out of the bathroom. The one from the corner of the street. It's not bad. Furs enthusiastically acknowledged and sat beside the dining table. She quickly picked up the Decei pie and stuffed it into her mouth. After finishing one, she drank a mouthful of sweet iced tea and sighed in satisfaction. This is life. Oh no, I forgot to brush my teeth. After she was done washing up, she finally regained her ability to think. She looked at Zio in puzzlement and said, did MI9 not have any suspicions about how you secretly became a judge? They thought it was the remuneration that motivated me back then. Zio informed her of what she had learned. Furs stroked her hair and said with a smile, that's true. Let them ask the Church of Evernight. She covered her mouth and yawned. I'm going to summon that messenger. After this period of recording, the way she addressed Klein had changed from Gairman Sparrow and Mr. World to that person. On the one hand, it was a form of respect, and on the other hand, she was afraid that someone would eavesdrop. Upon hearing her friend's words, Zio looked around and asked in confusion, aren't you going to set up the ritual? She remembered that summoning a messenger required a ritual. That's only one of the methods. That person got me to use another method. First glanced at her clothes and realized that her clothes were all wrinkled since she hadn't had the time to change her clothes last night. Upon realizing that she would be meeting the messenger later, she decided to pay attention to her image. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom on the second floor and changed into a beige dress with frilly designs. After preparing herself, she raised her right hand in front of Zio, and she grabbed at it as if she wanted to pull something out of the air. In her eyes, an illusory book took form. It quickly flipped and stopped at one of the pages. In the next second, her arm sank and a figure emerged from the void. This was Gairman Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black coat. He had a cold expression and an unyielding air, but his eyes appeared somewhat dull. I succeeded? This is just my second attempt. I've only tried it once yesterday and failed. Furz's eyes widened as though they wanted to take in more light so as to see more clearly. She knew that this was the historical void projection she had summoned, so she wasn't too nervous. Instead, she held her breath and looked warily at Gairman Sparrow's projection. She couldn't tell if he was real or fake. She still remembered the combat achievements of this crazy adventurer. Furz has actually summoned Gairman Sparrow? Shouldn't it be his messenger? Would Gairman Sparrow still be able to summon something? Questions popped up in Zio's mind. Just as Furz was unsure of what to do next, Gairman Sparrow's eyes darted around slightly as his gaze instantly turned focused. He no longer had a rigid and vacant look, as though he was alive. Following that, he took out an exquisite, silvery harmonica and blew it. No sound came out of it, but the surroundings instantly turned cold as a biting wind stirred. Then, a woman dressed in a dark and complicated long dress with 4 blonde hair and red eyes in her hands walked out of the void. Her 8 eyes looked at Gairman Sparrow. Gairman Sparrow nodded slightly and pointed at Furz. This lady needs to set up 4 special coordinates deep in the spirit world. Please help her. "All right," one of the heads of Rionette Tinker said as it moved up and down. Gehrman Sparrow didn't speak further. As he approached the window, he made the glove on his left hand become transparent. His figure quickly disappeared as he teleported out of the house. He left. He left just like that. The historical void projection I summoned left just like that? First stared with her mouth slightly open, as though she was experiencing a comical play. According to her understanding, the thing she summoned should be under her control. How could it leave after giving some instructions? Could it be that the historical void projection has the same personality as the actual person? No, it's as if Gehrman Sparrow himself had descended. First glanced at Zio and realized that she was just as confused as she was. At that moment, Furs suddenly shivered, as though an extremely terrifying creature was glaring at her. She subconsciously turned her head and realized that Gehrman Sparrow's messenger was looking at her with 8 red eyes, carefully observing her. As terrifying as Gehrman Sparrow. Furs forced a smile and said, "Sorry to trouble you." At this moment, Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "Need to pay 800 gold coins. There's still a fee?" Furs turned agape once again, at a loss for a response. After a few seconds, her thoughts suddenly became active as she began to calculate her savings. After loaning £2,400 to Zio, I still have £780 left. My expenses recently have been quite high, but the royalties from my past novels are still being credited. Adding my other income and the £300 Zio returned me, I have a total of £1,258. That's enough. Furs immediately agreed, but she immediately discovered a problem. Gold coins, all of them? Rionette Tinker's 4 heads shook slightly. Yes, you can. Oh. As expected, all of them need to be gold coins. I remember that Mr. World has been trying to gather gold coins in exchange for gold coins for quite some time before. It was to pay this messenger? The relationship between him and his messenger is really complicated. Mr. World should still have quite a few gold coins. I'll try to exchange 800 gold coins from him later. Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "All right." After agreeing, Furs saw the headless messenger raise one of the heads in her hand to bite down on her clothes near her shoulder. The surrounding colors became saturated and brighter, the reds became redder, the blacks became blacker, and the whites became whiter. In such a manner, Furs was led by Rionette Tinker through similar scenes that she had no way of getting her bearings right. It didn't take long before she arrived at the spot where there was a faint fog. In the depths of the fog, one eye after another seemed to look over, but they quickly shrank back. When Furs summoned Gehrman Sparrow's projection from the historical void to Backland, he had immediately entered the fog of history and dashed all the way to a period before the first epoch. His consciousness came alive within the projection, reducing Furs's spirituality expenditure. This way, Klein had indirectly returned to Backland. This was also the reason why he had gotten Miss Magician to use such a complicated method to summon the messenger. As for the messenger summoned by the adventurer's harmonica, it was an independent existence, it didn't increase the burden on Furs's spirituality burden. Even if the historical void projection vanished, Rionette Tinker could still remain in the real world if she so wished. After a teleportation, Klein's figure appeared in a secluded alley near St. Samuel Cathedral. He then used his faceless powers to change his appearance and figure. During this process, although there were still a few pedestrians in the alley, they were affected by an illusion. They didn't notice a sudden companion appearing beside them. Right on the heels of that, Klein straightened his clothes, pressed down on his hat, and walked quickly to St. Samuel Cathedral. He found a seat to the side of the main prayer hall and sat down. After taking off his hat and chanting an honorific name, he sincerely drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed softly to the Evernight goddess. I'm currently searching for traces of the dark demonic wolf's past to grasp his exact condition. At this point, he recalled that the dark demonic wolf might have been a former colleague of the Evernight goddess. They likely knew plenty about each other, as he quickly added, I wonder if you can give me some hints. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he maintained a calm attitude and continued, "After this matter is completed, I plan on heading all the way east to see if I can reach the western continent and see what state that place is in. I'll take this opportunity to escape Amon's pursuit and find other possibilities." After praying, he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and whispered, "Praise the Lady." Just as he finished speaking, a dark night sky with countless stars suddenly appeared in front of him. A message unknowingly appeared in his mind. It was information regarding Black Demonic Wolf, Kotar. Klein was stunned for a moment. Only when the starry sky before him completely disappeared did he return to his senses. He sincerely praised the goddess once again. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, he used Creeping Hunger and another teleportation to arrive near the Holy Wind Cathedral located in Sherwood Borough. He wanted to pray to the Lord of Storms. He looked up at the towering steeple and felt some momentary hesitation. He really wasn't sure if he should enter the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms in Backland. "I'm just a historical void projection. There's nothing to be afraid about. I won't suffer any losses from praying, but what if the Lord of Storms hears about the Amon situation and decides to bestow 0 to 32 to me? That way, I won't have to risk hunting the dark demonic wolf. A person should always be hopeful." After some thought, he finally made up his mind. He carefully raised his hand and summoned Anuni, the one who had yet to be parasitized by Amon, from the historical void to walk into the Holy Wind Cathedral in his own form. A minute or two later, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above Backland. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in the Holy Wind Cathedral, but no one noticed it. Chapter 1189 Winter Gifts Day. Chapter 1189 Winter Gifts Day. As soon as the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, everything in the Holy Wind Cathedral returned to normal. In a nearby corner, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mumbled, "If you don't want to give it to me, so be it. But why did you kill my marionette?" He then took a deep breath before his figure rapidly faded away and disappeared. The time limit for maintaining the historical void projection was almost over. After all, a scribe's imitation of a high-level power had significant differences from the original version. The burden of a Sequence 6 summoning a Sequence 3 was rather heavy. Even if a scholar of yore could transfer his consciousness over and reduce the spirituality expenditure, it was impossible for Furs to keep it up for too long. In the outskirts of Backland, downstream of the Tussock River, Leonard hid his red gloves and slowly walked towards a certain spot. Suddenly, the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast rang out in his mind. "How's your former colleague been doing recently?" Thinking back to the conversation at the Tarot Club, Leonard suppressed his voice and said, "He just avoided a trap set up by Amon's avatar. He's searching for the truth in the forsaken land of the gods." After listening to what he had to say, Pallas Zoroast didn't say another word and allowed Leonard to proceed forward. After setting up the special coordinates, Furs was thrown back into the real world by Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. "I feel exhausted, but I just woke up not too long ago. It must be that high sequence beyonder powers are too draining on my spirituality." Furs covered her mouth and yawned. She looked at Zio with a haggard expression. "That's possible." Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Her intuition told her that the Gehrman Sparrow projection that had been summoned definitely wasn't simple. It could even be equivalent to a saint. After some hesitation, Zio said, "Sleep a little longer. Don't attempt to advance in such a state. In one of my previous trials, the murderer was mentally psychotic. He would deliberately make his friends, his students, and the tramps he took in, consume potions in all sorts of negative states, watch them lose control, and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying ones. What was this fellow's goal?" Furs was stunned for a second. 2 goals. One was to observe whether the same potion caused the same loss of control on different people. The other was to use oil paintings to record the corresponding scenes. He believed that the madness, the pain, and the distortion had an unparalleled beauty, one that can stimulate his greatest creative passion. Zio recalled the trial from back then. She felt a sense of hatred and lingering fear. He was a complete lunatic. That fellow should be executed. Firs couldn't help but shudder when she imagined it. She bared her teeth and said, was he a cultist? Perhaps, but there were no clues. On the surface, he appeared to be an outstanding artist, and he is very famous internationally. If it wasn't for more than 5 of his students and friends who had disappeared over the past few years, attracting our attention, then he might have had to wait until he completely went mad and lost control, becoming a monster, before this matter would be discovered. Zio suddenly paused for a moment before saying, back then, everyone in the law enforcement team that opened his hidden basement vomited. There were all kinds of mutated and terrifying corpses, and hanging overhead were all kinds of harrowing yet charming oil paintings. A hateful fellow, but it's also a very attractive story. Firs thought for a moment and pressed, was he a devil? No, he's a psychiatrist. Zio rejected her friend's guess. You sentenced him to death? Firs asked in anticipation. Zio shook her head. His defense lawyer convinced me that he's more suited to be a sealed artifact researcher. There's a lawyer? You have lawyers at the paranormal court? Isn't it all a direct trial? Firs asked in surprise. Zio straightened her blonde hair and said, there are some beyonders from the lawyer pathway among us who also need to act. Of course, they don't know that they're acting. All right. Firs yawned again and pointed to the reclining chair beside the fireplace. I'll sleep for a while. Don't you have work? We can take days off, Zio replied succinctly. Firs didn't ask further as she walked to the fireplace and collapsed into it. About 2 to 3 hours later, she woke up and cogitated for 15 minutes. Following that, she found the Traveler Beyonder characteristic and the supplementary ingredients given to her by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, and concocted a potion bottle. The potion's color was white but transparent. It was like half-melted snow water, occasionally producing light green bubbles. Firs held the potion and glanced at her friend who was on guard by the side. She smiled and said, if I lose control, don't hesitate. Just chop off my head. No, pray first. There might still be a chance to save me. Zio slowly nodded. Maintain this state. Firs silently exhaled. Without any hesitation, she raised the bottle and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she felt her body and her eyes light up one after another. They blasted around her body and opened one illusory door after another. Firs's consciousness couldn't help but enter one of them. Her entire body turned transparent as she vanished. In such a chaotic state of mind, Firs nearly couldn't regain her sense of self-awareness. Thankfully, she had her fair share of being tormented recently and had a strong will. Furthermore, from time to time, she could feel the 4 special coordinates in the spirit world. Finally, she slowly came to her senses. After an unknown period of time, she realized that she had already entered the depths of the spirit world. It was difficult to tell her exact location, and she couldn't find her way back. With the help of the 4 special coordinates, Firs slowly traversed back to a familiar spot, leaving the saturated, stacked colors and the thin fog before walking out of the spirit world. The 4 special coordinates weren't only used to help me find a way back, they can also effectively maintain my self-awareness. Teacher is only a sequence 7, so without any actual experience, it's inevitable for him to miss out on such knowledge. As Firs thought, she cast her gaze towards Zio and smiled slightly. I'm a traveler. Zio heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, what new Beyonder powers did you get? The main one is teleportation. Also, invisible hand. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers I can record has increased to 4. The actual effects should be close to that of a sequence 4, Firs examined herself. She then raised her hand and pulled out a tarot card from across the room, one used for divination. It was a person with a scepter in his right hand that pointed towards the sky. His left hand pointed to the earth. In front of him were people like the Holy Grail, a scepter, a sword, star coins, the magician card. Every year's longest night was the birthday of the Evernight goddess, commonly known as the Winter Gifts Day. On this day, all Evernight believers would head to a nearby cathedral to witness the sunset of the sun. When night fell, they would participate in Mass, enjoy a holy meal, listen to the hymns, and do all sorts of activities. The year 1350 for Lowndes Evernight believers was a very heavy year. The intensity of the war and the cost of items had made them lose the good mood they had. However, on Winter Gifts Day, they still came out of their houses. This was because the Church of Evernight was going to hold a massive Mass in the various large public squares to placate the souls that had passed away. At the same time, many foundations would distribute food vouchers at the Massachusetts. People who received them could be able to obtain the corresponding items in any of the relief points or cathedrals. This led to Storm and Steam believers who didn't celebrate Winter Gifts Day to head for the nearest square. Westboro, Memorial Square, where George III was blasted to death. Dressed in a black cloak while walking her golden retriever, Susie, with a leather bag on her back, Audrey walked among the nobles looking refined. Her expression didn't seem abnormal, but she hid some pain and guilt. She had obtained the blood of an elderly mined dragon. After concocting the manipulator potion, she placed it in the small bag Susie was carrying. Susie was already a Sequence 6 hypnotist. She believed that not many people present would notice her abnormality and snatch things from her. The blood of the elderly mined dragon came from the hermit Catlia. Apparently, she had obtained it from Queen Mystic, and she had paid £3,000 for it. This was in line with her expectations, as she didn't really want to obtain the ingredients from the psychology alchemists. After all, her direct superior, Vin Rambus, had only died a few months ago. To collect the items needed for an advancement, it made it inevitable for people to suspect her. As for the other members of the psychology alchemists, they had the ability and intelligence to notice this point. Besides, after becoming a demigod, one has to come into contact with the psychology alchemists' counselors. According to Mr. World, there might be an angel from the mind domain hidden amongst them. I'll continue making preparations. With a suitable opportunity and excuse, I'll consider raising my position in the organization. I'll hide my strength for now. The blonde Audrey lifted the ends of her skirt slightly and slowly walked towards her predetermined spot. Along the way, many nobles extended their hands to her in a friendly manner, hoping to help this beautiful, noble, and weak young lady through the crowd. However, these were all blocked by Earl Hall. He got his eldest son, Hibbert, to be in charge of his youngest daughter while he held his wife's arm and walked ahead. From time to time, he would turn back to look at the most dazzling jewel of Backland. Not long after their family arrived at their destination, the Church of Evernight's Bishop of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevens, walked up to the high platform in his black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the Lady! When the believers below responded, this saint's deep voice could be heard by everyone. Today is the celebration of the night, but the goddess's response is pity. She takes pity on every mother who has lost her child. She takes pity on every lonely child. And she takes pity on everyone who has suffered immense pain. She said that all of this will end. All the suffering will return to silence and repose. Chapter 1190 Resonance. Chapter 1190 Resonance. As Anthony Stephen Vincent's words echoed in Memorial Square, it spread to other areas. The Lowanese citizens who participated in the Mass were both moved and sad, feeling warmth in the midst of their depression. In a different square, different choirs began to chant the hymns. The ethereal and holy voice seemed to echo deep in everyone's heart. Full-faced above the land stood the crimson moon. And sweet it was to dream of themselves. Of child, and wife, and parents, but evermore, one. Unknowingly, everyone felt their spirits being cleansed and their spirituality naturally released. They seemed to have entered a dream and were strolling in a quiet darkness. Their children were sleeping here. Their parents, their wives, their husbands, their friends, and the deceased were no longer suffering. They no longer had any pain, their expressions were peaceful and gentle. We look upward into the night sky. We tenderly say her name. Evernight Goddess. If she heard us, she would surely agree. Smiling with purity at the dead. Come, rest and sleep well, my children, too. The people who were strolling in the dream felt awash with intense sorrow once again, as though they realized that they were really going to bid each other farewell. They recalled all the beautiful memories from the past. They recalled the scene of their family enjoying delicacies and having fun at the dining table. They recalled the people who looked at them warmly, and the pain of seeing them get hurt. When they learned of their passing, it was as if they could tear their souls apart. They recalled the dark clouds and separation that had been brought to this war. They were sleeping peacefully in this serene nation, no longer having any worries. However, the people who survived had to suffer the days and nights, turning haggard and withered. One teardrop after another flowed down. The people participating in mass at Memorial Square could no longer suppress their emotions as they silently released the pain they had accumulated. A huge wave of sadness filled the air, mixed with the chanting of the choir, as though it had a corporeal form. Cross your hands humbly over your breast. Make the silent prayer. And shout from the bottom of your heart. The only escape is tranquility. 3. The people who were sobbing silently with their eyes closed subconsciously followed the content of the hymns and made similar gestures. Then, they shouted in their hearts, infected with each other's emotions. The only escape is tranquility. The grief reached an apex with more than 10,000 hearts resonating at Memorial Square. At this moment, Audrey opened her eyes and bent down. She took out a bottle of potion from the leather pouch that her golden retriever, Susie, was carrying. There were countless points of light floating in the potion, just like the manifestation of the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, she removed the bottle cap and gulped down the liquid inside. Unlike in the past where she could experience the potion slush through her throat and into her stomach, she immediately felt abnormal. She felt that she could no longer sense her body. Her entire being seemed to have condensed into an idea as she merged into the illusory sea around her. This was her first time directly seeing the sea of collective subconscious without passing through a dream or mind island. As though she had returned to her mother's embrace before she was born, she returned to the very beginning where the imprints left by human ancestors were washed away by the tides as they crumbled and were influenced. There was fear, madness, and all kinds of terrifying mental corruption. For a moment, Audrey found it difficult to resist. Her consciousness faded, and her body shook as though it was on the brink of melting away. However, the sea nearby wasn't serene. There was a certain degree of undulations, spreading the intense sorrow and pain around. Under such influence, the self-aware Audrey, who was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also began to resonate, generating uncontrollable feelings of grief within her. The grief spread from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the blob of thoughts that Audrey had mutated into. It pierced through her soul body and pierced her soul. Audrey finally regained a little of her senses. She skillfully placated herself, constantly giving cues to remove the corruption until she regained her senses. The voice in her ears became clearer and clearer, louder and louder. Finally, it reverberated through the sea of collective subconscious. The only escape is tranquility. The only escape is tranquility. The only escape is tranquility. Audrey repeated the prayer as her figure quickly turned clear. With a mere thought, she split herself into many transparent and illusory bodies. She traveled through the sea of collective subconscious and reached the mind islands that represented different people and stepped onto them. In these places, she could clearly see the sadness coming from different people. The bombshells that came from the sky, the airship that made up a fleet, the letters spelling bad news sent from the front lines, blood and flesh splattering in front of them, and the person who they loved suddenly collapsing in front of them, the pile of toys that no longer had an owner, the fit of coughs that came from the great smog. The only escape is tranquility. The golden retriever, Susie, also shut her eyes in Massachusetts. She used the human language to recite those words in her heart, but she failed to notice any changes in her surroundings. Suddenly, in her soul, in her body of heart and mind, Audrey's voice sounded. Susie, I succeeded. I've always been worried that I'll become more and more indifferent as my sequence increases due to the potion's effects, that I'll become more and more like a mythical creature instead of a human. Susie raised her head in confusion and saw that although the blonde girl's eyes were tightly shut, tears had unknowingly covered her face. Then, she heard Audrey say in her heart, "Thankfully, I can still feel their sorrow." How nice! In Susie's eyes, teardrops fell from the corner of the blonde girl's eyes. It was crystal clear. At this moment, the sun's final ray of light was swallowed. The night brought about tranquility. Everyone opened their eyes and said in a calm voice, "The only escape is tranquility." After crying without restraint, the bright, cheerful Audrey's mood became heavy. She became a little sensitive and a little sad. It made everyone who saw her feel a sense of love from the bottom of their hearts. Under all kinds of protection, she returned to Empress Burrow and returned to her room. Only then did she have the chance to seriously examine herself and digest the knowledge and experience she gained from the sea of collective subconscious. Others might not be able to tell, but Audrey knew very well that the tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty in the mirror already possessed extraordinary strength and exaggerated dragon scale defenses. She could break through a block of steel with one punch. Oh, I can still use dragon transformation. It's equivalent to using an incomplete mythical creature form. However, I have to wait until I get used to the potion and keep stacking up the correct psychological cues. Otherwise, I can lose control. Every dragon transformation can't exceed a certain amount of time. Otherwise, even if I have the means to treat my mind and soul, I'll be contaminated by madness and confusion, causing me to lose control. My current limit is about a minute. The core power of a manipulator is manipulation. I can allow a body of heart and mind pass through the sea of collective subconscious and enter another person's mind island. I can directly change their subconscious and read their thoughts, silently driving them to do all sorts of things. Matching manipulation is virtual persona. I can create many personas, allowing them to have a corresponding body of heart and mind. This aspect can resist a lot of influence in the mind domain, and on the other hand, it can allow me to use them to silently invade the target's island of consciousness without any signs of it. I currently can have only 13 virtual personas. A manipulator can also create a terrifying mental plague. By using the sea of collective subconscious, I can spread all kinds of mental illnesses and extreme madness. Yes, awe has turned into mind deprivation, a huge area of effect version. It's no longer just the single effect of awe. I can also transform my designated thoughts into a mind storm that will sweep the surroundings, affecting all my enemies. Haha, as a manipulator, it naturally comes with the ability to travel the sea of collective subconscious. It's called consciousness stroll. Otherwise, my target would have long left by the time I arrived at a location after a series of complicated manipulations. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and opened her mouth as if she was about to spew something. Since her mythical creature form was a mind dragon, it definitely had to have some form of dragon's breath. This was an attack that could directly stimulate and harm the target's body of heart and mind and soul body. It dealt damage in an area of effect manner, an upgraded version of psychic piercing. Following that, Audrey's green eyes turned slightly and she looked away. She sighed inwardly. This is what it means to be a demigod. These powers make even me feel afraid. How powerful is Mr. World for him to be able to kill Vinrambus? In the ancient palace above the fog. As the participants of the hunting operation made their preparations, they decided to organize a private gathering to discuss the details. A manipulator, is that terrifying? The magician Furs looked at Miss Justice beside her and blurted out in shock. Just now, Audrey had briefly mentioned the changes she had undergone after becoming a demigod. Although she didn't elaborate in detail to protect her trump cards, it still left the magician, the hermit, judgment, and the star in shock. Actually, it's not that terrifying. Mr. World knows very well. Audrey cast her gaze to the bottom of the long, model table. The World Gehrman Sparrow didn't nod as he tersely acknowledged. I also had powerful helpers before I could kill Vinrambus. He paused and said, before discussing the hunting operation, I would like to know how to make the Abraham family sense my friendliness. 1. Adapted from The Lotus Eaters by Tennyson. 2. Adapted from The Cry of the Children by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. 3. Adapted from The Bridge of Sighs by Thomas Hood and Lotus Eaters by Tennyson. Chapter 1191, Grasping 1-Inch Mentality. Chapter 1191, Grasping 1-Inch Mentality. Friendliness? Upon hearing the World Gairman Sparrow's question, Furs nearly doubted her ears. The image of Mr. X's head that was put together, leaving it covered in cracks, crevices, and blood surfaced in her mind. Just as Furs was deliberating over her words, Audrey glanced at her and smiled at the World Gairman Sparrow. To let the Abraham family sense your friendliness, it isn't about what you do, but what Miss Magician writes in her letters. That's right, unless I appear directly in front of Miss Magician's teacher, his understanding of me will only be limited to the various rumors and things that Miss Magician tells him. As long as the story she tells is good enough, even if it doesn't fit the actual situation. It doesn't matter. Klein suddenly realized that he had been splitting hairs on the question. Furs was somewhat enlightened by Miss Justice's words, but she didn't fully understand it. After looking at the Hermit, the Star, and company, Justice Audrey said to Furs, "You need to convey Mr. World's friendliness to your teacher. For this, you can fabricate some stories and not tell him the truth." Then what should I say? Furs asked for advice. This wasn't because she wasn't good at making up stories. On the contrary, this was what she was most adept at. However, the problem was that writing a novel that was well received was different from a story that could convince people. If she could get a senior psychologist's advice on the latter, it would undoubtedly be easier. Audrey had already thought of the details of the letter before she opened her mouth. She replied unhurriedly, "It's obvious that your teacher has already noticed that you've rapidly advanced, and because of Mr. X's death and all sorts of sensitive issues. He has a certain level of doubt and vigilance regarding the Beyonder circles that you've participated in." Yes. Furs nodded indiscernibly in agreement with Miss Audrey's judgment. If her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was careless, he wouldn't have been able to survive to this day. He would have long been caught by the Aurora Order or died in the hands of other powers who were interested in the Abraham family. Audrey continued, "In such a situation, he will still maintain contact with you. He will teach you knowledge, give you formulas, and provide you with ingredients. This shows that, on the one hand, he acknowledges your character and morals, and on the other hand, he will also have a certain level of anticipation for you to obtain important information from the mysterious and dangerous Beyonder circle, as well as you becoming a Sequence 4 demigod. This is the mentality we want to exploit." Audrey originally wanted to use the more neutral term, grasp, instead of exploit, but after pausing for a moment, she chose to face herself directly and face the essence of the matter. With Furs listening attentively in judgment, the Star, and the Hermit looking forward to what she had left to say, Audrey pursed her lips and said, "When you return, you can write to him and tell him that you have already become a traveler. It will make him happy for your growth, and also be surprised by such an exaggerated advancement speed. Then, you can answer the question he asked previously, saying that the gentleman who was seeking to purchase the Worm of Star had mentioned something that the ancient curse in the Abraham family seems to come from a secret existence known as Mr. Door. This is a question that your teacher has never told you about but is definitely concerned about. Without a doubt, he will feel feared towards the gentleman who seems to know that you're related to the Abraham family. He will want to avoid you, but he will definitely yearn to know more. He will then try to find out what secret lies behind the curse that has plagued generations of Abrahams, one that he has no solution to. At the same time, a letter exchange isn't a direct meeting. It will give him a certain sense of security. He might change his residence, change his identity, and use a more roundabout way to receive the letter, but there is a high chance that he will not sever the connection. Maintain this connection. Step by step, reveal something more valuable. You will awaken your teacher's desire and use it to portray an image of Mr. World so that your teacher can experience some form of friendliness." At this point, Audrey stopped and looked at the World Gairman Sparrow once again. She could roughly tell that Mr. World's goodwill towards the Abraham family was because he had a request, but as for the specific request, she wasn't a clairvoyant, nor had she read Gairman Sparrow's mind. Naturally, she couldn't guess it, nor could she continue explaining. Klein nodded and said with a hoarse smile, after we establish this kind of indirect connection, I might ask your teacher for a transaction and use the promise of breaking the curse to exchange for certain items of value. Through demonstracy, he had already grasped the solution to the Abraham family's curse. However, he didn't plan on exchanging it for the Planeswalker potion formula or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. On the one hand, the difference in value was too great, making him feel guilty. On the other hand, he didn't want to bring a dangerous existence like Mr. Door back into the real world. It was being irresponsible to himself and the innocent. He was thinking of another way to make the curse of the Abraham family disappear to a certain extent. In other words, it might still exist, but it wouldn't affect the normal lives of the Abraham family and provide a certain range of improvements. Is that so? Mid to high sequence Beyonders in the mind domain are really impressive. She can make people follow her arrangements without realizing it. Compared to when we first met, Miss Justice has seemed to undergo a complete metamorphosis. It makes people fear and respect her. First glanced at Zio and seemed to read the same poignant thoughts from her eyes. After some thought, she mustered her courage and said to the world Gairman Sparrow, "What if my teacher rejects your request? Did you think I would murder for property?" Klein lampooned in Chinese. He scoffed and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm him. I won't use any methods that will force him." Phew. Although Mr. World is a little scary, he's still a man of his word. First slowly nodded and said, "I'll write a letter to my teacher according to Miss Justice's suggestion." Klein nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You can begin discussing the hunt." Katlia took control and said, "The biggest problem with this operation is finding the Saint of Secrets Bodhi's." Furs immediately recalled how she had encountered him and raised her hand. "If I can borrow that powerful sealed artifact from my teacher, then I can bring it with me. I can often wander around Backland and use the convergence of Beyonder characteristics to attract Bodhis to a nearby location. This might attract other demigods of the Apprentice Pathway, or the leader of the Secret Order, Zeradal, or Blasphemer Amon." The more Furs spoke, the lower her voice became. She felt that this method was too dangerous. She didn't know what would happen to the other members who participated in the operation if Zeradal and Amon really appeared, but as bait, it was without a doubt that she would fail to escape. Katlia nodded and said thoughtfully, "If it's only a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Apprentice Pathway, the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics shouldn't be that attractive to neighboring pathways. The range will be limited to the demigods of the Apprentice Pathway. And from what I know, there aren't many of them. In fact, it can be said that there are very few of them. Most of them exist in the form of a characteristic or sealed artifact. I suddenly do not wish to become a sequence 4. Furza's eyelids twitched when she heard that. Katlia cast her gaze at the world Gairman Sparrow. "Let's not discuss the problem of whether there are any Grade 1 sealed artifacts of the Apprentice Pathway. If we want to let the Saint of Secrets and Miss Magician bump into each other, the prerequisite is that he is also in Backland. He mustn't be that cautious and often goes out." Upon hearing this, Leonard said from the angle of a professional official Beyonder, "It's actually not difficult. As a demigod of the Apprentice Pathway, Bodhis is definitely in charge of dealing with accidents among the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. He has sufficient mobility to aid the other members in different places." This is a term that appeared after the steam engine and the airship were invented. As long as you can create some matters against the Aurora Order in Backland, he has a high chance of showing up. As he spoke, Leonard glanced at Klein. Based on what he knew, in the chaotic battle outside Biome City caused by Gairman Sparrow, the Saint of Secrets had appeared and picked up a glove. "This is a solution," Audrey and company nodded. At this moment, the world suddenly said, "Let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true god. Once you take action against them and secretly target their upper echelons, the true creator might be able to foresee this and give them a warning." "That can happen?" Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she observed Katlia, Leonard, and company. She realized that they were equally astonished. This was something that they had never considered before. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but that they had never participated in such matters that involved high-level existences before. Or rather, even if they were involved, they weren't aware of it. Then what should we do? Furs couldn't help but ask. Klein replied in a suggestive tone, by not targeting the Aurora Order directly, we can use a milder approach to fish out the Saint of Secrets Bodhi's. Chapter 1192 Each Serving Their Duty. Chapter 1192 Each Serving Their Duty. A milder approach. The hermit Catlia, who lacked experience only on high-level matters, instantly had a new idea and probed, let Miss Magician participate in the various Beyonder gatherings in Backland. Accidentally revealing that she's related to the Abraham family, attracting the attention of the Aurora Order? Seeing no objection from the World Gehrman Sparrow, Catlia thought as she looked to the other side. How we can make this matter appear reasonable without arousing suspicion, how to design the steps and procedures needed to expose herself, and how to lay the foundations at each one of the gatherings, these might require your help, Miss Justice. From her point of view, only a manipulator who could accurately grasp the various mentalities of the different people at the gathering could allow the scheme to appear natural and reasonable, without leaving a trace. All right. Audrey nodded solemnly, feeling somewhat excited. She then added, although I've never done anything similar before, I will try my best to make everything seem reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel a little afraid? Why do I feel like we are all inexperienced people? Apart from Mr. World, who can't directly participate, Ma'am Hermit might be very experienced in other aspects, but she shouldn't have been involved in such hunting before. This isn't a game. It's a cruel act that can kill someone if we aren't careful. Furs trembled when she heard this. She had a deep suspicion of the experience of most of the members. This included herself. However, when she thought of how Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit were already sequence 4 demigods, and that she and the star were at sequence 5, she felt that this wasn't too serious of a problem. After all, every powerhouse had accumulated their experiences over time from nothing. Furthermore, they still had the World Gehrman Sparrow, the strongest hunter over the 5 seas. Reasonable. Scheme. Manipulation. Listening to the conversation between Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice, Klein subconsciously extracted the keywords. This reminded him of how he had used 0-08 and the experience of playing out situations that had been arranged by 0-08. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's no wonder the Spectator's Sequence 1 is called Author. This is indeed a very reasonable development, but it can change from a guidance to being forced. There's no need to rush yourself to make the arrangements in detail. Go back and think it over carefully. Yes, at the same time, we need to combine the feedback from the scene to make adjustments. Catlia nodded in thought as she immediately had a new idea. When Miss Magician participates in the Beyonder gatherings, it's best you hide in the vicinity. Use your control of the sea of collective subconscious to monitor every participant's thoughts and accurately grasp the feedback. Would 13 virtual personas be enough? There should be more than 13 members at a Beyonder gathering. I can switch to using monitoring to select a target to focus on. Audrey quickly analyzed the feasibility of the suggestion and tersely acknowledged. That wouldn't be an issue. To her, this was also a form of training. At the same time, it was also a form of acting. She didn't directly use her Beyonder powers to affect the target, but instead used her precise understanding of the target's mental state to manipulate them by using words, behavior, actions, and a script. Seeing that there was no problem on Miss Justice's side, the hermit Catlia looked at the magician. In order to prevent a surprise attack, and to better grasp your surroundings, I need to plant something on you. What is it? Furs asked warily. Catlia glanced at the world at the bottom end of the long, model table. After receiving the permission of Mr. Fool's Blessed, she raised her hand and pressed it between her brows. A pair of transparent eyes appeared in front of her, ones that were without eyelashes, looking cold and heartless. This is the eye of mystery prying. After becoming a mysticologist, I can place it on someone else's body. Whatever it sees, it will be what I see. Furthermore, once it enters a concealed state, it will be very difficult to be discovered through other means. Catlia gave a simple introduction. Upon seeing this scene, Klein leaned back slightly and sighed inwardly. When he first grasped spirit vision, he had seen something similar behind old Neil. If he had the mysticism knowledge he had now back then, he would have detected the problem earlier. Perhaps things would have developed differently. If this strange eye were to be planted on me, wouldn't I be watched by Ma'am Hermit when I go to the bathroom? First secretly drew a cold gasp as she hesitantly asked, "Can we plant it before each gathering? If we make frequent contact with each other, we'll be easily discovered. Besides, the Saint of Secrets wouldn't only appear at times you choose." Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and explained. "Don't worry, I won't look at things I shouldn't see." It was a lesson learned through blood. First fell silent for a few seconds before she slowly exhaled. "All right then." Catlia nodded slightly and continued, "After discovering clues to the Abraham family, the Aurora Order will definitely do a certain amount of investigation. And for safety, so as to prevent any accidents from happening, they will definitely send out someone with a certain level of confidence. Among them, the Saint of Secrets Bodis is undoubtedly the person who is most interested in the matter regarding the Abraham family. In addition, Backlund isn't suitable for a King of Angels main body to be active in, so the probability of him appearing is the highest." At this moment, the star Leonard, who was leaning against the back of his chair, raised his hand and said, "Not necessarily. According to the information we have gathered, the Aurora Order has other high-ranking members in Backlund, St. Tenebris. After Mr. A disappeared, he came forward to organize certain matters. When the time comes, the person responsible for tracking the clues to the Abraham family might very well be him, not the Saint of Secrets. After all, this is his diocese. The demigod I met when I assassinated Mr. X was Saint Tenebris?" Klein nodded in enlightenment without bringing any attention to himself. Catlia was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, she said to the star, "This might require your help. In the near future, you should investigate more cases involving the Aurora Order and strike at them more. This way, it will be inconvenient for them to move around. After discovering clues about the Abraham family, they might very likely seek reinforcements, getting, yes, the more mobile and more concealed Saint of Secrets to be responsible for it." Leonard thought of his recent mission list and nodded slightly. Sure. As the captain of a Red Gloves team, he had the right to do so. The only problem is, could this be predicted by the true creator? After Leonard agreed, he turned to look at Klein. After some thought, Klein pointed out indirectly. "You are similarly under the gaze of a deity." Leonard retracted his gaze as though he had gained some understanding. He said to the hermit Catlia, "I have no further questions." The hermit Catlia raised her glasses and cast her gaze towards Judgment. "We will try our best to limit the Beyonder circles that Miss Magician will be involved into East Borough and the Backlund Bridge area. These should be places you are familiar with. You have to constantly be aware of any abnormalities. Inform me immediately about the surroundings of the gathering's location." "All right." Although Zio was disappointed that she was involved in the periphery matters, she knew very well that with her strength, she could only do so much. At that moment, Catlia thought for a moment before saying, "You are a judge. When the time comes, you might need to do some area of effect prohibition. This might not be effective against the Saint of Secrets, Bodis, but it should be able to cause some interference." "Don't doubt it. As support, mid-sequence Beyonders can similarly influence a saint to a certain extent. All of this is under the premise of a demigod resisting a demigod, while all I provide is support." The education Zio had received since she was young, and the addition of the knowledge she learned from MI9 now put an emphasis on cooperation. It was very easy to understand what Ma'am Hermit was saying. At this point, the plan had just started taking form. The next step was to adjust it bit by bit through on-the-ground feedback. First heaved a sigh of relief when she suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly said, "Previously, Mr. World mentioned that Bodis might have a Grade 0 sealed artifact. How should we deal with it?" Frankly speaking, she didn't have a direct impression of how terrifying a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. This was because she had never encountered one before and had never seen anyone encounter it before. However, she had experienced the Grade 1 sealed artifacts that Gehrman Sparrow had borrowed from Mr. Fool. She knew how terrifying it was, and with a Grade 0 sealed artifact being one grade higher than a Grade 1 sealed artifact, it was obvious how potent one was. In the rumors that Furs had heard, some Grade 0 sealed artifacts could even destroy Backland, or even the world. Katlia said after a few seconds of silence, on the one hand, through Miss Justice's grasp of the minds of the people around you, she will be able to find traces of possible existences. On the other hand, with Miss Judgment's understanding of the various anomalies in the region, and combining it with divination, we will be able to determine ahead of time if there are any sealed artifacts. If we can't get any feedback from all of this, and if the Saint of Secrets has a Grade 0 sealed artifact with him, you don't have to be too afraid. He won't kill you immediately. He will definitely try to gain control of you and interrogate you at a safe place. We have enough time and opportunities to separate him from the sealed artifact. Remember, a sealed artifact that a Beyonder possesses isn't completely a part of his strength. During this process, didn't you record some high-level Beyonder powers? If the situation is critical, don't hold back, and try your best to escape. Sounds like you're not very confident either. Furz's face suddenly turned pale as she forced a smile. I'll try my best. At this moment, the World Gehrman Sparrow took the initiative to speak. In times of necessity, pray to Mr. Fool. I will also ask him to provide his protection in advance and provide some revelations. As this operation wouldn't pose a threat to Klein's actual body regardless of the development, and it might involve a Grade 0 sealed artifact, he could only gain some revelations from his initial control of Sapphira Castle. That's good. Furs, Zio, and company heaved a sigh of relief. When the private gathering was coming to an end, Klein glanced at Katlia and said, "It looks like there's no way to end the operation before New Year. I'll provide you with the advance payment." He then condensed some of mysticism knowledge he had never mentioned into a pale white brilliance and pushed it to the Hermit, Chapter 1193, heading EAS. Chapter 1193, heading EAS. Dark Angel Sasra might very well be the negative personality that's expelled from the ancient sun god. Mr. Dor was once the most powerful king of angels. The Abraham family also possesses at least 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts that's at the level of an angel of the apprentice pathway. The underlying rules of this world are chaos and madness. Pieces of mysticism knowledge resonated in Katlia's mind, causing her to feel weighed down in addition to her shock. If it wasn't for the Tarot Club, Mr. Fool's protection, and the World Gehrman Sparrow's help, she believed that it wouldn't be easy for her to obtain such knowledge. She definitely had to take a tremendous risk in exchange. If she wasn't careful, she would attract the attention of certain high-level existences, or be embroiled in madness and pain. Thank you for your advance payment. This will greatly help me digest the potion. Katlia opened her eyes and thanked him sincerely. According to her original plan, she believed that she would be able to gain some mysticism knowledge after meeting Queen Mystic. With Gehrman Sparrow's current advance payment, her mysticologist potion would most likely be completely digested. Unfortunately, a few days before she arrived in Backland, Queen Mystic Bernadette had left the city to trace a lead. This left Katlia extremely disappointed. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, Klein, who was pretending to be the world, laughed hoarsely. A price is exacted for what's bestowed. As his voice echoed, he nodded at the 2 ladies, Justice and the Magician, indicating that he was also directing those words at them. After the private gathering ended and the members left Sapphira Castle one by one, Klein stood up and walked back to the seat of honor from the bottom end of the long, modeled table, to the seat belonging to the Fool. He leaned back into his chair and propped his elbow on the armrest as the void beside him rippled and formed halos. These were prayer lights that came from puppets controlled by a historical projection that Klein had summoned. They had existed before the gathering, but the corresponding area had been hidden from the rest, so no one could sense it. It was only now restored to normal. He cast his gaze at the rippling light and expanded his vision into the distance. In the real world, a dark mountain stood erect. There was a mountain hole at the mountainside that extended downwards. This was once a place that hid many humans who had survived the cataclysm, but they were later turned into dark demonic wolf Kotar's marionettes. During this period of time, Klein kept tracing the clues and found 3 spots where the dark demonic wolf had hidden himself. However, Klein didn't gain much from them. The reason was simple. Just like now, there was a rock in the cave. On it sat a young man wearing a classic black robe, a pointed hat, a broad forehead, and a thin face. This angel of time seemed to sense the gaze from Sapphira Castle as he raised his head and adjusted his crystal monocle. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Klein retracted his gaze, his facial muscles twitching slightly as he muttered, "What a haunting presence. It's not like this fellow doesn't understand the dark demonic wolf's past. Is there a need for him to destroy all the clues I need? Furthermore, he only comes slightly earlier than me every single time. If it wasn't because he wasn't Amon's match, he really wanted to hang him up and beat him." Phew. Klein exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. He wore a black top hat and carried a dim yellow lantern. He dispelled his maintaining of the historical projection and, without looking back, he left the mountain and ventured deep into the silent wilderness. There was no hesitation in his footsteps, as he had already obtained detailed information about the dark demonic wolf, Kotar, from the Evernight goddess. He was well aware of the character, styles, and habits of the god of wishes. The reason why he was still searching for the dark demonic wolf's past was mainly because he wanted to verify the information. After all, the East Continent had been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 2,000 years. The dark demonic wolf had escaped the Evernight goddess's attention for a sufficiently long period of time, so it was very likely that some abnormalities and changes in character would occur. If he made a plan following the intelligence provided by the Evernight goddess, there was a small chance that he would make the mistake of launching a surgical strike using an outdated map. Under the tremendous pressure from the true creator and Amon, the chances of the dark demonic wolf transforming isn't low. Perhaps it has even turned abnormal or half-mad because of the excess stress. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. The words dark demonic wolf could actually be switched to Klein Moretti or Zhou Mingrui ad verbatim. It just needed to be said in future tense. The other reason for his persistence in pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past was that he was trying to fool Amon, making it difficult for him to guess that he had already grasped the key information. Of course, this might not be able to deceive the god of deceit. His main goal was to obtain a victory of the mind, so as to adjust his mental state that was overly stressed. This allowed him to reduce the frequency at which he sought Miss Justice's treatment. Well, from the looks of it, the dark demonic wolf still maintains its clarity and rationality in the late second epoch. It wasn't as violent as when it first fused with other Beyonder characteristics, bloodthirsty, crazy. His most important personality appears to not have changed, ever so suspicious. He doesn't even trust his own marionettes. Once he decides to migrate, he would leave all the marionettes that he had before and sever all connections. Also, the dark demonic wolf seems to have migrated from the east over here. As he thought about it, Klein came to an abrupt stop. Under the darkness that was void of stars and the crimson moon, he cast his gaze in a particular direction by relying on his spiritual intuition. His expression gradually turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pressed on his silk top hat. Then, he adjusted the direction he was heading in and walked towards where his eyes were trained at. That was the east. In the endless darkness, the lantern in his hand cast a lonely shadow. His trench coat was almost the same color as the distant night as his footsteps quickened. Backlund, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and began to seriously consider how to release the bait in a seemingly reasonable fashion. During this process, she suddenly thought of something. That was that, if she wanted to go near a Beyonder gathering and monitor the thoughts of the participants, there was a lack of quick and efficient methods. As a Sequence 4 demigod, she neither could fly nor teleport. She also couldn't use the flames to jump secretly. It would be fine if it was late at night, but if she wanted to use dreams as a springboard, she could only rely on her feet during the day and evening. Oh. Actually, my speed isn't slow, but if I were to run faster than a steam train, I would definitely attract attention. There are so many powerhouses in Backland, so there's no lack of existences that can see through my psychological invisibility. Similarly, in my dragon form, I can fly, but that's just too eye-catching. Currently, I can only let my consciousness and spirit body enter the sea of collective subconscious, while I'm unable to bring my body in. As she pondered about the matter, Audrey could only consider purchasing sealed artifacts or mystical items that had traveling powers while deciding to travel through dreams if there were dreams. Otherwise, she could only rely on walking, carriages, or the metro. What a simple demigod. It's no wonder the full name is half human, half god. Those terrifying beyonder powers are the godly side of things, while these are the human side of things. Audrey gave a self-deprecating laugh and reined in her thoughts. Backland, Hillston Borough. Sitting beside the fireplace, Furs opened a book that was propped on her thigh as a platform for her to write. Holding a pen in her hand, she stared at the horizontal lines on the paper and the tarot cards that were scattered on the ground for a long time. What's wrong? You don't want to lie to your teacher? No, everything you write will be the truth. You don't want to set up your teacher? Zaya walked over, crouched down, and looked up into Furz's eyes. Furz shook her head. No, it's not because of this. I do feel a little guilty, but I know that this is a good thing for the Abraham family. I'm just hesitating. I keep feeling that our destinies will change after writing this letter. Ah. Zaya was a little stunned when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what her good friend meant. Furz let out a sigh and said, "The battles from the past and now are actually not that dangerous for us. We have the ability to avoid it and obtain the corresponding resources to continue our peaceful lives. Therefore, my feelings for them don't run deep. We're like people standing beside a torrent. We could have watched everything go by safely, but after writing this letter, we might perhaps be swept into the torrent." Zio listened quietly. She opened her mouth and pursed her lips. If not for this, do you think we can avoid the torrent of fate? As she spoke, she picked up a tarot card from the ground. The surface of the card depicted an angel blowing a trumpet and the deceased. Judgment card. Furz looked at the deck of tarot cards for a while before closing her eyes. She pulled her hair back and smiled. I understand. This is an inevitable destiny. After praying to Mr. Fool and after obtaining the magician card, it was an unavoidable destiny. The fountain pen in Furz's hand finally landed on the letter. Pritz Harbor. Dorian Gray Abraham, who had long left the Fishermen's Association and changed his identity, tore open the letter sent by his student. As he quickly browsed through it, his expression went from shock, joy, and confusion to horror. Bang! Dorian threw away the letter in his hand and knocked down the table in front of him. It was like a monster hiding on that piece of paper with a curse. He retreated to another corner, pulled open the drawer, and took out some items. Then, he rushed to the door and prepared to leave. When his right hand touched the brass doorknob, Dorian's action suddenly slowed down and finally stopped. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the letter on the ground. There was a complicated look in his eyes. After a few seconds, Dorian Gray Abraham slowly walked towards the letter. He walked with hesitation, feeling the dilemma and struggles, but he didn't stop. It was as if he had been seduced by the devil. Chapter 1194, A Lioness Hunt of a Rabbi. Chapter 1194, A Lioness Hunt of a Rabbi. Finally, Dorian stopped beside the letter. He bent down and reached out his right hand. His fingers trembled as he grabbed the edge of the paper and picked it up. This time, Dorian was very careful. He began reading each word, one after another from the very beginning. Sometimes he was enlightened, sometimes confused, sometimes puzzled, and sometimes in pain. The letter Furz had sent wasn't long. He only used 3 minutes to read it twice before he fell into a long silence. The sunlight shined through the window and landed on the toppled table. Dorian Gray Abraham's lips suddenly quivered, but he ultimately didn't make a sound. Separated by a piece of paper, his right thumb and index finger quickly rubbed against each other and ignited the letter with a scarlet flame. After doing all of this, Dorian packed his belongings, put on his disguise, changed his clothes, and left the rented apartment. Using the identity he had previously prepared, he went to another place. After settling down, he sat beside the desk and stared at the brass ornament, seemingly deep in thought. The area became darker and darker as the sunlight weakened. Dorian's eyelids twitched as he slowly sighed. He then unfolded the piece of paper and picked up the fountain pen. As he pondered, he wrote, "I'm very happy to see you digesting the scribe potion in a few months. This means that you might really become a demigod. These are the key points to take note of while acting as a traveler, at least the ones that I know of. However, you have to remember that everyone's personality is different. There will always be some differences in acting in real life, so you can't copy blindly. This doesn't mean that the acting principles of others are wrong, but that it might lead to a huge conflict in your heart, affecting your mental state. Sometimes, you can make appropriate adjustments to slow down the speed at which the potion is being digested, but it will only be beneficial to you. You have to remember, acting is a tool, not something to lord over you. I look forward to the day you completely digest the traveler potion. I will prepare the corresponding ingredients and a present for you. I'm very interested in the matter of the Abraham family's curse mentioned by that gentleman. I think you should have noticed long ago that I have done a certain degree of research on such matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't always ask me about such matters. I hope you can continue to learn about this matter at a deeper level." After writing the reply, Dorian Gray Abraham closed his eyes and quickly folded the paper. January 1351, Backland's New Year was much bleaker than before. In a basement in Westborough, there were a few candles flickering with yellow flames, illuminating the surrounding altars, chairs, and round tables. At the edge of the light, in a place that was extremely dark, a figure appeared indistinct. At times, it would sway, sometimes stretching into a thin entity that didn't have any thickness. It was like a shadow that came alive. Suddenly, the figure said in a deep voice, "You arrived earlier than I expected." Beside the candle, a figure quickly appeared in the spot illuminated the greatest by the light. It was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, and his dark, deep eyes seemed to contain countless objects. He was none other than one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets, Bodis. Bodis smiled and said, "To me, distance is not a problem." He pulled a chair and sat down before saying to the long and narrow shadow, "Have you investigated thoroughly? Did you find anything unusual?" The shadow that nearly slinked into the shadows answered in a low voice, "There aren't any problems." "Really?" At the confirmation of the question, Bodis instinctively had doubts. "Kisma, could this be a trap?" The Aurora Order's Saint Tenebris, Kisma, slowly shook his head and said, "The target is very careful. It's definitely not a case of deliberate exposure. If she wasn't seeking to purchase an ancient wraith's cursed item, we wouldn't have been able to sense that she might be related to the Abraham family." Saint of Secrets Bodis seemed to be in thought as he said, "An ancient wraith's cursed item. This is one of the main ingredients of scribe. I remember that the Abraham family does have a spare Asmon's brain. They aren't willing to directly provide a scribe beyond her characteristic, hoping to carry out some tests. It's indeed the style of the Abraham family. To put it simply, they don't have enough trust in others." Saint Tenebris Kisma didn't echo Bodhi's words as he continued, "Even if she was seeking to purchase the main ingredients of the scribe potion, we wouldn't have noticed any problems. After all, not every believer knows the corresponding mysticism knowledge, but she even mentioned some questions related to Apprentice and the Abrahams. She was really cautious in this aspect. The circle of Beyonders from which she sought to purchase materials from and the one she asked questions weren't the same. Different matters were left to different circles. Furthermore, at times, she would hire other participants to help her make requests. If it weren't for the fact that we have our people in those few circles and were able to combine the intelligence, we wouldn't have noticed her." Saint of Secrets Bodis nodded slightly and asked, "Why didn't you just take action? You even came to me?" In the shadows, the darkness stirred and replied slowly, "The situation in Backland is getting more and more tense. The Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind are carpet sweeping the area, one spot after another. We're being watched very closely. If I were to handle this matter, it would be fine if there weren't any accidents. However, if an accident were to happen, I might not be able to escape due to not having grazed a secret sorcerer. Besides, aren't you the one who was most interested in the Abraham family? Bodis chuckled and said, I'm not interested in them at all. I just want them to all die. To ensure my own safety, the most important thing is to nip revenge in the bud. This is the philosophy I abide by. As he spoke, the Saint of Secrets took out a crystal ball from his black robe's pocket. The crystal ball was neither clear nor translucent, as if it had been injected with the dark night. As he touched it with his palm, his lips quivered. This strange crystal ball suffused a resplendent glow. They were like stars that slowly spun, forming a complicated scene. It's still acceptable. Bodis looked at the crystal ball in his right hand and nodded gently. He then looked at the ghostly shadow. Give me the details. When he learned that there would be a Beyonder gathering in a particular circle tonight, with the target possibly appearing, the Saint of Secrets Bodis stood up and said to Saint Tenebris Schisma, I need to make some preparations. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand opened and with a gentle lift, his fingers closed. The region he was in immediately warped and vanished. The candles, flames, round table, and chairs that were originally located here vanished, leaving behind only the tiles and ceiling. After a while, the shadows moved and everything returned to normal. Nothing happened to Saint of Secrets Bodis, but Saint Tenebris' figure appeared out of the darkness. He looked at Bodis and said in a deep voice, Your caution has exceeded the necessary limits. But this isn't a bad thing. I hope that I can resolve the problem without anyone noticing, Bodis replied with a smile. You can follow me. You can hide in the shadows as my support. You will not directly appear, and you will leave immediately once you discover anything amiss. All right. Saint Tenebris Schisma slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked young and handsome with outstanding facial features, but his face seemed to be covered with a faint curtain of darkness. After coming close to Bodis, there were a series of illusory chewing sounds that came from nowhere. The chewing sounds and the sound of digesting could be heard, as well as undisguised evil and hunger. This made the demigod shudder involuntarily. Saint Tenebris' eyes froze for a second as he cast a shocked and surprised look at Bodis' face. The corners of Bodis' mouth curled up as he revealed a rather cruel smile. A few seconds later, one of them used teleportation, and the other merged into the shadows and left the house. In an apartment that had been in disrepair for years, in the area intersecting Backlands East Borough and the Bridge area, there were a few rooms on the first floor of a cheap motel that had their rooms connected. When Bodis walked out from the spirit world, the Beyonder gathering was only to be held 2 to 3 hours later. No one had arrived yet. He looked around and took in the long tables that were arranged messily. After observing the environment, he walked to a corner with his right hand pulling the curtain. The region was then enveloped by a shadow, distorting before vanishing. This was because there wasn't anything there to begin with. There was no objective measure, so no one would have discovered that there was a space missing. They would only feel that the distance between the walls and themselves was a little closer, but upon closer inspection, everything was normal. This was the space concealment power of a secret sorcerer. They could use this ability to split a place into two and conceal part of it. One had to use a specific door to enter. At that moment, in the area that had been divided and hidden, the room existed normally. There were floor tiles, a ceiling, and a cockroach crawling across the ground. The cockroach rushed to the boundary and was blocked by the endless darkness. After Saint of Secrets Bodis surveyed the area, his gaze paused at a transparent vortex in midair. This was the door. Every hidden space would definitely have a door. After some thought, Bodis reached into the black robe's pocket, took out a mirror, and inserted it into the door. The mirror twisted and quickly reflected the scene in the outside world. There were chairs and long tables randomly strewn around. The place was empty. In this way, Bodis used this mirror to monitor the Beyonder Gathering's venue. Seconds changed to minutes as the Beyonders, dressed in various disguises, arrived. One of the hooded figures habitually chose a corner near the window. She took out a palm-sized notebook and casually flipped through a few pages, as though she was revising the main points of her questions or checking if she was fully prepared. And behind her to the side, there was an ordinary mirror embedded in the wall. Chapter 1195, Grade 0. Chapter 1195, Grade 0. In the region that had been concealed, the Saint of Secrets, Bodes, narrowed his eyes slightly as he recognized Lamano's travels. This made him no longer have any doubts about the intel provided by Saint Tenebris Kisma. He recognized this notebook and knew that it was a mystical item that the Abraham family placed great importance on. It was one of the most powerful items below the high sequences, and the negative effects were negligible. Back when I was a mid-sequence Beyonder, I had yearned for this notebook so much. In the end, the Abraham family was wary of me and didn't place any importance on my needs at all. Now, have they learned their lesson? This woman shouldn't be a descendant of the Abraham family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone around searching for the cursed item of an ancient wraith. Bodes muttered inwardly as his expression gradually turned grim, showing hints of a cruel fervor. After observing his surroundings for a while, he carefully reached into his black robe's pocket. The pocket seemed to contain a vast space as Saint of Secrets Bodes dragged out a 3-layered jewelry box from within. This jewelry box wasn't tiny, making it difficult to hold it with one hand. It was mainly silver-black in color, and its surface was covered with exquisite decorations. There were rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds embedded in it, making it look rather luxurious. As he held the jewelry box in his hands, there was a hint of panic and fear in his expression. It was as if he was facing the abyss or listening to an evil god's ravings. The gathering continued as usual. Furs put away Lamano's travels and focused on listening to the participants, as though she was seeking some answers. During this process, she would occasionally ask questions, using gold pounds and spiritual materials as payment. However, she didn't receive any effective answers. Gradually, the Beyonder gathering came to an end. The host arranged for the different participants to leave from different exits. Soon, only Furs and a few other Beyonders were left in the room. After receiving the signal of the host, Furs stood up and resisted the urge to stretch herself as she walked towards the side door. At this moment, she realized that her body had stiffened. Her head could barely turn, but it felt like she was a toy that had its torsion spring wound up. From the corner of her eye, she saw that the grayish-white walls had turned silvery black in an instant. They were covered in granules, as though they were made of metal. The remaining participants and the host had their skin lose the luster that it should have possessed. Their eyes were dull, their movements mechanical, as though they were large dolls. In the concealed area, Bodes had opened the jewelry box at some point in time. The interior of its top layer wasn't exquisite enough, but it had completely restored the scene of the room. In the room, there were chairs and long tables scattered haphazardly. There were a few palm-sized puppets sitting or standing, as though they were trying to simulate reality. Among these people, the person standing was wearing a hooded robe. The shape of her chin was beautiful and her lips were plump and red. It was none other than Furs. She and the remaining Beyonders, together with the gathering's host, had silently become toys. They had been taken into the highest layer of the jewelry box. The room that connected in the external world was only left with grayish-white walls, nothing else. The corners of Bodes's lips curled up bit by bit. With his right hand, he closed the lid of the jewelry box. In just a single breath, he had magically controlled his target. This silver-black, 3-layered jewelry box was the Grade 0 sealed artifact that he had snatched from the Abraham family. As it had never been obtained by the Orthodox churches, nor was it ever deeply understood, it didn't have a corresponding number. According to what Bodes knew, this jewelry box originated from an Abraham family angel from the 4th epoch. He enjoyed roaming the cosmos and heading to different places in the vast universe. However, once, when he returned to his family to rest, he died silently in his palace. His face was filled with fear, and his expression was twisted as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. A true mythical creature, one that could be considered a subsidiary god in the second epoch, had actually died silently without causing a stir. The death was extremely bizarre. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind combined with his corpse, forming the jewelry box that was quite different from the other kind of sealed artifacts. And back then, Mr. Dorr, Bethel Abraham, not only didn't attempt to shatter it and restore it to a pure Beyonder characteristic, he had even given it a rather strange name, Box of the Great Old Ones. The first level of the Box of the Great Old Ones could turn the target's location into toys and switch locations with its interior. Bodies had used this trait to easily achieve his goal. The second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones recorded different locations. Once it was released, the holder and the living beings within its effective range would head directly to the corresponding region. They would then wander around the cosmos like the angel from the Abraham family back then, exploring the universe. As for what was on the third level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Bodies knew about it but didn't dare to think about it. It was just like how he usually didn't dare come into contact with this Great Zero sealed artifact. Smack! After closing the lid of the Box of the Great Old Ones, he grabbed the mirror that was embedded in the transparent vortex that was suspended in midair with his right hand. Once a certain area was concealed, a secret sorcerer had to use the corresponding door or directly remove the concealment to exit. Bodies had chosen the latter method because it was the easiest and fastest method. The shadow stirred, and the area that disappeared returned to the real world. The room was finally complete. Bodies didn't stay any longer. Without even looking at his surroundings, he made his body rapidly fade away. He held the many-gemmed, silver-black Box of the Great Old Ones as the colors saturated and overlapped with each other. He traversed the spirit world, which was filled with strange creatures, towards his designated location. In a few seconds, he walked out of the void, attempting to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods by crossing the huge chasm that split the seas. At this moment, the Bodies stopped in midair. His eyes narrowed and his eyes instantly turned dark, dotted with countless points of resplendence. It was like the cosmos had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel formed by the stars spun rapidly, causing the cracks at the bottom of the sea to rapidly turn incorporeal, causing everything in front of him to shrink and condense into a wavering orange flame. This flame extended from the tip of a matchstick as it was extinguished. Everything that Bodies had experienced after removing the concealed space was an illusion. He remained rooted to the ground. And the source of this illusion was the burning matchstick. The matchstick was held by a fair-skinned palm, and the owner of the hand was a woman wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a hood. She was sitting on a carriage that was halfway through the wall, formed from a gigantic pumpkin. Pulling the carriage were a bunch of gray rats. This was none other than Catlia, but her appearance, image, and bearing had changed. This was the power she gained from the magic of Cinderella. The core Beyonder power of the Mystery Prior Pathways sequence for Mysticologist was called Mystical Reenactment, fully expressing the saying, knowledge is power. To put it simply, a mysticologist could draw power from different mysticism knowledge they grasped, and create all sorts of magic or witchcraft. As for the corresponding mysticism knowledge, the less that was known by others and the less it spread, the more powerful the spells became. The contrary could also be established. Once some knowledge and legends were known to many and no longer mysterious, the magic or witchcraft created by drawing on its powers would become almost ineffective. Catlia had no idea why the queen could create all kinds of magical powers that were rich in magical colors from the private fairy tales that Emperor Roselle had told her, but that didn't hinder her learning and usage of them. After all, she had heard of those fairy tales from Queen Mystic. The magic she had used it to temporarily transform and disguise herself was called Cinderella. The magic that threw Saint of Secrets Bodies into an illusion was the Little Match Girl. With that, she had used it to stop the other party from teleporting away, creating an opportunity for the battle that would follow. Just as Bodies had extricated himself from the hallucination, the Cinderella who was sitting in the pumpkin carriage placed her foot on the ground and spread out her arms, causing a huge cross to appear behind her. As for Catlia, she seemed to be carrying an illusory object. In the empty room, candle lights lit up, one after another, illuminating a long table covered with flesh and blood. Around the long table were three extremely blurry figures holding the globs of flesh as they constantly devoured the food. As if sensing something, the three figures turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bodhi's. This saint of secrets' heart raced as he felt a chill rush out from deep within his soul. He then heard illusory gnawing, chewing, and digesting sounds. He could feel the undisguised malice and hunger. Bodhi's eyelid twitched. He hurriedly lowered his head and cast his gaze at the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand. The silver-black box had opened itself without him realizing it at some point in time. The magic that Katlia used was called the Feast of Betrayal. It stemmed from the mysticism knowledge she learned of the ancient sun god's death from the Tarot Club. Its purpose was to temporarily awaken or imbue the target with intelligence, allowing them to commit a betrayal. Without a doubt, the effects of encountering a sealed artifact that was filled with malice towards the owner would be excellent. However, if not for the fact that she had obtained the protection of Mr. Fool at every gathering they monitored, Katlia wouldn't have dared to use this magic. Once the three main leads of the betrayal feast sensed it, she would definitely die for obscure reasons. She wouldn't be able to resist her death and would die an abnormally horrifying death. Therefore, mysticologists were definitely individuals with high risk. Their strength came from walking the edge of the abyss, coming from things they shouldn't have seen or heard. In comparison, Queen Mystic, who could create magic from her father's private fairy tales, was much safer than other mysticologists at the same tier. Chapter 1196, The Ugly Duckling. Chapter 1196, The Ugly Duckling. When opening the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, the long table, chairs, furs, and the others were like dolls. They were either still or motionless. Otherwise, under the power of torsion springs, they made repeated simple movements. Upon seeing this scene, Bodhi's hair stood on end. For some baffling reason, he felt that he was about to join and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the Grade Zero sealed artifact in his hand, but he saw the hooded, purple-robed woman retract her right hand and hold it to her mouth, slightly clenched. A dark color instantly formed in her palm. It was an ancient bugle with a charm that appeared very heavy and powerful. The horn of magic, the horn of destruction. Bodhi's pupils dilated as he lacked the luxury of time to deal with the box of the Great Old Ones. He grabbed forward with his right hand, as though he had raised an invisible screen that shielded the void. The area he was in was distorted once again. He disappeared and was concealed. Woo! The horn in Katlia's hand let out a soft hum. It echoed in the room but didn't extend out of its confines. With the sound waves overlapping, the shadows shattered and the ground cracked. The space that had been concealed by the Saint of Secrets was like a thick piece of glass that had been struck by a sledgehammer. Countless cracks appeared and intertwined with each other. Elsewhere, a towering knight in full black armor appeared out of the shadows. He held a long broadsword, and two dark red beams of light glimmered in his eye sockets. Saint Tenebrous Schisma. Woo! Once again, Katlia blew the horn. Everything in the room seemed to freeze into a translucent amber. Silently, the amber broke apart, and even the black-armored knight fell to the ground like a mirror, shattering into small shards. The distorted region returned to the real world. However, Bodhi's also managed to grab the gaps between the two horn blows as he created numerous illusory doors to appear around them. Some of them were double doors that opened outwards, some were deep and recessed, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the middle, allowing one to vaguely see the boundless darkness behind them. The illusory doors were in bountiful numbers, densely packed, and overlapped together, almost enveloping the Saint of Secrets. Without any time to think further, Bodhi's immediately opened a grayish-blue door with 7 brass locks, and he threw the box of the Great Old Ones that was just about to have its second layer open inside. This was a secret sorcerer's exile. It could throw a target that he had gained initial control of into a corresponding chaotic space. As for the different illusory doors, they represented different scenes, ones where danger and opportunity coexisted. This kind of exile wasn't permanent. At Bodhi's sequence level, he was only capable of isolating the box of the Great Old Ones from reality for 20 seconds. Once the time was up, the Grade Zero sealed artifact would return to the spot beside him through the illusory door from before. However, by then, the betrayal induced by the enemy's Beyonder powers would definitely have disappeared. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, he had traveled many places, witnessed many things, and recorded many kinds of powers. Bodhi's made the most correct decision in that split instant. At the same time, the Black Knight that had split into pieces quickly squirmed and reformed, becoming a thin rug that flowed with flesh and blood. It covered every corner of the room. As a cult that could only survive in the shadows of reality, the Aurora Order might have many lunatics, but they were used to doing things to conceal themselves so as to prevent themselves from attracting the official Beyonders before their goals were met. Of course, once the matter was in its final stages, they would definitely proclaim their existence openly. In addition, Saint Tenebrous Schisma had done so in hopes of obstructing the possible enemies that were hiding outside to a certain extent. This allowed a separation of the battlefield. When a layer of flesh grew out from the floor, walls, and ceiling, a twisted black shadow rose up from the corner. This was one of the souls that Saint Tenebrous Schisma had grazed. It was a powerful vampire from the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a Sequence 4 Shaman King of the Moon Pathway. If the shepherd's grazed target was a demigod, he could release it directly due to the existence of its corporeal spirit body. However, there only one could be released at any one point in time unless the corresponding shepherd had already become a Sequence 3 Trinity Templar. Seizing the opportunity that the horn in the female demigod's hand was dissipating, the twisted Shaman King reached out and dug out one of his eyes, a bright red, illusory eye. The eye shimmered with a bright, crimson glow as it instantly illuminated the entire room, as though the crimson moon had descended. Its pupil reflected the woman wearing the purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood. Immediately following that, the Shaman King clasped the hand which was holding his eye, letting the crimson moonlight become completely devoured by darkness. A deep darkness appeared around Catlia as the solidified darkness bound her to the spot. It froze the scene. Upon seeing this scene, Bodhis took a step forward, phasing behind his enemy instantaneously. Performing one blink followed by another as a total of 8 figures dressed in black robes appeared around Catlia. These weren't avatars he created, but afterimages he left behind due to his blazing blink. Some of them released lightning storm, while others condensed a blinding white spear. Some were covered in black armor as they slashed out a heavy broadsword that could appear capable of slicing through anything. Different figures with different powers either attacked or created a form of control, but their target was one and the same, Catlia. There was almost no pause in between their actions. When Bodhi's figure blinked to another corner, he quickly turned transparent as he was on the brink of disappearing. He had no intention of killing the enemy, as this was Backlund. Also, the commotion created from their battle couldn't be suppressed any further. Once it affected the outside world, official angels might descend. The reason why he had first launched a series of counterattacks before teleporting away was because he wanted to suppress the enemy and prevent her from interfering with his and Saint Tenebrous Schisma's escape. This was a very reasonable strategy. However, a few seconds ago, in a room on an upper level of the old apartment, Zio had learned of all the changes in the venue through Miss Justice's mind voice. Although she was worried and anxious, she didn't panic at all. She followed the plan and jumped down from the window, somersaulting in midair as she pointed at the targeted area. Teleportation is prohibited here. After doing this, she immediately distanced herself from the apartment to prevent the friendly demigods from being distracted. With this interference, the Saint of Secrets, Bodhis, failed to successfully enter the spirit world. A rusty, abnormally heavy door appeared in front of him as it tightly sealed the path. To Bodhis, an illusory door of this level wasn't able to stop him from leaving at all. He could open the door once he made some adjustments. But at this moment, something anomalous had happened over at the female demigod in the purple-patterned black robe. Silver light appeared in Catlia's eyes. They connected together like a mysterious giant snake. This was brief luck, derived from the knowledge she had obtained when analyzing the blood of a snake of fate. Regardless of the terrifying lightning, burning white spear, or the slash of the Black Knight, none of them hit the target. Catlia seemed to be standing at the eye of the storm. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, she was unaffected. Those attacks and the attempts at control either narrowly passed her by or were cancelled out by friendly forces. They were unable to achieve the desired effect, and they even helped her weaken the dark shackles. Instantly, Catleya bowed her back slightly as white and illusory feathers grew out of them. They didn't belong to an angel, but rather, a swan. The ugly duckling had become a swan. As for what a swan was, to a Sequence 4 demigod, the answer was obvious. It was an incomplete mythical creature form. And the ugly duckling could also become a swan. This was a powerful magic that could allow a mysticologist to reveal their incomplete mythical creature form once a day, with each instance lasting 10 seconds. The surface of Catleya's body immediately cracked open as flesh and blood gathered inside, forming eyeballs with clear blacks and whites. The countless eyeballs coldly scanned their surroundings, as though they were manifestations of multifarious knowledge. As such, the figure that bore their weight turned into a black blob that was even more abstract in a higher spatial dimension. Upon seeing the densely packed eyeballs, Saint of Secrets Bodis and Saint Tenebris Schisma felt dizzy. A knowledge storm took form in their minds. The layer of flesh and blood that enveloped the entire room began to tremble slightly. Some dripped down, while others squirmed intermittently. At this moment, an unimaginable aura pierced through the barrier formed from flesh and blood, pouring into the first floor of the dilapidated apartment and enveloping every corner of the apartment. At the same time, Saint of Secrets Bodis and Saint Tenebris Schisma were shocked. Their bodies, souls, and minds were in an uncontrollable state. This was dragon might which had undergone a qualitative change, mind deprivation. Seizing this opportunity, the black blob that was covered in cracks and eyes condensed a spear in front of it. The spear appeared ancient in style, from the tip to the handle, it was dyed in blobs of blood-red splotches. It emitted a mighty destructive aura and a bloody feeling, as though it had once heard a mighty existence. With a whoosh, the terrifying spear shot out, heading straight for the Bodis who stood rooted to the ground. In the entire room, all the voices and details vanished. Even the dragon might that filled the room suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the bloody spear tip and Bodhi's body, as well as the constantly shrinking distance between them. Spear of Longinus, Chapter 1197 Mindstorm. Chapter 1197 Mindstorm. The bloodstained spear that seemed to come from an ancient time that couldn't be traced had absorbed the entire room's presence, stabbing straight into the body of Saint of Secrets Bodis. The brown-haired, firm-bodied Bodhi's figure faded away, turning into a pair of black double doors. At the same time, he appeared behind the door, placing himself in a separate world from the terrifying spear as he looked at it from afar. In the next moment, the spear that was stained with red blood pierced through the black door and bore into the space where Bodhi's was. Bodhi's figure kept retreating, constantly transforming into one illusory door after another. Some of them were made up of two winding stone golems, while others had a fist-sized hole by the gaps of the door. Some were embedded with silver nails, while others were covered in mysterious patterns. One after another, they were layered repeatedly, extending to an infinite number. Without a sound, the spear of Longinus tore through the illusory doors without stopping at all. It didn't allow Saint of Secrets Bodis to find a chance to escape. In less than a second, the blood-stained spear that emitted a strong sense of destruction had shattered countless illusory doors. After it suffered a decline in its aura, it finally stabbed into its target's chest. Countless cracks instantly appeared on Bodhi's body, as if he was a ceramic object that had fallen to the ground. With a cracking sound, the Saint of Secrets turned pitch black as he disintegrated into pieces, scattering all over the ground. This didn't seem like his actual body, but more like his shadow. This was the shadow substitute spell he had recorded from a certain Sequence 3 saint under the True Creator. Of course, without the layers of doors weakening the spear of Longinus, he believed that it was very likely that his shadow together with his body would have shattered together. After narrowly dodging this strike, Bodhi's endured the dizziness and shock brought about by Catleya's incomplete mythical creature form as he made a gigantic, scaleless silver snake appear in his eyes. This gigantic snake was so large that it filled Bodhi's eyes. Its surface was filled with dense patterns and labels formed by one mystical wheel after another. Its head connected to its tail as it merged with countless illusory rivers, turning into a blurred, surreal, and slowly spinning gear. Around the round gear were all sorts of symbols that represented different futures. Suddenly, the black fragments that had yet to disappear on the ground flew up one after another and reorganized themselves on the spot, restoring bodies. The ground that was stained with dark red blood quickly retreated from the numerous illusory doors until it returned to the distorted black blob. The strong, fearful atmosphere receded like the tide and left the room. The black blob that was covered in cracks and eyeballs squirmed and restored itself, turning back into a purple-patterned black-robed woman with a hood. Everything returned to the point before the ugly duckling magic was used. Reboot of Fate. This was one of the rewards given to Saint of Secrets Bodis for crushing the Abraham family. He was allowed to record the sequence 1 beyond her power from the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Of course, there was definitely a huge gap from the original version. It could only reboot reality for 3 seconds, and it was limited to the space of a tiny room like this. It wasn't even able to affect the entire first floor of the apartment. The moment reboot ended, the prepared Saint Tenebris Schisma immediately took action. The Grey's twisted shadow that stemmed from a sanguine count spread open its arms and made a gesture of embracing the crimson moon. The darkness around Catlia surged, instantly forming illusory but firm black chains that bound her to her spot. The flesh and blood that covered the ground, walls and ceiling gathered together rapidly, turning into a knight covered in black full-body armor. He held a heavy greatsword in his hand and looked extremely oppressive. In the gap of the black knight's visor, 2 dark red beams of light flickered and instantly locked onto the hooded woman beside the pumpkin carriage. The shadow beneath Catlia's feet suddenly came alive as it grabbed her ankles. Like a water current that had its water level rising, it gripped her tightly. Black Knight, commandeering shadows. Then, the gigantic knight that was almost reaching the ceiling as though he came from mythical legends rushed to a spot not far from his target with a single step. He cleaved down with the heavy, long broadsword. Elsewhere, a silver illusory book in the eyes of Saint of Secrets Bodis flipped rapidly. It then stopped at a single page. With that, Bodis reached out his left hand and grabbed the pumpkin carriage across a distance of 20 to 30 meters. He then grabbed at the mysterious woman in a purple-patterned black robe. His arm suddenly grew longer, and its surface was black and sticky, as if it was flowing with an evil liquid. Amidst the liquid, pale skulls and eyes with pronounced blood vessels grew out, including sharp teeth and tongues. All sorts of strange things grew out, causing extreme evil and extreme madness to spread rapidly through the area. In the room, the ground instantly cracked and the few cockroaches that were still alive collapsed to the ground. This was an attack from a particular state of abomination Sua. Back outside Biome City, Saint of Secrets Bodis had been attracted by Tinder. It appeared as though he only watched from the sidelines for a while before picking up the item and leaving immediately. But in fact, he had been desperately trying to record the powers or states of the high-level existences. After failing numerous times, due to the frequent blessings of fate, he eventually obtained what he wanted. Of course, during that battle, he only managed to record one. Under this evil and pitch-black arm, Catlia's consciousness was tainted with madness. For a moment, she was unable to respond effectively. Together with the shackles of darkness restraining her shadow, she could only stand rooted to the ground as she watched Saint Tenebris Schisma's greatsword slash at her while Saint of Secrets Bodis reached out his left hand to grab at her. At this moment, the flesh and blood walls in the room that separated the interior from the exterior was gone. An invisible and abrupt wind stirred up. The moment the wind appeared, it grew violent and swept towards the Saint of Secrets' and Saint Tenebris hearts. Manipulator, Mind Storm. Not only was he not surprised or flustered by the chaotic thoughts, Bodis even had the corners of his lips pull up as he smiled. As the switch for the reboot, he naturally remembered that the demigod riding the pumpkin carriage had a helper of the same level hiding outside the apartment somewhere. The reason why he placed his focus on the enemy on the surface was to lure out the hidden demigod. In between the two powers of Reboot of Fate and the Abomination state, Bodis had secretly hypnotized himself, allowing himself to naturally divide the burden of mind deprivation and the knowledge torrent across most of his worms of star. He then left a small number to control his body so as to lock onto the hidden enemy. Previously, the dragon's might shock, and the fact that he was unable to discover his target, had convinced Bodis that it was a demigod of the spectator pathway. While his mind was in a daze, the thing he branched out rapidly churned and helped Bodhi's locate the source of the attack. But at this moment, most of the thoughts that resonated among the worms of Star wasn't him being overloaded with meaningless information as he had imagined. In his mind, there seemed to be a voice saying thousands of words in a second. At the bottom of an abandoned castle in Decei Forest, there is a pair of bronze double doors. It seals with the corruptive forces underground. The higher the sequence of Beyonder is when approaching, the easier it is to be affected. The cosmos is extremely dangerous. There are unknown existences watching. Dark Angel is suspected to be the negative personality dissociated from the ancient sun god. What? Bodhi's was taken aback. He felt that these thoughts were dangerous, but he couldn't help but wish to understand more. Just this moment of stupor made the enemy he had already found disappear once again, escaping his range of attention. As for the abomination palm that was hurtling towards the pumpkin carriage and the female demigod, it also slowed down. Similarly, Saint Tenebris Kisma was also affected by the mindstorm as his actions stiffened for a second. By the time they recovered, Catlia had already opened her mouth and spat out a pea. The pea instantly grew, turning into thick green vines that dragged Catlia out the door, allowing her to escape the shackles of darkness and regain some freedom of movement. By the time Saint Tenebris' heavy greatsword and Saint of Secrets' pitch-black arms landed on her, they only shattered a shadow and did not injure this mysticologist. They had shattered Catlia's Emperor's new clothes magic, something that didn't exist at all, so she naturally wouldn't be injured. In the next second, the hooded lady in the purple-patterned black robe suddenly turned transparent and turned into a pile of foam. The bubbles quickly scattered and burst one after another. Nothing was left behind. As for the green vines, they grew into midair and burst into flames, illuminating the surrounding streets. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the short and intense demigod-level battle had never happened. Saint of Secrets Bodhi's and Saint Tenebris Kisma exchanged glances. They weren't surprised by such a development. Clearly, after the sneak attack failed, the two demigod enemies were at a disadvantage and could no longer achieve their goals. Furthermore, this was Backlund. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Hence, they took the opportunity to escape. In addition, in order to interfere with the tracking, they had deliberately created a huge commotion to attract the authorities of Backlund. As for the copy of Laymanos Travels and a sequence 7 or 6 Apprentice Beyonder, they were baits that could be abandoned. After a slight nod, Saint of Secrets Bodhi's took out a crystal ball from his black robe's concealed pocket. It bloomed with light before it quickly shattered and merged into the void. He was trying to prevent tracking via mysticism means. Indeed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned on teleporting away and returning to the Aurora Order headquarters. Then, he would interrogate the bait and figure out the truth before deciding what to do next. A second later, Bodhi's figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Kisma entered the shadows and rapidly left, wiping the traces behind him along the way. Chapter 1198 Frenzy. Chapter 1198 Frenzy. The Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's, began to traverse the spirit world the moment he entered, heading straight for the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. At this moment, his thoughts blurred. His body turned and left the spirit world through another place. By the time Bodhi's received a warning from his spirituality and had regained control of his own thoughts while feeling tense, what he saw was a bare forest with nearly all its leaves scattered. There was no one around, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. As a former traveler and astrologer, he immediately identified his location and found that he was still in Backlund. However, he had moved from the city to a remote area in the suburbs. At the same time, he also understood what had happened. It was unknown when his mind world had been infiltrated with someone else's consciousness. At the critical moment, it affected his thoughts and changed his destination. That spectator pathway's demigod. I didn't realize it. Bodhi's pupils dilated as a silvery white illusory book appeared. The book flipped to one of the pages. Bodhi's immediately raised his hand to grab at his glabella. He grabbed a ball of darkness from the island of consciousness and threw it into his shadow. His shadow was separated from him as it twisted to a stand, revealing a female silhouette. Black Night, Shadow of Deprivation. This was an ability that Bodhi's had recorded from Saint Tenebris Schisma. It could separate one's depraved thoughts into a shadow and form an uncontrollable independent creature. Bodhi's used it to erase the consciousness that didn't belong to him and escape the influence of the manipulator. At the same time, this was also Bodhi's counterattack. As long as the hidden spectator pathway demigod couldn't quickly resolve this shadow, the thoughts she had fractured would gradually become independent, turning her half-mad and even causing her to lose control. Once he was done with the latent mental problems, Bodhi's didn't hesitate to escape the enemy's predetermined battlefield and teleport elsewhere. However, at this moment, his mind suddenly turned frantic. He felt that the entire environment was making things difficult for him, and his anger could no longer be contained. As the silver book flipped in front of his eyes, the entire forest collapsed with a loud bang. The black shadow almost collapsed into a ball. After his bout of mania, Bodhi's mood dropped to a nadir. He couldn't lift his spirits with regards to anything. He felt that he was useless, a burden to others and even the world. Mental plague. In the previous battle, Bodhi's had already been infected by mental plague, and it had finally acted up. The reason why Katlia first used the little matchgirl magic wasn't only because she wanted to interfere with Bodhi's teleportation, but also because she was helping Miss Justice conceal any traces, allowing her virtual persona to infiltrate Bodhi's mind world without triggering his spiritual intuition. A seed of mental plague was planted secretly without triggering it. It was precisely because of this that when the sneak attack failed, Katlia and Audrey dared to initiate the contingency plan. They retreated on their own accord, allowing Saint of Secrets Bodhi's and Saint Tenebris Schisma to separate from each other after they were out of danger. Katlia's final igniting of the final green vine appeared to create a huge commotion to attract the attention of the official Beyonders, making the enemy abandon their pursuit, but in fact, it was to force the Saint of Secrets to leave as quickly as possible. This way, he didn't have the time to carefully examine and check his condition at a deeper level. Hence, at the critical moment of his teleportation, he had his thoughts changed by Audrey's virtual persona. He came directly to the outskirts of Backland, an uninhabited killbox which the Tarot Club had chosen. And once he finished off the manipulator's virtual persona, the eruption of mental plague came right on the heels of that. In fact, if he had used Reboot of Fate earlier, he definitely would have been able to return to a state where there were no latent problems. However, he only decided to use this trump card when he was nearly killed by the Spear of Longinus. And by that time, his mind world had already been infiltrated for far more than 3 seconds. He was dispirited and depressed, trying his best to resist his mental illness. It was at this moment that he saw a bunch of surreal yarn balls appear out of the void in front of him. At the back of the yarn ball, the bright-colored yarn extended into an infinite distance. Following this line, Katlia, who was wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood, walked over from the spirit world and appeared in front of the Saint of Secrets, Bodhi's. She was unable to track down enemies that had done some level of interference, but she could establish a connection with the predetermined battlefield. She could trace Justice Audrey's virtual persona. The moment she arrived, Katlia closed her eyes and formed a phantom image that fell towards an invisible coffin. The already depressed Bodhi's instantly felt extremely exhausted. He couldn't help but close his eyes, wanting to collapse. Sleeping Beauty. On the other side, Audrey's virtual persona, which hadn't fully turned independent, was like a dark shadow, bringing with it a sense of depravity. She raised her hand and pinched her forehead. Her pupils silently turned vertical, they were pale gold and cold. Bodhi's mind instantly exploded as bubbles of light appeared on the surface of his body. Within the bubbles, rays of starlight condensed into insects with their heads and tails fused into the void. Psychiatrist, frenzy. This could completely trigger the target's emotions and even cause him to lose control. Bodhi's had already been infected with mental plague and was in an extremely abnormal state. Following that, he was affected by Sleeping Beauty magic and was in an extremely dispirited mood. Frenzy now triggered everything, immediately making it difficult for him to control himself as he showed signs of losing control. Seizing this opportunity, Katlia opened her eyes, raised her right hand, and rapidly formed a handful of spinning star sand in her palm. The forest beneath the night became even darker. The crimson moon disappeared from the sky as stars appeared one after another. They were densely packed and dazzling. The stars scattered their rays of light, forming a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the area around Saint of Secrets Bodis and his surroundings. In the midst of the shock, Bodis became a little more awake. His figure rapidly turned into a blur as he kept blinking, creating more than 10 afterimages in the forest. However, he could not escape the starlight's envelopment, nor could he teleport away. One by one, the starlight melted and dissipated the different Bodis. Finally, there was only one person left genuflecting, propping up his body with one palm as he struggled. Bodis's body was in shambles. His eyes were already dark red, and he appeared to be on the brink of insanity. When the starlight was in its final moments, he blinked and dodged the follow-up attack of Audrey's virtual persona. Then, he kept blinking and created doppelgangers beside Katlia and Audrey's virtual persona. One of his doppelgangers grabbed with his left hand, distorting the area where Audrey's virtual persona was located. He concealed it in a bid to restrain the enemy. As for his other doppelganger, he spread open his arms and summoned a thick pillar of light surrounded by holy flames, letting it blast down into the concealed space. During this process, Bodis's other doppelganger had secretly removed the concealment of space. Hence, as soon as the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona was freed from the restriction, it was enveloped by a holy pillar of light, quickly melting away. In his blinking state, Bodis could use Beyonder powers at a speed faster than normal, but he couldn't sustain it for long. This was something that was achieved via using his numerous worms of star. Elsewhere, the Saint of Secrets, Bodis, was also attacking Katlia. He had used various powers, and in the short span of a second or two, he had inundated his target with a barrage of attacks. This forced Katlia to constantly use the Emperor's New Clothes magic to avoid it. She was momentarily unable to counterattack and was in grave danger. A few seconds later, Bodis's blinking finally slowed down. The mania in his heart also eased. At this moment, grayish-white and heavy scales suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were faintly discernible, as if they were forming an extremely oppressive behemoth. In the dark night where the crimson moon was obscured, a nearly invisible stream of breath swept down from top to bottom, enveloping Bodis and Katlia. The two demigods felt as though they were struck by lightning as their psyche was torn apart. Their spirit bodies seemed to be penetrated. The breath of a mind dragon. With his mental state already in a terrible state and having used a couple of his trump cards, Bodis's mind went blank. As the flashes flashed before his eyes, his body couldn't help but tremble. As for Katlia, she was carrying the moon paper figurine that she had obtained from Furs. This helped her bear the burden of psychic piercing once. Although it was unable to completely eliminate the effects of mind dragon breath, it could help Katlia recover faster. This meant an opportunity in a battle at the demigod level. In just a second or two, Katlia's eyes returned to normal. As for Audrey, who was in her dragon form and hiding in the darkness outside the forest, she cast another mind deprivation on Bodis. Without any hesitation, Katlia raised her right hand and condensed the terrifying spear that was stained with fresh blood. She threw it at the Saint of Secrets, Bodis. This time, Bodis could no longer dodge or resolve the situation. His chest was pierced through by the spear of Longinus. His body stiffened for a moment before it rapidly collapsed, turning into countless dazzling worms of star. Some of these worms of star vanished directly, while others devoured each other. Some of them fused into a distant spot, forming a new Bodis. There was no longer any rationality left in his eyes. His body was continuously collapsing, revealing an incomplete and extremely weak mythical creature form. At this moment, an illusory door appeared beside him. It was grayish-blue that had 7 brass locks. The illusory door quickly opened as it spat out a 3-layered jewelry box embedded with various gems. The box of the great old ones which had been exiled had returned. With a crazed look in his eyes, Bodis caught the box, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile as he tried to open it. The third level, Chapter 1199, Inauspicious Box. Chapter 1199, Inauspicious Box. Towards the return of Bodhi's Grade Zero sealed artifact or the restoration of its normal condition, the Hermit Catley and Justice Audrey had made a preliminary plan. After all, they weren't confident at killing a demigod in such a short period of time. If not for the fact that Bodhi's had fallen into a trap, having suffered the lethal blows of mental plague, sleeping beauty, and frenzy in putting him into a crazy and incoherent state, he actually had many opportunities to teleport away without being stopped. In that case, Catley and Audrey could only wait for Bodhi's to return to a safe house and release Furs. Once the Eye of Mystery prying provided them feedback, they could remotely create an opportunity for Miss Magician to summon the historical void projection. At this moment, facing Bodhi's, who was on the path towards losing control with no way to reverse it, and his crazy attempt to fully activate Grade Zero sealed artifact, Catley and Audrey, one right in the middle of the scene and the other hiding outside the forest, simultaneously took the same action. They took out a translucent dark charm and recited a word in Jotun. Star. This was a teleportation charm. Following the patterns, labels, and symbols of the record on the Lemanos travels, Klein had made a charm himself. Since Sapphira Castle could mobilize the powers of the Marauder pathway, there was no reason not to respond to the pleas of the apprentice domain. As for the materials needed for the charms, be it mysticologist Catley or traveler Furs, the both of them had a certain level of understanding towards it. There was no need for Mr. Fool to teach them. When the two of them teleported away with the triggering of the charm, having plans to come back after a minute or two to confirm the situation, there was a cruel smile on Bodhi's face. His eyes were filled with madness as his actions suddenly stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones. It was extremely heavy, as though it was enveloped and suppressed by layers of forces. There was no way to activate it. This made Bodhi's feel like he was attempting to open a new world, not a box. In an instant, he sensed something, and the madness in his eyes disappeared. Extreme astonishment and fear arose in him. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Wisps of light slid down from Bodhi's body. When they touched the ground, they transformed into insects formed from resplendent starlight. The insects' bodies were bent into a semicircle, forming a magical glow that resembled illusory doors. At this moment, his incomplete mythical creature form suddenly collapsed and disintegrated in an irresistible manner. The two eyeballs of his eyes landed on the ground and were stained with dust. These two eyeballs were frozen with an indescribable look of horror. They were maintained perfectly, completely different from the other parts of his body. A Sequence 4 secret sorcerer died just like that. Pa! The box of the Great Old Ones, which had a silver-black surface with many gems embedded in it, dropped beside Bodhi's eyes, just like a jewelry box commonly seen in aristocratic families. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lowered the sea god scepter in his hand in puzzlement. He was just moments from activating the power of Sapphira Castle and using the level of an angel to conjure lightning storm. He wanted to prevent Bodhi's from opening the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones, but the Saint of Secrets' mutually destructive counterattack had failed to succeed. He encountered an unexpected failure from the very beginning. After Zio left the first battlefield, she immediately followed the plan and prayed to Mr. Fool. With this, Klein found an opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog. Through the crimson star corresponding to the Hermit and Justice, he monitored the battle. As she moved to the second battlefield, Audrey found an opportunity to pray, so that Klein could use her crimson star to directly interfere with the real world. This was also the reason why Audrey had arrived at her destination later than the Hermit Catley. According to what Erode said, the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones contains something very terrifying. I thought that the true creator had given it to him in order to create a terrifying disaster at the critical moment, so as to showcase the true colors of an evil god. Who knew that it couldn't be opened? Klein glanced at the crimson star representing the magician and discovered that it was covered in a layer of black ash. It seemed to have coagulated, making it impossible for him to see the scene inside to confirm Miss Magician's condition. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, evidence of how high a level and odd the box of the Great Old Ones was. As for Sleeping Beauty magic and the Spear of Longinus that he saw, he came up with some ideas. After learning of the powers of mystical reenactment at the private gathering, Klein overturned his speculations about the fairy tale magic that Bernadette had. He had originally believed that the emperor had specially created the stories for his daughter based on the fairy tales on Earth, or that after Bernadette's father passed away, she had deliberately reenacted the fairy tales he had told her about as a way to express her grief. From the looks of it, the answer likely wasn't this. Some of the fairy tales before the first epoch might have been mysterious. This meant that those fairy tales originated from mysterious incidents that had happened in real life. They were spread among the people and gradually became stories. They were recorded down by writers and further embellished. This corresponds to the prophecy regarding the time when the stars are right. Mystery and has never left and has always been around. It was just that in the Earth era, before the first epoch, they were suppressed by some kind of power or sealed. If that's really the case, some of the legends and stories on Earth can be explained from another angle. It's no wonder there's a Spear of Longinus. I wonder if the Chinese fable of the ethereal utopia, Peach Blossom Spring, is involved in mystery. I'll tell Ma'am Hermit later and see if she can create new magic according to this. I wonder if Bernadette became a mysticologist before the emperor perished. If she did, it's hard to say if these fairy tale magics were created by the emperor, a sequence one beyonder of the mystery prior pathway, or by Queen Mystic Bernadette. But no matter what, the emperor should have discovered that these fairy tales are also mysterious in his later years, and also that he could draw power from them. Well, there's no corresponding diary entry from Bernadette. I can't see the emperor's reaction and his guesses. One of the reasons he insisted on going to the moon is to verify certain things. It's a pity that most of the myths are fake. There's no way to draw on their power. The novels of the internet era are the same. Klein sighed slightly as he leaned back into his chair and continued paying attention to the battlefield. In the collapsed forest, the hermit Catley and Justice Audrey faced the abnormal changes suffered by Bodis and tacitly gave up injecting their spirituality to use the charms. Despite maintaining her dragon transformation state, Audrey was still hiding in the darkness outside the forest, wary of any accidents or official demigods who might have sensed the commotion and come to investigate. As for the hermit Catlia, she was pushed to the spot where Bodis had died by the wind. She carefully avoided the box of the Great Old Ones. Due to the fact that a scribe could use many powers, a demigod-level sealed artifact would often have extremely negative effects. Apart from the box of the Great Old Ones, Bodis only left behind a black pocket which seemed to be part of his robe. Also, there was also the gathered beyonder characteristic, 2 eyeballs, and about 10 worms of star. Most of the worms of star had been destroyed. Considering the horror displayed by the box of the Great Old Ones, as well as the fact that Bodis was a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order and could be blessed by a god, Catlia didn't rashly pick up the items. She was afraid that an accident would happen, causing the situation to develop negatively. Previously, during the private gatherings, they had communicated with each other on how to handle such situations. That was, if they had the time and opportunity, they would first sacrifice the item to Mr. Fool and then distribute it above the gray fog. After all, many items might bring about unknown dangers if they were to come into contact with items with unknown negative effects. And there was a high probability that Bodis had a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Sometimes, merely knowing the existence of a sealed artifact of this level was enough to cause a sudden death. According to what the Star Leonard had said, it was best not to come into contact with such sealed artifacts. It was best not to ask, describe, or pry into it. Only a true high-level existence could suppress them. Without any hesitation, Catlia took out silver candles and other ritual items from the various hidden pockets of her purple-patterned black robe. She then set up a simple sacrificial ritual. During this process, she pinched her lips, whistled, and created an invisible servant helper. It took about 10 seconds to set up the altar. After quickly reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name and using spiritual materials to open the door of sacrifice and bestowment, Catlia heaved a sigh of relief. She got the invisible servant to move the box of the Great Old Ones, the black pocket, 2 eyeballs, the gathered beyonder characteristic, and the 9 worms of star over to the altar. With a whoosh, the items flew up and passed through the illusory door. When Cattleya saw this, she immediately pinched her lower lip with her thumb and index finger, preparing to whistle once again to dispel the invisible servant. But amidst the whistling, the servant remained motionless, as though it had nothing to do with Cattleya. The hermit Cattleya's eyelids twitched as she clenched her right hand into a fist and pushed it to her mouth, preparing to use the horn of magic. At that moment, a blazing silvery white appeared out of nowhere at the altar. Layers of bolts of lightning formed a destructive storm that enveloped the invisible servant in the middle. All of this quickly calmed down as the mutated servant was completely destroyed. Cattleya exhaled and lowered her head, sincerely thanking Mr. Fool. Then, she followed the ritual's ending procedure and packed her belongings. She used the Snow White magic, which was closer to a prophecy technique, to clear the scene of its traces. And at this moment, Audrey had already used the teleportation charm from before and left the scene. Cattleya looked around, and considering that Mr. Fool might need something more ritualistic, she took out a card from her pocket and threw it in the middle of the collapsing forest. The card was half inserted into the soil, revealing the image of an old man holding a glass lamp and staff as he explored alone. The Hermit of the Tarot Cards, Chapter 1200 Randomness. Chapter 1200 Randomness. After a while, the space in the collapsed forest suddenly tore apart, revealing an illusory yet mysterious door. The door opened silently, and a handsome man with black hair and golden eyes walked out. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit, looking mature and elegant. Before he could examine the scene, he heard a loud boom. He could feel a violent storm blowing towards him, and he saw a middle-aged man with an imposing aura appear in front of him. The middle-aged man had rather obvious large earlobes. His hair was dark blue and thick, and there seemed to be countless bolts of lightning hidden in his eyes. He was the Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus. The clergyman in the black robe that was embroidered with storm symbols looked around and cast his gaze at the golden-eyed man. He asked in a thunderous voice, "Celt, what happened here?" Celt, the golden-eyed man, shook his head. "I just arrived too." Just as he said that, a mountain-like, nearly transparent spirit body appeared in the void and placed a figure in midair. The figure was dressed in a long black, red-patterned bishop robe. His eyes were deep and he didn't have a beard. He was the person in charge of the Backlund Diocese of the Church of Evernight, Anthony Stevenson. After the gigantic spirit body completed its mission, it immediately shrunk and entered St. Anthony's mouth. At the same time, black long hair covered his face, and a translucent, drifting spirit appeared behind Anthony. It held onto his shoulder, preventing him from falling. In the next second, a turbulent flow of air rushed over from the Backlund city and pushed a figure towards this area at high speeds. Soon, the figure came to a stop. It was an old man dressed in a white priest robe and a clergyman's cap. He had a kind and gentle face. The air that was spewed out from the elder's back vanished as the black tube that was shimmering with metallic light retreated back into his body. This was the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Backlund Diocese. He was a member of the Divine Council, Horamic Haydn. He strangely stopped in midair and looked around. Although the battle here isn't too intense, it's definitely at the saint level. Also, the remnant polluted aura is simply. As they spoke, the four demigods looked down at the middle of the collapsed forest. There was a tarot card depicting an old man holding a staff and a glass lamp. The Hermit card. Randall Valentinus, Celt, Anthony, and Horamic instantly fell silent as no one spoke for a moment. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein was frowning as he looked at the box of the great old ones in front of him. The moment this Great Zero sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire Sapphira castle began to stir, as if it had been brought to boiling point. A massive amount of power was automatically activated, forming a torrent that appeared like steam as it completely drowned out the box of the Great Old Ones and wrapped around it tightly. At this moment, the silver-black jewelry box that was embedded with gems seemed to become an insect in amber. There was no room for any movement. Previously, Sapphira Castle was triggered when I spied on the true gods or kings of angels and when I was injured. This is the first time it has experienced such changes due to an item from external sources. Klein couldn't help but raise his right hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat. Frankly speaking, he was still a little afraid. He felt that he had been a little carried away after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle. In the past, he didn't dare let a Grade 0 sealed artifact enter this place. And this time, because it didn't involve a uniqueness, and with how he had improved compared to the past, this gave him the thought of making an attempt. Thankfully, it's under control. In the future, I'll have to tell Ma'am Hermit and the others that they can't pick up anything and sacrifice it to me. I'm not a rag and bone man. After muttering a few words, he began inspecting the box of the Great Old Ones. He remembered that Miss Magician was still inside the sealed artifact, so he planned on figuring out the situation of the box of the Great Old Ones as soon as possible so as to prevent the bait from dying due to wasting time. This sealed artifacts level is very high. A Rhodes's understanding of it is rather limited. I'll still have to do it myself. From the looks of it, as long as I don't attempt to divine what the third level is or attempt to seek out the source of the power, the danger is acceptable or even non-existent. Klein made a preliminary assessment based on his spiritual intuition. Immediately following that, he conjured a pen and paper and began doing a divination. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes and muttered silently, "The first level can allow the interior space to switch locations with the target's area and miniaturize the corresponding scene, turning objects into toys." This is an ability that can barely be made use of. The living beings that have been turned into toys must be released within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will be permanently converted. Even their spirit bodies will never enjoy an eternal rest. It's very easy to release them. As long as a specific region is chosen, one so small that it's almost devoid of any living creatures, swapping it with the interior space will do. There is a limit to the scope of this ability. It reaches its limit with a city the size of Backlund. Why did I use Backlund as an example? The second level records different scenes. There are the Abyss, Cosmos, and all sorts of places. It allows the wielder and the living beings within a certain range to directly move to the target area. This problem is it's random. A small portion can be designated by the wielder, thus releasing the corresponding location. Most of the time, the chosen location will change, and the destination of the final destination will be unpredictable. As for when the designated location will be effective and when an anomaly happens, there's no way to know. Besides, this seems to be something that can't be affected by good luck. Or perhaps, good luck cannot affect those below sequence 0. This means that I can't use this box of the Great Old Ones' Beyonder power to directly transfer the City of Silver out of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. If I can, my Miracle Invoker ritual will be very simple. I'll try and see if making them into toys will work later. The third level is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I won't take the risk to pry into its secrets. No, this should be called courting death. The negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones are very simple. It's just that the wielder will randomly vanish, suddenly die, or mutate. If there are no holders, the living beings in the surrounding areas will encounter terrifying matters one after another depending on their distance from it and their sizes. The maximum range is the same as the first level. These Grade 0 sealed artifacts can destroy cities wantonly, killing hundreds of thousands or even millions. It's no wonder they are given the highest ceiling. One is not to ask, describe, or pry into them. Where did the entities that vanished go? This seems to have something to do with the scene of the second level. The reason why the Saint of Secrets dares to move around with the sealed artifact is because he had the blessings of the Angel of Fate or Ouroboros. He can reduce the negative effects to a minimum, but even so, he didn't dare to hold on to it for too long because the blessings would wear off. It looks like the reason he didn't manage to recover his lucidity ahead of time and find a chance to teleport away had to do with his luck turning bad. It's really hard to kill saints that are valued by a huge organization. I must say that Ma'am Hermit is considered experienced and clear-headed. She didn't make any rash contact with it. Instead, she created an invisible servant to hold it. Furthermore, she sacrificed this grade 0 sealed artifact to me in the shortest time possible. In theory, I can summon a historical void projection to hold this item. After all, it doesn't matter if it dies, vanishes, or mutates. However, the usage time cannot be guaranteed, unless I get Will Acceptance blessing. The way to seal it is to put it into the spirit world, and that's not enough. It has to be a space that has been distorted and hidden in the spirit world. Then, ordinary water has to be poured into it regularly, allowing the box of the Great Old Ones to play with microbes every day. With so many living beings, it can last for a very long period of time. With this train of thought, there are still many methods to seal it. After roughly figuring out the exact situation of the box of the Great Old Ones, Klein looked at the grade 0 sealed artifact and felt that the third level no longer seemed as dangerous and impossible to open as before. He vaguely believed that as long as he extended his hand and removed the seal placed onto it by Sapphira Castle, he could easily open the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones. What a strong temptation! Klein retracted his gaze and waved his hand, causing the box of the Great Old Ones to fly towards the junk pile in the corner. Regardless of whether it was a grade 0 sealed artifact or not, head over there to be quarantined and get a hold of yourself. As a terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact, one has to have a number to show its importance. Unfortunately, I don't know how many grade 0 sealed artifacts the 7 churches have obtained. It shouldn't exceed 50, right? Yes, the box of the Great Old Ones can be temporarily named 0 to 61. I'll adjust it according to the situation in the future. If Ma'am Hermit isn't able to create a sealed environment, she can place 0 to 61 above the gray fog. Once she needs it, she can apply for it. Of course, she must pray to Will in advance for his blessings. I wonder what stage I'll have to be before the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck can be genuine in name. There's a portion in Miracle Invoker, and there should be a portion in Attendant of Mysteries. Klein amused himself with his thoughts and finally picked up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Saint of Secrets Bodhi's. It looked like a crystal with countless rays of light refracted within it, forming illusory and resplendent doors. After staring at it for a few seconds, he suddenly threw the Beyonder characteristic into the air. The power of Sapphira Castle boiled once again. Under the control of Klein, it formed a corporeal semi-translucent wave and struck the crystal hard. The crystal instantly shattered, splitting into countless tiny dots of light. A pitch-black gas emerged from within before it rapidly melted away, twisting and dispersing inside Sapphira Castle. Under the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics, those tiny dots of light slowly gathered together, and in nearly a minute, they reformed into the magnificent and dreamy crystal-like appearance from before, and landed in the palm of Klein's hand. The contamination inside was cleared. Inside Sapphira Castle, Klein was equivalent to a Sequence 2 angel. However, he mostly had the power, but not the corresponding levels Beyonder powers. He needed the right supporting item to help him. After putting down the secret sorcerer's Beyonder characteristic, he cast his gaze at Bodhi's remaining 2 eyeballs. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel Podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.